Hello and welcome to Google DeepMind, the Future of Go Summit, the kickoff match left here in Wuzhen, China. My name is Stephanie. I'm here with Michael Redman, Nine professional. Michael,
nice to be here. Yeah.
Nice. It has been more than 1 year since last time AlphaGo played against Lee Sedol.
Yes.
I didn't get chance. I only get chance to watch the games at home last time, and this time everything is different. I'm here, and I'm very excited, and everything looks very real.
Yes.
Okay, so in last year's game, AlphaGo played extremely well, credible well, and won 4 games out of 5.
Yes.
Would you like to give us a short summary of what happened?
Well, before that, we had seen some games that AlphaGo played against Fan Hui in December the year before. And in that 5 months, AlphaGo had proceeded from professional level to top professional level. And it was beating one of the top players. And Lee Sedol is still one of the top players in the world. And so it was a huge amount of progress that AlphaGo had made. And also, even in that 5-game match, which was more than a year ago, there were a number of moves that were very innovative and different. And they looked bad to us, but when we studied them in the whole board position, they were strangely effective. And so there was a lot that we had to learn from even that match, which was basically the first time that AlphaGo was playing in the spotlight.
I see. Time flies, doesn't it?
Yes.
And 6 months later, there was an account named Master, later confirmed to be AlphaGo, and showed up on Taijin and won all of the 60 games straight against the pros. I didn't have a chance to take a look at all of the games, but I did study some of them and also watch some of your videos, which is really helpful to help us to understand. So is there any particular game that you like to share with us?
Well, I had a lot of fun doing those videos about the master games, which I'm calling them, because it was so hugely different from the AlphaGo that was before, and it was playing very exciting and different moves in just about every game. And even if I put them into various groups of types of moves, it was like 20 different types of moves that I was going to talk about. So I think I did about 20 videos on those 60 games, just because there are so many different types of moves that were either not played before or moves that we had thought were bad. But when Master did these moves, it made them work in the overall position. And I think that the positional judgment is one of the strong points of Master, and that it's very good at evaluating the position and choosing the right move, and having what a human would call intuition, and just choosing the right move to think about to start with.
I see. Okay, so compared with the AlphaGo games with the 60 pros and the game AlphaGo played against the Lee Sedol, they have been 6 months already. So would you think AlphaGo improved?
Well, yes, you know, AlphaGo has had 6 months since it played those master games, which were already, you know, beating the top pros in the world. 60 out of 60 shows that AlphaGo is already very, very strong, and it should be able to make a great deal of progress if they're working on it for 6 months. So that's it's probably like a lifetime for a human being, or maybe more.
Wow.
So I'm really excited to see what it's going to show us this time. Although it apparently, I think in the opening ceremony, they did mention that it's going to be an extension of Master, which is slightly different. There's some difference that I didn't really understand between Master and the AlphaGo that played Lee Sedol. So if it's going to be an extension of Master that has been developed for 6 months, it's going to be super strong, and it's probably going to play some moves that we saw in this 60-game set, but maybe even more effectively than before.
Wow. And the AlphaGo didn't lose any game. He won all of the 60 games against the pros, right? Okay. And then 6 months passed again, which is now. I could imagine AlphaGo become even stronger.
Stronger, yes.
What do you think about that?
Well, those 60 games, even though they had very short time limits, actually the human players did very well, I think. But they had to handle with short time limits, like something like 30 seconds for each move.
It's very short.
So the longer time limit for these games will allow the human player to play a higher quality game. It will I don't really know about AlphaGo because we have very little information, but I would assume that AlphaGo will have more time to play a higher quality game too. So the quality of the games will probably be higher, and so we'll be able to learn even more from them.
I see. I'm very excited to see this match.
Yes.
And I believe Koji must try very hard today.
Well, Koji has been saying that he has some plans, and I'm going to be interested to see what he's going to try against.
Yeah, we'll see later.
Yeah.
Okay. Speaking of Koji, if I remember correctly, he was born in 1997, and he started learning Go when he was about 4 or 5, and he became professional when he was about 11 years old, which is pretty young.
That's pretty young, yes.
Yeah. So he's about 20 years old right now, and he has won 4 international titles already.
And I think he's ranked the #1 player in the world. He's been there for a while, and so he has a lot more experience at being at the top than most professionals will ever have. And so even though he's only 20 years old, he's a very experienced player in that way.
Right, and besides he won 4 international titles, he has won a lot of national titles as well.
Yes, of course.
Okay.
I think everyone recognizes Keje as the
very
strongest
strong
human player. Yes.
I believe so. Yeah. Okay. So why don't we talk about those 60 games?
Okay. Well, there's one game which really was sort of shocking, and it was really interesting too. So if you'll just allow me to put some stones down on the board.
Okay.
In which, well, first of all, Master was very quick at taking the lead in these games. And so this shoulder hit here is a move that Master liked to play. And this came up in probably about 1/3 of the games. And so it starts out playing, sort of dominating the center of the board. And then after that, so I would assume that Master is, in the beginning of the game, is really putting a lot of emphasis on the center of the board. But pretty soon it starts taking a lot of territory. So it sort of makes that switch very early in the game, and it seems to starting out emphasizing the center, and then switching to taking territory. That switch is happening a lot faster than it does with human players. And this move here is a move that had never been played that I have seen in human games. But it's the moment we see this move, it looks very effective. It's putting a lot of pressure on this white group. Completely different from what human players had been playing up to then. And then after this variation.
And I have been watching some of your videos, and you haven't mentioned in your videos like AlphaGo is very good at transferring between the territory and the influence outside.
Yeah.
And somehow he always gets the benefit by transferring.
And it was this point, early in the game, I think actually AlphaGo already has the lead, but AlphaGo invaded the 3-3 point here. And this is something that you just don't do in Go. It's not done.
We have never studied that before.
It's sort of almost a taboo move because it's supposed to be really bad when white doesn't have 2 extensions on the side. But when AlphaGo did it, it really worked. So I was really shocked at this, and it's one move that I still have trouble to explain how it actually worked. And so there's stuff like this is completely new to us, and after 6 months, we're still trying to explain. Okay, so I'll finish that commentary at this point because we do have to go on to the actual game today. Yes.
Our actual game is probably start very soon.
Yes.
And it's a good idea to end for like a pre-show, and we're gonna come back soon.
Yes.
Okay.
And also later in the event, we're gonna have a pair Go event and also a team Go. So the pair Go where people are teaming up with AlphaGo will be really interesting, I think, because we'll be able to see them collaborating.
Right,
with
and
AlphaGo.
yeah, right. And for the Team Go, AlphaGo is going to play against the 5 top Chinese professional players, and they got a free to discuss and then put it on the decision on the board. It's going to be very interesting and exciting.
The question is, how well will they be able to communicate with each other?
Right.
Yes, yes.
They need a captain. And
They need a captain, yes.
Yes, what I heard is they're going to have a captain. Either it's going to be a Miyu Ting or Zhou Yang.
Okay, that's good information. Yes.
We'll see how they do. Okay.
So I think we still might have a bit of time before we have to start. So, okay, still about a minute, I suppose. So I'm sort of doubtful about the team Go actually, because top professionals often have trouble talking with each other about the game when they're actually playing. And so it'll be interesting to see how well they come out and talk to each other and give information. Because in a lot of parts of the game, they will have trouble agreeing with each other too. And so it will be interesting.
Right. If we can hear what their discussion, that would be great.
That would be exciting, yes.
Right.
I don't think they have a live feed for them, but yes.
Right. Okay.
And so, yeah, we're about to get to the game now, yes.
各位棋友，大家早上好。
Players, good morning.
我是华以刚。
My
大
name
家
is
早上
Wang Gang.
好，我是徐莹。
徐燕，今天咱俩非常荣幸啊。我们有非常重要的啊，也是亲眼见证这么一个非常美妙的历史性的时刻。
好，我们现在看到王汝南老师作为今天的裁判长。
入座。
Please examine your mobile phones. Please put your mobile phones to the silent mode. Now, I'd like to make an announcement of the rules today. We'll conduct the game by the Chinese Go rules. The black player will give 7.5 points. The time for this match is 3 hours. And 60 seconds countdown for 5 times, lost by time. Now, we'd like to ask them to choose the color by draw. Ke will start. Now they will exchange the stones. Ke versus AlphaGo. Now I announce the official match.
华老师，我看现在比赛正式开始了。我想今天在座的。
So we can
So the time
start.
is-
Yes.
okay.
So I'm Michael Redmond. I'll be the commentator for this part of the game, for the first part, and
Hi, my name is Stephanie Yin, one-time professional. I will be another commentator to the game.
yes. So okay, we'll just follow the moves for a bit.
Okay.
And yes. So could Stephanie, I hear that you know KJ. So could you tell us about KJ, the player, the human player?
Yeah, sure. Koji, if I remember correctly, Koji was born in 1997. So now he is about 20 years old.
Yes.
He became pro in 2008, which the next year I became pro. And we actually studied from the same school and graduated from there.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
The same Go school, right?
Same Go school in
yes.
Beijing, yes. And he was when I was becoming a professional Go player, he was this tall.
He was already. Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he
yes.
was like around like 10 years old.
Yes.
But he was very hardworking person. Kid, he studied life and death and played games all the time.
Yes.
So I guess that's the reason why he become very strong nowadays.
Yes. Yes. He's the top Go player. So what would you say about his style?
I'm not sure about right now, but before I think he's very balanced. He liked to attack and focus on the territory as well. But I think maybe now he's more toward to attacking styles. This is point of my view. I'm not sure yet.
I agree
so
with
what
that.
do you
Well,
think about that?
he started out with a very well-balanced style, but I do think that he has changed. He's changed a lot since the Master Games, actually, the Master Games 6 months ago, because he has been trying to pick up on that, and he's been using a lot of Masters moves, especially quite recently. It seems to make the games actually more difficult for him to win because he's already been a very successful player. But he is trying out a lot of the moves that AlphaGo or Master showed us 6 months ago. So he's already sort of collaborating with Master before the match. And he's trying, maybe he was trying to find weaknesses, but maybe he's trying to learn stuff from Master
AlphaGo,
also.
yes.
Yeah. And I sort of like to call AlphaGo Master because Master was so different from the AlphaGo before. So it's kind of a habit I've developed. But since it's being called AlphaGo here, I should probably go back to AlphaGo. And look at that, he's played a 3-3 point. So this is already, playing the 3-3 point there is already very unusual. It's not unheard of. Like there are a number of historical players who like to play the 3-3 point, but not so many.
Right, it's more concentrate on the territory.
On territory, yes.
Yeah.
Because Master, as I sort of talked about it a little bit in the pre-game commentary, but Master, although it starts out playing for thickness or playing towards the center of the board, it can very quickly switch that to a territorial game, and it's very good at doing that. In general, I think AlphaGo is very good at changing its tactics midstream, because that has to happen in a Go game, because all of the information is on the board, like you can see what your opponent is doing. And so among skilled players, you can virtually see what your opponent's plan is. The 3-4 point there.
Yes.
No, it was the 3-4 point. Yes.
3-4 point.
Yes.
Okay.
And so it's, for skilled players, it's quite common for one player to sort of refuse to go along with the opponent's plan.
Yes.
And then at that point, the player has to change his plan to fit. And so you don't, it's not really very good to be fixed on one strategy. You have to be very, very flexible. And AlphaGo is like that, in that it's flexible in changing its style in the middle of the game.
It's kind of another strategy to play against the different people, right?
And so this is already very different from any of the games that were played in these 60 games, in that Black has played a 3-3 point. He's sort of, I think Kache is trying to take territory just to make sure that AlphaGo doesn't go for the territory in the middle of the game, just to keep a lead in territory maybe.
I see. Interesting. Okay. The time for this match is 3 hours each. Is a little different from the game last year.
Yes. I think with he said, it was more like 2 hours apiece.
Right.
Yeah. And so the more time, the better for the human player, I think, to get more opportunity for the player. Because I think it depends on how they've set the time control for Master. But so far we can see that Master is just using something like a minute for each move. So just doing it that way, Master will not even come close to running out of time. Whereas the human needs, especially playing against AlphaGo, the human needs a lot of time to catch up.
A lot of time, yes.
And again, this Black's opening here, we see that Black has a lot of stones on the upper side, 3 stones on the upper side. Traditionally, this would be called a bit lopsided for Black, putting too much emphasis on just one part of the board, because all of these stones are on the upper side of the board. But in modern Go, it's something that you can see sometimes when the player has Black. It's possible to do that because Black does have the initiative, and so White will not be able to dominate more than half of the board anyway. So I think it's possible for Black to be doing this. And again, the way Black is playing is sort of really emphasizing territory, I think.
I see. I actually have a question here.
Yes.
When I was a kid learning Go, we used to study Japanese Kifu from professional games, and we see a lot of moves. When we try to enclose the corner, we use the small knights move. But nowadays, the small knights move is not that common anymore.
Yes, well, I think this became just the most popular move several decades ago. Like if we go further back in the history of Go, people would be playing moves like this or moves like this. Was actually has been played for a long time, but it was not very popular in recent years until AlphaGo played it as Master 6 months ago. In the Master series of games, this move was played by Master in a lot of games. Like I think again, this move was also a move that was played in about a third of the games. It really liked to play this corner enclosure. And the weakness of this corner enclosure, although it makes a very solid Black territory in this area, it also allows, just because that is already established as a Black territory, it allows White to play forcing moves against that, like this kind of forcing move or this kind of forcing move. Of course, AlphaGo would be playing shoulder head a lot,
Yes.
And so just because Black is sort of dedicated this area as black's territory, it makes it easier for white to make that less efficient by
I see.
playing forcing moves. And when black makes it bigger, just because there's more space here, it means that if white is going to play on the outside, white's giving up a little bit more.
Yeah.
And so it makes it more difficult for white to play these forcing moves.
I see.
And by doing, there is the weakness, of course, is that there's a bit more room inside for white to take away the territory later.
Later, yeah.
But the whole idea is controlling the sides and the center of the board. And that seems to be a part of kind of the policy of AlphaGo. And then, like, it was only days after AlphaGo posing with the name Master played this move in several of its games. Only days after that, top professionals were copying this move and trying it out. So there were several decades when it was sort of out of the fad. But the moment Master played it, it was so convincing. Not only the fact that the move itself is nice, it's a move that I like to play. So I've been playing it for a while, actually. But it was the way that Master could win after playing this move was so convincing that almost all of the professionals started playing this move after that. So it was just a matter of days before we started copying this. And also this enclosure in the lower left here. Okay, and here we see Kwache. And he's jumped into the 3-3 point. This is Master's move. This is the move that AlphaGo played
in the 60
in a few of the 60 games, and it's one of the moves that Kwache has been playing in his last few games. And so this is a move, as I was saying in the pre-game commentary, that was considered very bad for black to play. But the way that it was played by AlphaGo in this series of games was pretty convincing, because every time Master played this move, a few moves later in the game, we would find that Master was winning the game. And how did that happen? It's something we're still struggling to explain. But the fact that Master could do that made this us evaluate the value of this move when taking the territory in the corner. And so Kwache was saying that he had a special plan. So maybe it looks so far that maybe his plan is just to take a lot of territory.
Yeah, it seems like it. It seems like it.
Yes.
The 3-3 point and enclosure move.
Yeah, and he's
and
taking
then the 3-3 point.
Probably taking this corner. It depends on how white deals with it, of course. But black is probably going to take some more territory in the lower right corner. It all depends on how white handles the joseki here. And for those of you who don't understand Go, joseki is a local sequence here that we play. And it's considered equal for both players. Otherwise, they wouldn't play it. When white plays this way,
this is one of the joseki.
It's one of the joseki. It used to be pretty unusual. It became more popular, I think, after the Master games. Because in the Master games, you would be seeing the human playing. It would usually be Master jumping into the 3-3 point. So the human would be playing like this and like this. And Master usually curls once more, which the books will tell you that you're not supposed to do, but it worked for Master. And then probably somewhere on the lower side. Although Master did not play it in this game position. So I'm sort of guessing with this move, but I would expect black to be playing somewhere on the side here. So this is kind of the plan that black had. And because of that, later on people started playing this variation of the joseki. And black will probably play, just to go into a variation here, black will probably play something underneath, either here or pushing against it here. And it could be sort of similar, like if it plays like this. At this point, white has a choice. White can extend here, which is simple.
And push one more.
And again, this is quite similar to what we were doing just before, because black's alive already, and we'll have Sente will have the initiative to move to the lower side. Otherwise, when black plays here, white can either play the double hane or play this hane here.
Take the corner.
Yes, to threaten the corner. Like if there's two cutting points here, which are weaknesses in black's shape, and black has to fix that at this point. This is something I'm sort of expecting could even happen. Of course, Kwache is thinking now.
Spending more time thinking
He's really been picking up on the various moves that we were shown in the master games. And I'm calling them master games, the 60 games that AlphaGo played posing as master just 6 months ago. But he really picked up on those, and he has changed his tactics in the opening of the game. And that's the point of the game where we really have a lot to learn from AlphaGo. Just because the opening is one of the most difficult parts of the game. It's a part of the game that
because it's very wide.
yeah, humans have been studying Go for, well, people have been playing Go for thousands of years. And we've had a thriving professional community for at least 400 years now. And at least it was well documented. So we have game records and various books about the games and stuff. And so we know that even 400 years ago, the professionals were really good at the middle game and the end game. But huge advances have been made in the opening. And it's so hard to judge which side is better in a certain position in the opening that we're still learning about it. We still have a lot to learn about the opening. And I think AlphaGo is now ahead of us in that. And so we have a lot to learn from AlphaGo. So far this is what I was showing.
What I expected, yeah.
And so I sort of foresaw that, but I don't really know what's going to happen now, because I showed two moves. I showed that white might extend here on the third line, or play a hane here underneath here. Otherwise, a common shape that could happen would be this move, which I don't really like in this case. But black would be cutting here.
And black would
be able to capture the one stone.
capture the stones on the side. Okay.
And then white would come here, and black would be able to take the one stone here and have a protected, safe shape here. So I sort of like this for black, and so white did not do that. So black has just played the hane here, and white has haned underneath. And so now black has a choice to be maybe playing an atari here, threatening this one stone, and then moving towards the right side here. Or if black plays towards the corner, then black will play here, threatening this stone. But then white can play the double hane here. And now it becomes more difficult, like if black goes after the one stone, while black can capture this stone, white will be able to capture these three stones. So this would be a disaster for black. This would be very bad for black.
Right.
And I'm not expecting Kwache to play this way.
Play this.
No, he wouldn't play that.
Right. So black has to atari and then connect the corner when...
Well, after this, locally a good move would be something like this, or something like this, which would protect one of the cutting points. Or black could maybe play elsewhere. Or like if black plays this move first, now black would be playing something on this side, just giving up something towards this side and making a trade to that side.
Right.
So like then I would say maybe this would happen, and this would be a peaceful variation. Although I think one of the biggest differences between Master playing about 6 months ago and the AlphaGo before was that Master is becoming much better at its fighting in local positions, while AlphaGo was already good enough to beat one of the top players in modern Go, that was Lee Sedol. Actually, it did seem to have some weaknesses still, whereas Master, as it came back as Master, it actually didn't make any serious mistakes in the local fights. And so its reading, what we would call reading
skill.
ability in local fights, was greatly improved. So it was much more stable and safe looking just to watch.
Yes.
And so I was suggesting that white was going to play here. Another move that would also be a kind of a tesuji, which is a kind of a skillful move, would be this move. Personally, I think this is better, but this is also a possibility.
Okay. Oh,
okay.
AlphaGo, double hane.
And so, well, yeah. I sort of run out of things to say when this happens because it's exactly what I was saying before. So black has, cutting here is probably not so good.
Yeah, it's okay.
Connecting here is sort of painful, so I'm
It's
expecting
so
black to
squeezed.
cut here
Atari.
and just take the one stone. And then white has a lot of cutting points, and to avoid this cutting point and these two cutting points all at the same time, this is a very solid connection. When white has these 4 rows in a row, then white doesn't really have to worry about the cutting point here very much.
Because it's a letter.
And so again, we have a position where black is alive in the corner. White has a very nice shape on the outside, though. So it's probably...
I like white better.
I like white better. But it is consistent with Koetche's plan in this game, which apparently is to take a lot of territory. And so at this point, black would... the right side here, one important thing in the beginning of the game is to be able to judge the size of various areas of the board. And this is something that AlphaGo does very well also. Like this would be relatively small, and it would be, I think AlphaGo sometimes attaches a temperature. So this would be a low temperature area. The low side is really hot. This is pretty big. So one thing would be peeping here and starting to make a group on the lower side would be big, and on that side of the board, that left side is really big too. And so the left side is really important. Actually, something else I noticed in the Master game series is that Master, even more than AlphaGo before, when it was called Master, it was really good at taking sente. So the human getting sente in a position like this is pretty unusual. Usually in the local fights, Master was very good at taking the initiative and being able to play elsewhere first. And by doing that, it was controlling the game.
Wow, interesting.
And as you see, I speak a lot when I'm talking about Go. So why don't you, Stephanie, tell me what you do when you're in New York?
Oh, okay. After I became professional in 2007, and I moved to New York for my college study.
Yeah.
And after I graduated from college, like other college students, look for a job, and because I was majoring in finance, so I was working at a stock brokerage firm. And after I graduated, and at the same time, I was also teaching the students. And after 1 year, I couldn't manage to do both things, teaching and working at the same time. And I decided to quit my job as a stockbroker, which is a very common job in New York, because I think promoting Go and teaching Go is more meaningful for me. So now I started a Go school, which is New York Institute of Go in New York last year.
Wow, yeah. Well, thank you. It's good for the Go community then.
Yeah,
so you're teaching children?
Yeah, teaching children. So most of my students are from 4.5 years to about 15 years old.
Okay, yeah.
They're about 150 to 200 people. Kids started playing Go now. So I can see a lot of more and more people are interested in Go because it's such a wonderful game to learn.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, do you expect any of your students will eventually become pros?
One of my students said, "I'm going to beat you, teacher, in 2 years." He's only like 7 years old. It's very interesting.
Okay, well, there was a development in the game here. I was expecting black to take and white to connect here, but instead black did cut once here, just to put a weakness in white's wall. And I was, AlphaGo actually took several seconds to play this move. Interesting, because a human would play it immediately. And now Koetche is going to take the stone here, I think. After which, now white has to worry about this cutting point here, and we'll probably play a stone here or here to get, or maybe here, if the ladder is good. Maybe white would do it this way. White needs some stone. So it's a comparison of this position where white has put a stone in here to this position, in which case white has a more solid connection but doesn't have a stone towards the side here. So there's a positive and negative side to this, but Koetche is planning to use this stone later as a weakness in white's wall.
So would you think this variation would be better for black compared with this
Yes,
variation?
yes,
Okay.
I find that I agree with it now that it's been shown to us. So yeah,
I see.
and probably one of the reasons that Kwacha is such a strong player is that he saw that. But yeah,
Yes.
because white does have to add a stone anyway. This stone is, they call it aji in Japan. Although now it's being captured in a ladder. And unfortunately, that 3-3 point is
It's
not going
not
to
a
work as
ladder
a
break.
ladder block. It's interesting because usually you would, maybe
going
we
to
should
occur
show a ladder
here.
just for the beginners.
Yeah.
There might be some people who don't know Go very well. This is a kind of a way to capture the stone here. And this white just chases it diagonally across the board. And that's why in English we call it a ladder, because it starts to look like a ladder at this point. And this is, I'm not going to put all the stones
Yeah.
down, it would be, but it goes
It's gonna
all
be
across the
tiny.
board, and it's going to
did.
look like it's going to hit the black stone. But since it's in the 3-3 point, like if this was here,
It's probably
strong Go players will notice that this is going to be a ladder breaking move, and it's going
Or
to
we
hit
can
that.
just
So.
put the stones here. Maybe it's easier to calculate.
Well, for Go playing people, yes. Then you can see that it sort of hits this stone.
Yes.
But that doesn't work when it's on the third line like that.
Right.
And so it's not going to. So white has captured this black stone. But again, if black, for instance, gets any stones in the area like this any stone like this, in that upper left area, will change that and allow black to escape later. So at some point, white will have to put one more stone in here to completely capture this one black group. So black plays on the left side, and as I was saying before, the left side is really a big point. Yes.
So when I was a study Go as a kid, my teacher always told us when you are confused of choosing where you should play in the opening, you always choose the more empty side.
Yes.
Do you think is it a good strategy to decide where you're going to play?
It's a good general rule, yes. It's a good way to teach Go. Like you can see that the left side here, if we just look at the space between the black and white stones, there's a lot of space here. So it's something like 11 lines or something like that between the two stones. And that's probably more space than we have here between this white group and that white stone here. So that makes the left side the wider side. And of course, you can see that the right side is much smaller than that in width. And so that's one way to look at it. But then you have to explain why would the players play so many moves in this one locality. And here's a very master-like move. It's very typical of, look at, I think we can see Kwache's face on the he's laughing a bit. It's typical of master to play this kind of move, just getting rid of the possibility of this stone escaping. I was about to say that white eventually needs some kind of move here to completely capture this stone. Well, for the time being, it cannot escape. White really needs to play this kind of move before white does anything in the upper left area, because that could change the equation here. And so master or AlphaGo has gotten rid of the possibility of black escaping now. Now it's very easy relatively for white to capture them, because it's still a ladder-like shape, but the ladder ends very quickly when it bumps against this white stone, like it's already hopeless for black. And so while capturing this stone, making this whole white group very, very strong also influences a lot of the right side and the lower side and the center of the board. So it's a very influence-oriented move. It's typical of master when master is playing in its style to control the center.
I see. So compared with the capture immediately, that stone, the large knight's move is more efficient for
It's more efficient towards the center and the right side.
I see.
There is a bit of weakness here because this stone is still on the board. So if eventually black gets to cut and squeeze like this, or something like that, then this stone could be reused, or you could even say recycled. So there are some cases where having this stone on the board and still there, compared to having it taken off the board when white captured it, there is a difference there that will it will sometimes affect what happens on the left side of the board. But of course, having a stone here close to the center of the board is a big value also. And this stone, there's less extra value attached to it. So although it's a thick move, This is maybe more efficient towards
Toward
the
whole
open
board.
areas of the board. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So.
And another typical aspect of AlphaGo is that it, like a human player would sometimes be sort of fixed on the idea that he wants to surround the lower side because it looks so big and it's a big area that white controls. And in such a case, the human player might hesitate to play this kind of move because it still gives some extra possibility for black here. But Master or AlphaGo is not so fixed on one part of the board. So just looking at this move, we can see that white is trying to control the rest of the board too. And allowing black to move in here is a pattern that I saw a number of times in the Master games. So if you know, do you know KJ well enough to see what this, what he's thinking about with that face?
I probably don't know what he's thinking about, but I would like to guess a move if I'm white, if I'm black. So I guess I will choose to play.
That's a wide open area. Like this would, if black plays something like this, maybe that would be a double. Two sides to the black's moyo. Moyo is a large territorial framework. So this would give black control of this area of the left side and most of the right side, so a move like this or maybe like this. That would be a natural move. Actually, we do have a move here. Koje played here.
Okay.
And I was saying that the right side is not so big. But I get the feeling that Koje is trying to confine white to the lower half of the board, and then he's going to jump in at some crucial point in the early middle game. So that's, and now Master invades here. So when white plays first on the left side, now that's the difference between black playing a move here or something. Like if black had an extra stone here and white invaded anyway, then black would have enough stones in the area to be able to attack very strongly. Whereas without this stone here, and having it on this side of the board instead, now black has less of an advantage on the left side of the board. Like these stones come into the equation too. So this stone, like if white gets another move here, for instance like this, then this stone could become sort of isolated. And so black will probably, while attacking this stone, black also has to be careful to keep this stone strong. And of course, as white approaches the upper left corner of the board, black has to work with this stone too. So it's not going to be a one-sided fight on the left side of the board here.
Interesting.
For the time being, it looks like it's two black stones against the one white stone. But actually, after white manages to get out into the center of the board, then black will have to look at the larger picture where white has a lot of influence in the lower side of the board. So eventually black will have to find a good way to settle this stone. Yes.
So it looks like this move is an invasion move, but actually it's not. It's sort of attacking and...
It's both, of course.
It's
yes.
both.
Yes. It's white would hope to be able to attack. If white succeeds in doing that, it will be bad for black already. So black has to be able to find a way to attack white first and keep it to be an even fight. And for the time being, since white is probably going to be playing from this move, so at this point we can say white has created a relatively weak group and is trying to create a weak black group. And so this is where we say the middle game starts. And so the fighting will start here, and from this point, the group that starts with this white stone will probably be the group that white is dealing with for a while anyway.
I see.
Of course, that's what my human judgment said. Yeah.
Okay. So
what move would you expect for black?
My first reaction of that invasion, attacking move, if I were black, I will probably try to enclose this side.
Enclose, yes.
Yeah,
So
like you said, we as a black,
like this, yes.
right? We need to protect our stones here.
So
as
let's say
well.
maybe white plays here,
and
then black has to try again.
To
Yes. Maybe
to settle
expand from
that
that
group.
stone. Yes.
maybe 2 space extension.
Okay. And now I don't really know where white's going to play. Like one way to do it would be just to simply move out.
Jump out.
But if you play the two-space extension, then this is really efficient when white keeps white's distance. So maybe white would be doing stuff like this too,
get some
to
actual-
fix the shape a little bit.
Like
Mhm.
extend it?
And then maybe
Okay.
something like this.
Mhm.
So
After
again, we
this-
see white is trying to make a kind of a base here. It's not perfect yet, but trying to attack these stones. And just coming out in between these two black groups is
Yeah,
something
also-
that I sort of expect to happen.
I see. And all of a sudden, those two stones are getting weaker, becoming weaker and weaker.
Yeah, yeah. And
Another way.
white is still not really strong yet either. But if we compare these two groups, by giving black some territory here, white has a slightly stronger group for the time being. So white will have a chance to counterattack now.
I see.
And
Okay.
so now
could
black
you-
extended. And so by doing this, black is going to allow white to just easily move out. In return, black has taken this area here in the upper left, which is taking away white's eye space too. Like in the variation we were just looking at, white had some eye space on the left side.
Right.
And so now white doesn't have that eye space. And so if we say, oh, so white already jumped out.
Oh,
So both players are going to be jumping out. The question is, does Kwache want to play this kind of forcing move or not? Let's just assume that this happens and black moves out. Now we can see that it's going to be a lot more difficult for white to make a living group. Like black is, this stone here is taking away white's space. And so white has less room to make a life on the side. And will be moving out into the center. If we assume both players moving out into the center, then black is running away ahead of white.
and at the same time, it's sort of reducing the influence on the bottom.
Sort of reducing. It depends on how strong this black group on how strong it becomes. But for the time being, white is weak too.
I see.
The question is, will white actually answer this way? Because maybe white will play something like this to take the initiative to curl around on the top here and try to
Control the
enclose black, which would
enclose.
be a more aggressive way to play.
I see.
And so I would be sort of worried about that. So maybe black doesn't play that exchange, in which case at some point white can slide down on the second line
And try to connect with
and
the
start to
corner.
make a base. Yeah. And so that's what maybe what Kwache is thinking about. He's trying to make the choice here, whether he wants to escape immediately or play something like this. And at the beginning of the game, I was talking about how this enclosure compared to this one, since it's just enclosing more space, it makes it difficult for white to play forcing moves like from the outside, like this kind of thing. The same thing can be said of this white enclosure, which is also bigger than its usual. In fact, this is really, it was not seen very much in ancient games either. This one has been seen in ancient games, but this one was not
The
even
height
played
is
in
very
ancient.
strong.
And it was played by very few players in modern Go until AlphaGo played it in the Master Series of games. And this is also compared to a smaller enclosure like this one, in which case black can play forcing moves from this side or approach from this side and just allow white to surround, or you could say even force white to surround that area. It makes, just because white is enclosing more area, it would mean that when black does something like this, black is giving up that much more.
Too much.
Yeah, so it would be it would usually be a bad trade for black. And so that makes it more difficult for black to handle this group if it becomes a weak group.
Okay, it seems Koji is still thinking about the next move. Oh,
So, yeah, so he played
actually
this.
did.
And so now white has a choice, like
Either-
if white extends down here, then this is the strongest local move, but it does give the initiative to black. And bumping against here it's a kind of a vulgar move locally. It's really bad shape and giving black good shape when black extends here. So black's gaining a lot towards this side, but it does gain white one move. It gains white a tempo here to curl around on the top.
Okay. since white is trying to enclose this side, is it okay for black to tanuki, or it is necessary to respond that move?
Well, then again, comparing this move to this move, it's the same thing. Like if white plays here and black jumps here, then this move it's still away from white's wall and it's safe, connected to this stone. Whereas if white bumps against this and black plays on this side, then covering on the top here it's a much more effective shape for white. Okay, now we're surprised. Now this is a move that I did not expect.
Whoa.
A very light move. The feeling I get here is that if black is going to answer, for instance, like this, and just keep on answering white locally, then in this exchange here, white is gaining towards the right side of the upper side, while black is getting very solid here in the corner. And that reduces the value of this move, which originally was a very big move. But as the shape gets solid here, the value of this move becomes smaller. And so it means that it gives white an opportunity just to ignore that and play on the top and give the whole side to black. And so this is the kind of the trade that I think that AlphaGo is offering at this point. And of course, just about any professional player will sort of get that feeling at this point, that this is what white is trying to do. And so I think this is what, and of course, Kache being a top player, he realizes that. So it's really difficult, even for a pro, I think, to evaluate this result, because white does have a very thin shape all over, but black is maybe a bit over-concentrated. So it's hard to evaluate this whole area here, because this is definitely not a white territory yet. But if a lot of it becomes white territory, it's going to be huge.
Right.
And so the evaluation of this depends a lot on how you expect the fight that will ensue in this part of the board will turn out.
I see.
And how is white, like locally white would continue with something like this, but maybe white's going to play something toward the side and play this at some later point.
So I have a question.
Yes.
As white wants to have this exchange move before the knight's move on the top. So what about if white plays here?
And black will probably play there, yes.
And is it still possible for white to get this exchange move, or
maybe not?
Maybe not.
Well, the difference is that you can just leave that. Yeah. When black has this stone connecting this stone to these stones, this stone becomes much stronger. Whereas without this exchange, it's still potentially weak. And so
black has to connect this stone.
So the strongest move that black can locally play is this move. And this is going to start a fight. This might be what Kache is thinking of doing. But if we have this exchange in first, now these black stones are very, very strong. They're connected up to these stones. And so black has nothing to worry about in this fight. Whereas without this exchange, black does have to worry about these stones getting cut off, like white can play this exchange, which is locally not so good, but it does cut these two stones off. So if we have something like this ensuing, then not only are the white groups weak, but there's a lot of weak black groups. This would be a very, very exciting fight. And I can't really say who's going to win this fight, but obviously there is a difference
So the timing
between
is
that.
very
And
important.
yeah, the timing here is important. Still, I would, being the black player, I would sort of want to push through here and start the fight, just because this would be. There are more black stones in the immediate area here. Like there's only 3 white stones, and we can count 5 black stones in the immediate area. After black's played the move, that is. So black does have the initiative in this immediate area, and would like to be able to play strongly.
I see. Okay.
So we have a choice there. Black curling underneath on the 3rd line, this would be the safe move.
Safe
And
move,
pushing
but-
through here would be the strong move.
and start
Yeah.
the fight right away.
And when you have stones like this very close to each other, they're like if they're right next to each other like this, they're touching, and you usually want to answer. And even when they're diagonally close like this, they're pretty good close to. They're almost touching anyway, and so usually you want to find a local move for black.
Okay. Which
He
I can-
seems to be deep in thought.
yeah. And normally when professional players get close to the board, it means the game is getting intense and
Oh, yes.
more intense.
Well, it's very interesting just to see the way the postures of players, because they do change, and you can sort of zero in on the board
Yeah.
sometimes, and sometimes well, it's different with every player, but it's just the way that people concentrate. Some people sort of fidget a little bit as they're thinking, and you can see that they're maybe reading sequences out or maybe counting the score.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay.
And it's a good point where you can see he's thinking because he's been given a choice. Like there are two moves that locally are both good moves. Like curling underneath is a good move, and pushing through to fight is also it's a reasonable move too. And so you have two moves to choose from, and it's very hard to evaluate which is the better move. This is a point where I would like to go to AlphaGo after the game, and AlphaGo can give a winning percentage for the possibility of each move, and so I would like to be able to see what winning percentage it gives
Is
black
that a
to
move?
push through, and
Okay.
what winning percentage when it crawls. That's the kind of thing that we could use. Professionals could use AlphaGo to teach ourselves as a teaching tool.
Well, we're waiting for the next move. I actually got another question for you. Is it
Okay.
okay to ask? So, speaking of the large dice move, the enclose,
Yes.
what would you think if the stone is on the start point?
Yes.
And the large knight's move would be more possibly played compared with the small knight's move?
Well, actually,
Nowadays.
with AlphaGo, I don't think I remember seeing AlphaGo playing this move. This move is actually weak in the corner because black can jump into the through 3-point and fairly easily make a life.
I see.
Whereas if we compare it to this, which is also a wide open enclosure, although black has a number of moves that can go inside, they're not always guaranteed to make a life. And like it depends on the surroundings. And so very easily the situation can change, especially with this enclosure. Very easily the situation can change in that white will not be able to make a life. Like even an extra move somewhere around here or somewhere around here will completely change that, and it will become a black territory. Whereas if you have a stone on the start point and a wide extension like this, you really need a stone close to the corner, like the 3-4 point or something like that,
Spin
to
under.
enclose it safely.
I see.
So this is a move that we saw a lot in the early period of professional play in Japan. So that started about 4 centuries ago. But then they decided it was too weak in territory. So it's not been around for a while. I mean, it has been played in some cases. In fact, one of the humans played it against AlphaGo in the Master series. But it's relatively unusual. And this is also, like locally, if we have black jump in here, and white cover on top, and black play something like this, then we can say it looks like black can make a life, like if we have this continuation, white covers underneath, and then if black does something in the corner, it'll be relatively easy for black to make a life. Yeah.
Yes.
But it all depends, like if white has an extra stone somewhere around here,
be more
then sometimes
difficult.
it's going to be a lot more difficult, for black to live. And so this is a kind of a pattern we see a lot in AlphaGo's games when it was playing the Master Series, because it did find ways to play these moves at critical points in the game and change that into a territory very cleverly. And all of this, whether this becomes territory or not, it's not important right now, but it becomes important later in the game.
Yeah.
And so the timing is very important. Like at this point, this part of the board is really, really very important. Oh, so Kache did push through. So the fight here
It's
could be
about to
decisive. So they have to focus on this one fight here. But if the game proceeds to be contested by territory, then eventually they'll have to worry about areas like this. And of course, this area is very important too.
Whoa.
Okay, so white didn't go for an all-out fight.
Right.
So white attached against the corner. And again, this is similar to the variation I was showing with black rolling here, in that white is trying to sort of set up a trade. At this point, if black plays underneath, then there's a lot of space here for white to maybe move into the corner. And this would be a lot of weak black groups. So it's relatively safe for black to play something like this, in which case, again, white is sort of playing some forcing moves from the right side and reducing the value of
the connection
coming
of-
down here of black's connection. So again, white is sort of, maybe AlphaGo is going to play here, maybe not, but this is a move that is always going to be one of the feasible moves that AlphaGo is thinking about.
I see.
But you know, it's hard for me to judge. But I have the feeling that AlphaGo at some point will want to play something on the top and allow black to connect underneath. But maybe a few more moves in the upper left first. But we don't even have this move yet.
Right.
Black does want to play something in the corner because allowing white to play here would allow white to dominate that corner, and it would be really big. And that would be bigger than anything that could happen on the side here.
I see.
So I'm sort of assuming that black's going to play here. But, you know, when a player like Kece is deep in thought like that, he can surprise you too. Yeah,
Yes.
so, yeah.
Probably he didn't
Yeah.
expect this move when he pushed here.
Well, locally, this is the natural shape. But then black will cut here. And with the extra black stones in the area, it looks like a fight that black can win. So I was thinking locally, this looks good for black.
I see.
And so since white does have fewer stones in the area, like there's 3 white stones to the 5 black stones, white doesn't really need to get an even result locally. And so it's a position that's hard for some players to handle because white is not really aiming at an even local result. White can have a less than even result because white has used less stones to get there and has some extra stones elsewhere on the board. So judging how bad it can be or how good you want it to be is always a very delicate and difficult matter to judge.
I see. Interesting. So my feeling of white, maybe I'm wrong, but my feeling of white is white doesn't want to start the fight right away. Instead, white wants to force black to respond to white's move, and then make the things more simple. Is it right?
It doesn't look simple to me yet, but I think you have the general idea there that white is, like if white wanted to play an all-out fight, white would be heading in that direction from this move. But the moment white plays here, we have the feeling that white is sort of dodging around and avoiding a confrontation here. So, so white is just trying to gain some points towards the upper side of the board and making the value of this group lower, making it less valuable. So in that way, what you say is perfectly correct. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And more concentrated on the outside of this board here.
Yeah, and I'm really wanting to, now this again. This is connection. You can see that there's a kind of a hole in black's group. Like these black stones are not completely connected. So if next white pushes through here, black covers and white will cut somewhere. Where do you want to cut? White has a choice.
Is it a question? Is it a test? Pop quiz. Okay, I will
black
probably
will, the proverb says you go after the cutting stone, so black will capture that stone. And we can see that white can, at the very least, white can get a very thick shape here connecting white stones. So this would be good for white. But of course, it's black's turn now. So black has to deal with that cut. So one way would be to play something like this. This would be the simple way to deal with that. Otherwise, black could also deal with it this way, which is a a bit more territory in the corner, but there's still some weakness here.
I see. Would you say if black either extend or connect, white will enclose the
Locally
outside?
covering on the top is an option. Seems to be the most natural move.
I see.
Yes.
Okay.
And so again, white is sort of going to allow black to connect on the side here. And in this case, instead of doing this, which I was sort of wanting to do, which would expand this, but as I was saying,
Looks
it's not
very
really
big.
territory yet. So maybe this was not good enough for AlphaGo, but instead AlphaGo is going to concentrate on making a shape on the upper side.
AlphaGo's move is always surprising.
Yes.
Okay. Would it be possible for black extended out or the
And black
cutting
can
point?
extend out, yes. I think in that case, white would probably, there's a
It's
question
still-
of the order of moves. Maybe white would play once here first. But
force the
what I'm trying to set up is this time white would probably cut on the
The
outside.
outside.
Yeah.
I see.
And in this case,
If black Atari is here,
and white would take the corner. And so this would be a nice territory for white in the corner. Looks okay for white. Otherwise, if black does not allow that to happen, then black would protect the corner and white would pull back. But this corner black group is not 100% alive yet.
yes.
And black has to worry about these stones too, and these stones. And white also has this weak group and this weak group. So it's going to be a very, very complicated fight. I have the feeling that it's going to be okay for white because even if white loses this group, if white can get a solid attack against this black group, it's probably good for white. And black does have, so black has three groups to worry about. And this white group is possibly expendable. And white's going to concentrate on this. So white's game plan is relatively simple, and it's much more complicated for black.
I see.
So black would probably sacrifice the corner by capturing this stone in this variation.
I see.
And maybe it's going to happen.
Oh,
Okay.
I was
so,
very close. I'm actually close.
You know, I'm sort of shocked that I'm getting it right so many times because I wasn't expecting to judge the position so correctly. But black will probably have to. Black really wants to connect this one stone, and then I think we will see AlphaGo pushing through there and cutting. So any of these fights that are local, they end up in some kind of a trade, and so one side is gaining. Let's just put those stones back on.
Yes.
Just have white capture the corner. And so in this trade, white is gaining a lot in the corner. And black will be able to, well, of course, black can connect underneath here, but black would probably play something on the outside first.
To make it
So black
heavier?
is gaining something here, and probably gaining a lot of strength in this area, which will sort of radiate towards the lower part of the board, so it reduces the value of white's area here. While white gets some solid profit in the corner here. And so who's gained more in this? The honest answer is I don't really know. It looks like maybe it's about even.
Okay. Interesting. Okay.
And so now it's AlphaGo's move. Oh no, it's still Kache's move. But like at this point, black could gain a solid advantage on the upper side by playing something like this. But allowing white to play here would probably be too big because this would not only be big towards the left side of the board, but it would also create a strong white group that would have an influence on the fighting that will start in the lower side of the board. And for instance, if black allowed white to surround this whole area, it would be much too big. Like getting the whole upper side would not be good enough for black. So it would force black into a disadvantaged fight on the lower side of the board. So I'm not really expecting Guache to play this kind of move. I'm expecting him to connect here. Oh, he played Atari? Now this is going to be different maybe. Yeah, okay. Maybe he's just going to play one Atari and then connect. But this took me by surprise a little bit.
I see. Okay. So after Atari and connect here, and when
White will do that, and it will be a
again-
similar trade, I think, to
I
what
see.
I think what black is planning to give up the corner.
Okay.
The question is, which side does black connect? Like, black can connect on either side. Both seem to be feasible. Like connecting on the top is also threatening later to cover white on the top here and capture the whole group. And so this would be more aggressive. Connecting on the third line, saving the stone that is in danger, is the more orthodox move. That's what he played. Yeah.
He got it in the bottom. Okay. So Koji has already spent about 45 minutes,
Yes.
and AlphaGo only spent 15 minutes.
Well, as happens with top human games also, from the beginning, it very quickly developed into an opening position that we haven't seen before. And so part of it was that Krache was playing pretty original moves, but also, of course, AlphaGo is also a very unusual and strong player. Also, white has gone after the corner. And so this trade that is going to happen is probably pretty close to what I was expecting. I think we have our other pair of commentators coming up to us.
Welcome.
So welcome onto stage, Kim Hajin, Hajin Lee. Yes.
Hi.
Hi,
Hi.
Michael. Hi,
Nice
Stephanie.
to see you.
So have you been studying the game while we were?
Goodness. Yeah, it's really heating up.
So how do you think of what do you think of the game at this point, Hajin?
So it's just getting more intense with this corner fight. We
Yes.
will see more of,
Yes, it's going to be so you're going to take the next hour of the commentary for us?
yes.
Right.
It's going to be an exciting hour, I'm sure.
Sure looks that way.
So I'm expecting that there's going to be a trade here pretty soon.
Yes,
And so then maybe the game is going to shift to a different part of the board.
sure.
So do you have any ideas about what's going to happen right now?
Oh my gosh.
Yes, I think as you mentioned,
idea.
white will be cutting on
Cutting,
this side,
yes,
and
yes.
then black will probably give up the corner.
Yeah. So I think we'll
Okay,
just leave
so
you now, and
Yeah, we're gonna.
Looks
Stephanie and
exciting.
I will be coming back in about an hour, I think.
All right,
Yeah.
we'll see you then.
Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right.
Yes,
Wow. Quite a first hour they had there, too.
I know.
We're seeing a lot of creativity out of Koji already. I suppose we should introduce ourselves first. I'm Andrew Jackson. I work with the American Go Association.
My name is Hajin Lee. I'm a YouTube creator and a former professional Go player. From 2014 to 16, I worked for the International Go Federation, and I had the privilege to work on Google DeepMind Challenge match last year in Seoul, Korea.
That's right. You were instrumental in organizing the event. It's great to have you back.
I had the busiest 2 months of my life.
Well, hopefully this one is not quite as busy. We get to focus on the game, which is pretty great. It looks like AlphaGo has decided which side to cut on. So
Yes, as
Did-
expected.
As expected.
Yes. So just to quickly recap the game from the beginning, the Kaje's 3-3 point in his move 3 was already very unconventional.
Very surprising.
Yes, and that is the signal that Kaje wanted to play very territorial style.
Right. We saw matching 3-3 points very early on.
Yes, and this 3-3 point was even more surprising.
I think Michael was talking about it in the pre-match commentary, how AlphaGo has historically been able to invade the 3-3 point at what has traditionally been considered too early. And it
Yes.
seems like Koji was preventing that from happening by both playing on his own 3-3 point and taking AlphaGo's 3-3 point as well.
Yes. So in the beginning, black was leading the opening by being very territorial, and then white was sort of pushed to be like more center oriented.
Right.
But then over here, as the fight started, now white is showing more flexible variations, and then I think we will see that white's getting the corner. Let's follow the moves.
Right.
Yes. As Michael mentioned over here, it's difficult for black to connect here because once white connects this one stone, black's corner is not alive yet. And then these 4 stones will be also cut off from this side. So that will be very difficult fight for black. So although the corner is quite big, it's better to give up these 2 stones and then become strong here. Another benefit for black to be strong around this area is that once black's strong, it's easier for black to reduce this white's moyo.
Right. If black took all of the cash in the corner,
Yes.
white's potential here must match black's cash.
Right, yes.
Oh, sorry.
So black got the corner. Then black played here. So this white's 4 stones, it's not completely captured yet, but white will not try to save it, at least not right away. Because if white tries, for example, if white pushes here, black will be playing the hane. And here is the difficult part. How would you save this white?
Oh, it seems like they're rather lonely. It seems the strength here, I imagine the connection underneath will help black to put more pressure on the white stones, right?
Right. And then bigger problem is that the only move for white is this one. Yes, look at his face. What is the name of this shape?
We call this an empty triangle, and it's one of those moves that we are taught not to play because it's kind of inefficient, I suppose.
That's right. This empty triangle, it's one of the bad shapes that we always try to avoid.
Right.
So because white will be forced to be a bad shape, and also, as you mentioned, black can connect underneath anytime. So there is not much point for white to try to save those 4 stones.
Right.
So the natural direction for white would be either the upper side or the lower side. So now that black is getting stronger here, it will be very natural for black to come over here next time. So to prevent that white could be coming around here.
Something to sort of forestall that and also maybe sketch out a territory on the bottom side.
Yes, it's not clear which exactly would be the best spot, but direction-wise, the lower side is a good place. Another good place is the upper side.
Where would we play? Where would you expect to see a move on the upper side? An extension on?
Right. On the upper side, white wouldn't want to go toward the center because if white is too far from the corner, for example, if white is around here, then black can easily split white.
Something here or here?
Yes, black can do this one or that one. And with that, not only white is not getting more territory, but also white's 1 stone will become weak.
It'll be divided.
Right, yes. Also, once white is weak around here, black will easily capture these 4 stones and also strengthen this area.
Right. So clearly we can expect AlphaGo to maybe make a more modest extension?
Yes. So maybe around here would be a good distance.
That seems very patient.
Yes.
So which side would you prefer, I suppose, the top or the bottom, if it were you?
I think I would actually prefer the upper side.
The upper side?
Yes, because over here I wouldn't actually know how to start. Because as Michael mentioned earlier, locally black has a way to live in the corner.
Right.
Yes, this is better start point. And when white blocks either this one or that one, yes.
We saw this.
Yes, black can attach there. Another thing is that black can also clap here or cut, meaning this area is kind of open also.
Right. So because of the 2 openings,
Yes.
it would be tough for white to protect both of those with 1 move.
Right.
So it would be easier to just make a point on the top and leave this as black's problem.
Yes, exactly.
I see.
So I would expect the upper side.
The upper side.
If AlphaGo wants to be surprising, maybe AlphaGo could invade here again.
Oh, wow. That would be very bold. I think AlphaGo is sort of compromised. It looks like it extended along the bottom to destabilize these groups.
Yes, that's an interesting choice because, as Stephanie mentioned earlier, you often try to go to the wider side. That's how we all studied. But here you're seeing that it's not as wide as either upper side or lower side.
Right.
But then as white's playing there, white is strengthening the corner. And then also looking at some black's weak points later.
Maybe the cutting point.
Yes,
here.
exactly.
And that moving these stones out would then become a danger, right?
Yes.
So black appears to have reacted by invading directly.
Yes, so that move was also kind of an invitation for black to invade.
Rolling out the carpet, as it were.
Yes, exactly, yes.
Why is that? Does black... Can you explain what you mean by that?
Of course, yes. So when white comes here, black doesn't really have a choice but invade here, because now the lower side is getting bigger. If black waits for too long, then once
Black
white
plays up
comes
here.
here, it's going to be difficult to invade then.
Because now that sort of takes away some of the potential of this invasion.
Right, it's a lot more difficult with one white stone over
I
there.
see.
So black came over
So
here.
black has to invade, basically.
Yes.
And white,
And there is no black stone
there's
here.
no black stone.
Yes.
Right, excuse me.
Then white peeped here. We call it peep.
Right.
Yes.
He's looking in at the cutting point.
Yes. And that's also an interesting move, because black doesn't have to connect, but there are some ways to answer this move.
What sorts of ways?
Yes. So if there were no black stones around here, connecting here would be probably the only response that black can think of.
Right.
But if black captures these 4 stones, cutting over here becomes meaningless. So, for example, if black blocks here, that would completely capture those white stones.
Right.
But this is, in a way, also limiting black's potential. For example, if black's connected here, black's territory might not become only this area, but more of this looking at that area.
May be able to build it out.
Right,
larger.
yes.
Right.
So there is pros and cons.
And if black turns,
Yes.
presumably white won't cut directly because black can simply connect underneath.
White probably won't cut right away, but later, at some point, white's cutting would be sente, meaning black will need to answer underneath.
Right.
And that exchange would somehow prevent black's coming out here,
Right.
because after
The cut.
this
Sorry.
exchange, yes, if black tries here, white can push through and cut. Yes. And then like this.
I see.
Yes.
I see. I see.
So this cut is only possible if this place is cut.
Right.
And that's because suppose there is a black stone here, and then white tries to cut now, then black can come out here once, and then connect, yes. Then there is nothing white can do.
Right. The black stones will be connected underneath through the second line.
Right. The difference was that if there's a black stone, black can cut here, and then white can cut here, and then black will have to come back.
Right. If black tries to take this stone, this is Atari, and white will capture these 3.
Yes. So black took some time and then decided to play here. I would say that's somewhat safer choice.
Yeah, it seems like black has a lot of cash with this turn.
That's true, yes. It's a good cash.
So is it then beholden on white to try and turn this move into something to apply pressure to this invasion? Or
Yes, I would say this is good timing for white to come close from this side. And then black will need to come out.
and now these 2 stones are sort of running in this sea of white influence, I guess.
Right, yes.
But it seems like white doesn't have a lot of cash yet. I mean,
Right, white has good potentials here and there. But as I mentioned before, they are all kind of open. It's not solid territory yet.
right.
The only place white can call it like solid territory is
The corner
the
up here.
upper corner.
How much would you count for this corner, do you suppose?
What do you think?
Well, me?
Yes.
Let's see. I would call this maybe 10 points with an option for more if white gets the extension.
That's right.
So
When you
4. Sorry, go ahead.
Yes, when you try to count, you usually count like a very absolute border. So imagine there is a border like this, and then like that, yes, like this,
Oh, just like
yes.
this.
So you imagine this shape in your head, and then count the inside, which will be 11 points.
Oh, I was
When
off.
we count the dead stones, 1 stone becomes 2,
Right.
because later you fill in your opponent's territory with your captured stones.
Right.
So this is 4 plus 7.
Right.
So your assessment was quite accurate.
Well, you know, off
10
by 1
plus.
errors are one of the
Yes.
problems that programmers
Yes.
have. So Yeah.
So 11 plus points because white's territory can grow bigger later. But
And
yes,
go ahead, you first.
yeah, but black has a good territory here,
Mm.
and then good potential here, and some corner territory.
And white will need to match that with its territory here, with the potential here.
Yes. Yes, but we are making it sound like black is ahead, but that is not the point.
Just in cash.
That's right. So meaning the decisive territory can be good for black, but then white has better potential, plus black has a weak group over here.
Right. White will be able to make some points by attacking
Right,
the black
yes.
group. And it looks like white's attack seems fairly territory focused here, perhaps with this kick.
Yes, with that kick, I would expect white to continue from that corner side. So that's making a clear choice that white is not going to worry about this area right now, but focus on this corner.
Okay. The next move seems a little unexpected to me. White cut.
Yes, that should be sente.
Ah,
Black will need to answer.
need to connect underneath.
Yes, I would expect that. And then probably around here.
Right.
So now that white is adding moves around here, we see that white is
This is really expanded. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 by 30 points of. I don't assume it's too soon to call this cash. Would you say that the corner is
getting very close to
very
big.
close
Yes.
to being complete? Wow.
Yes.
So if that's 30 points, that would match a lot of black's territory already. But that corner and this looks like another.
Yes, true. And also
15.
once white comes here, it will be very difficult for black to tenuki. Yes, so black will need to come around here to make some base for these two stones. And then black will get sente, get
Right.
the upper side,
So
which is the last white area.
White will have the initiative then to turn and reduce black's framework elsewhere.
Yes, yes. So one strategy you can see very often in professional games is that even if some choices are suboptimal locally, but if that move gives you sente and allow you to go to the very next best place, then that can be actually better overall.
Right. The jockeying for the sente, for taking the initiative.
Right, right. Especially when there's only one good area. Like if there are two good areas to go, then it's not as urgent.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense.
Yes.
Because you'll be sure to get one of them after they take the other
Exactly,
one.
yes.
But in this case, there's only one more urgent area left.
Right, only one wide good area.
I see. I see. So I assume that we're expecting to see Koje make a base on the bottom.
Yes. Another strategy white can think over here is to actually pincer.
Oh. And
Yes.
just directly attack these.
Yes. And then this move is kind of forcing black to jump out. And then white can follow from this side. So I would say we often call it like tighter strategy. It's like you are not really giving your opponent room for breathe.
I see it. So this is a tighter strategy.
Yes.
Got it. And so the base here, it's presumably harder for black to be able to make a base. Does this prevent the clamp aji from being as effective, or?
Clamp is still available.
Still available.
Yes. Later, when black clamp over here, if white tries to disconnect, black can cut here.
Right.
And then when white cuts, black will come out. And this coming out makes these three stones in Atari.
Right.
White will need to connect, and black comes out, and these two stones are captured.
Right. Black will be able to catch those two stones if white saves that one stone.
Yes. So even after this move, this area is still not quite white's territory yet. But it can do the purpose. Drive black to the center and then follow.
So black is really deliberating about connecting underneath. Do you suppose
Oh, yes.
he's thinking of some other options?
So
Maybe he's thinking he can take some sentes around here first? Or I assume we wouldn't want to do that, as that might preclude us from...
right. if there is a way to get sente, that could be helpful. But black needs to be very careful not to give too many forcing moves to white after.
So if he can get
Yes.
sente from playing a move around here, it would be great.
Right, yes.
But the risk that he runs is that he ends up giving too many favors.
Right, yes. Letting white become too strong outside.
Something like this, for instance, would just be helping white secure the corner.
That's
No
right.
help.
Yes, when black comes here, white will probably block from
Block
the
above.
upper side, yes. Because if white blocks here, black can come out.
And now that actually makes the push work.
Right, yes. But if white blocks from this side, you can see that white is getting stronger here.
Right.
And another thing is that even after this kicking, the white's corner is not 100% secure yet.
There's still some aji in the corner
Yes.
for black.
Still there is some room for black. But if black plays a few moves around here, and white gets some moves around, then it's going to become quite solid.
I see. So the danger in making moves like this, if he can take it, he may get initiative, but he may give up a lot.
Yes.
I see.
So let's consider not answering at all. For example, black tenukis. Then white would split the black. And then black can hane. So over here, if you see the shape, often your intuitive way
That
to
was my first instinct.
go about the capturing race is to block here. But actually, by doing the hane here, black can save one liberty.
Can you explain how?
Of course, yes. So let's see here. After white split, imagine black plays here. How many liberties does white have?
I count 4.
Yes. What about black?
Also 4.
And whose turn is it?
Unfortunately, white's.
Yes. So that will be disaster for black.
As they alternate playing moves, black will be 1 short.
That's right, yes. But if black hanes here, white will come out, and then black blocks here. And then white, yes, comes out, and black blocks. Now how many liberties does white have?
3.5? I
Yes?
hesitate to say 3 because now there's a ko.
That's right, but does the ko help white to gain liberty?
No, it doesn't. Black can take these 3 liberties, and there was no extra liberty for white.
That's right, because white's taking this black stone is not sente. So exchanging this stone and this stone keeps the liberty at the same level.
Still 3 for white. Black
Yes.
still has 4.
Right, yes. So after this blocking, even if it's white's turn and white starts, black will come over here, and then black can get these white stones.
Right. Would black want to first take some extra liberties here, or would we avoid playing these moves with the
black-
fear of strengthening the corner? Sorry, this is a
No.
tougher question.
So yes, so territory point whites, black can exchange these moves. It does give black a few points, but it doesn't give black more liberty.
Right.
Yes.
And he won't have an eye, so he'll have to take the stones off the board either way.
Right, yes. So with this hane move, it is possible for black to tenuki. But it can be a little bit risky for black because, for example, later if there are white stones around, white can also think about this hane. So there can be some other variations that white can think of. Another... Yes. Yeah, I mean, yeah, about that much. So I guess it's nothing big for black to worry about.
Okay.
Yes.
So black's considering not answering here.
Right, yes.
And indeed, I don't think he did. It looks like he's made an exchange in the corner first.
Oh, so black invaded here.
What are we to make of this? Is this sort of an asking move, or is this part of a complicated plan?
That's a very good question. I wouldn't have expected that move. Actually, if you ask AlphaGo,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure AlphaGo didn't expect that move either. Because with black not answering the side, that means white has all these center moves
Right.
around, yes, at least. And that gives white's very strong position in the corner.
Right. If every move here changes the result of that capturing race,
Yes.
all of these moves can be thought of as white's right.
Yes, exactly. But in a way, this invasion is consistent with Kejie's strategy.
He's been very territorial.
Right, because Kejie is just only going after the territory.
Right. He's daring. Now, perhaps maybe we should think back to the match against Lee Sedol a year ago.
Yes.
Game 4, Lee Sedol's strategy was very territorial and essentially staking it all on a fight in the center.
Yes, that's true.
Is that sort of what we're hearing echoes of here in Kejie's strategy? Where he is taking all the territory, maybe he's going to leave this as a weak group.
Yes, it is similar in a way. Because the game 4, AlphaGo had a huge territory on the upper side.
Right.
And then Isidore made it, yes.
Went right in.
Right,
That's
right.
I think you can see that match on the past archives of the DeepMind YouTube channel.
Yes.
And I think you mentioned also, maybe AlphaGo did not predict it. I know in Game 4, they were able to use to investigate the policy network of AlphaGo and find out that the wedge move that Isidore found had only a 1 in 10,000 chance of being played.
Right.
So perhaps this is a similarly improbable move
Right,
that
yes.
Kejie is searching for.
Yes. And another interesting point is the time. So Kejie already spent more than 1 hour, when AlphaGo only spent 20 minutes.
20 minutes, so 3-1 in thinking time. Do you think Kejie will pick up the pace as the game progresses, or what do you suppose?
I'm not quite sure, because the game will become more and more complicated as it progresses.
So it'll be hard to speed it up.
Right, right. And this scene kind of reminds me of M. Lily Cup final round between Kejie and Isidore. I believe that was about 2 years ago.
Right.
And in that 5-match final, Kejie actually didn't spend much time, especially in the opening. And Isidore was thinking and thinking.
Much slower, yeah.
Yes. And later in the game, Isidore made a few, not quite the best move because he was under countdown. And that's how Kejie could turn the game around.
Turn the game around, that's
yes,
right.
in the end game.
It was very exciting,
Yes.
very tense match.
But now Kejie is the one who is spending the time.
The shoe is on the other foot, no question.
Yes.
Well, we'll see if the time pressure becomes an issue here. The time controls are 3 hours each person with 5 overtime periods of 1 minute each.
Yes.
So still a long way to go until we get there. But he seemed fairly decisive about the attachment.
Yes.
What do you expect to
Yes.
to occur
AlphaGo
next?
will probably let black live in the corner because it's going to be complicated to, for example, a Hane here, and then black can make the tiger mouth, and then after this, black can start a call, and then white cuts, yes. So for white, this is a not very good option, because if white loses the call, white will lose all the benefit of having strong position on
Right.
this side.
Right, right, right.
Another thing is that black has quite big court threats over there. Yes.
Extending out here, while these two stones are totally captured, he
Right.
can at least threaten to save.
Yes. So white doesn't want to start call. Yes. Yes. So in the extra game, white extended, and black will probably connect.
And is this a sufficient living shape here?
Yes. That connecting is sente because white has the weak points. White will probably need to connect, and then black needs another move to live.
A Hane and connect?
Yes.
presumably?
Yes. Right. Yes.
Or
Yeah. Connect. Yeah.
could
Connection.
white connect in a more efficient way, maybe toward the outside?
It is possible.
There's still some
But-
weaknesses.
not quite sure if that would be better than connecting, because after that jump, black has some like peeping and other things that black can do.
Got it. Okay. I guess we'll have to wait and see. Koje has indeed connected.
Yes.
So it's very interesting to see. I know after the AlphaGo matches a year ago, they
Yes.
had some folks on the internet compiled a graph of the thinking time that both players used. And AlphaGo was very consistent at using about the same amount of time for each move.
Right.
It seems to be fairly similarly methodical in its time usage so far.
Right. So, yeah, white connected.
Oh, just a solid connection.
Yes.
Great.
Black will certainly need another move.
We can expect the Hane. Is there any other choice?
Yes. Another way to leave is actually to come over here.
Oh,
But territory-wise, this is a better way.
I see.
Yes. And then connect here.
What would be the merits of this one?
Preventing white from monkey jump.
Ah,
Are you familiar with the term?
the monkey jump.
Yes,
Bane of Go players everywhere.
that's right.
Right. This is called the monkey jump. It is still connected to this stone out here, and it is rather disheartening to find so much of your territory disappear.
Right, yes. But in this case, it's still better to let white take that
monkey
endgame move
jump.
and then take this.
Have this Hane in connection.
Yes,
instead.
yes.
Right.
And then after that, even with the monkey jump, black's corner is alive because black can attach here, yes. And then Hane here, Atari here, yes. And then where does black play? Andrew. It's the test.
A test.
Yes.
The first of many, I'm sure. The proverb would say to maximize the eye space first.
Yes.
And that certainly would be my first instinct, but I would be worried about perhaps this clamp aji would turn it into a ko or something worse.
Right, right, yes.
So I would want to find a different move. This one I know is not enough space
Right,
because there isn't enough space here for two eyes.
right.
So I would need to find a vital point. Perhaps, yeah, this one looks, no, that won't work either. I don't know, where do I
So
find?
the trick is that black needs this
Oh, the
center.
exchange
Yes.
out here.
Right.
And now when white connects, I still am afraid I don't see it. Help me out.
Right. Here, black can play here.
Oh, because if white tries to break the eye here,
Yes. And then this one is sente. And white needs to connect. Then,
oh, and now I can play here. I've got a second eye.
yes.
No problem.
Yes.
White is unable to push in because these four stones will be in Atari.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes. But as I was talking about this, I actually noticed that maybe there is a better way for black to live.
Oh,
So after this, it seems like black can also do this. Yes. And then Hane, it will be better if it works because black really doesn't want to exchange these two.
because it weakens these two on the outside.
Right, yes. And Atari here,
That threatens, so white will capture.
yes. And then where?
Now, can I just play here, even though,
Yes.
yes, it won't be an
Right.
eye after I capture these two stones, but it
Yes.
does mean I don't need to worry about the clamp Atari.
Right, right, yes. If white comes in, black will Hane here. Yes. And then white does that, and then black takes the two stones.
And this threatens to make another eye, so white would need
Yes.
to recapture.
Right,
And I
yes.
have time to come back and make an eye here.
Yes. So that means black has a way to live.
Right.
So black connected in the actual game, and white will be attacking these two stones. So I'm very interested to see how AlphaGo manages to attack.
Yeah, it does seem as if this one maybe, because of all the clamp, is maybe not efficient enough.
Yes.
What do you expect? A pincer or something from the top, or?
My intuitive approach would be the pincer. And then when black tries to come out, white can be...
Surround on a really large scale.
Yes, yes.
Oh, man.
But actually, this kind of game is quite difficult. Because oftentimes, when you are only trying to leave, it's easier. So leaving side is often easier than the capturing side.
Right, harder to kill.
Right, yes.
And this is sort of staking it all on this one fight.
Right, yes.
Which I don't think we've seen AlphaGo choose that kind of game. Again, in game 4
Right, yes.
of the Isedal match, we did see this was Isedal's strategy, was forcing it on an all-or-nothing fight.
We have seen AlphaGo kind of threatening to attack, and then somehow make opportunities to gain points here and there,
Right.
And eventually winning by the points.
Right, it doesn't seem to stake it all on one end. It
Right.
is instead
Yes.
satisfied to take just enough profit
Yes.
from attacking.
Right.
I like this one. This would be a fireworks kind of a game.
Right, yes, it's going to be thrilling.
Yeah, this would be thrilling. We'll see what we come up with.
Yes. White made some exchanges over there.
White has made the Hane up here.
Yes, so...
White has made first the block, I imagine. And then here, the Hane on the outside. Is it looking for sente moves against these two sets of stones? Or what do you suppose it's aiming at?
White is trying to make it more difficult for black to connect to this side. With these exchanges, I think black will be playing Hane here. Black could also
Cut directly.
but Hane is a more common answer. So that when white tries to save the white stone, this exchange makes this stone heavier,
Right.
if that makes sense.
Yeah, if we had just cut directly, white would
Yes.
presumably want to play here instead.
Right.
So I guess by making it this way, black has sort of tricked white into playing the way that he wanted.
Right. Another thing is that with that exchange, white can't really get around here, sente. But without this exchange, these three stones are somewhat more vulnerable
I see.
to the white moves.
So presumably that is what white is looking for, and black is probably weighing the pros and cons of these. What would the advantages be of just playing here directly?
That white will have one fewer liberty.
One less liberty. So
Yes.
there are fewer forcing moves than against
Right,
this
right. But that's comparatively minor. So this was a more expected answer.
Right, and it looks like that is
Yes.
what he wants.
And even with the Hane, it still helps that later if black tries this knight move, for example, white can,
Cut across.
yes, cut here.
And now black will be, he would like to do this, I
Yes.
suppose.
I believe it's okay because it's a ladder. White cannot save the one stone.
Right.
But white's intention is to give up the one stone. Yes. And then surround this area.
Right. And now these two stones are just sort of fading
Yes.
naturally.
It's
White
like
doesn't even have
being
to do
swallowed
anything. Oh, boy.
without chewing.
The great white whale here,
Yes.
swallowed without chewing. Oh, dear.
Yes.
All right.
So with these exchanges,
We saw the pincer.
it's going to be difficult for black to connect to the center, at least not in a couple moves. White came here. But maybe this is a situation that Koje wanted to see. When Koje was showing this extremely territorial style, this must have been some kind of situation that he imagined.
He did mention that he had prepared a secret weapon against AlphaGo.
That's right, yes. I wonder if his secret weapon was being territorial.
Was taking the 3 points directly.
Yes.
Yeah. It is also unclear whether or not he was joking or not. It was a fairly flippant comment. So,
Yes.
but it seems as if the game plan has been developing as he intended it to,
Right, yes.
which I suppose also is a testament to AlphaGo's flexibility. It seems to be happy to play whatever game you let it.
Yes.
Certainly in the Master series of games, we saw AlphaGo adopt a whole variety of styles in response to
Yes.
the 60 professionals' attempts.
Right. Something we saw in Master Series of the games. So before those games, we only had the 5 games to see, 5 Isidore games and 5 Fanhui games.
Right.
And then we saw AlphaGo being really good at like managing the center.
Right.
But in a way, Isidore and Fanhui, they both have quite modern style, which is somewhat territorial.
Sure.
So against territorial players, AlphaGo showed management of the center.
Right.
But in the Master Series of the games, when players played central-oriented style, AlphaGo could actually become territorial.
Had no problem switching styles.
Yes, exactly.
Absolutely. And it seems in this case that Koje's opening with the early 3-3-point invasion, the 3-3 point on the third move.
Yes.
When was the last time I think you saw a 3-3 point in a professional game?
Before AlphaGo, I don't even remember.
It's been a long time, right?
Yes.
We'd have to go back to Go Saigen to find
Right.
3-3 point openings.
Yes, easily 20 years we would go back.
Right. Wow.
Yes.
Okay, so Koje has been very creative. Really looking forward to seeing how AlphaGo is going to respond to this. I don't want to say refute yet, but at
Yes.
least respond to his new approach.
Right, yes. So now Koje has an important mission to save these 2 stones.
He can't, Tanuki, he can't leave it.
That is possible. I believe that is also a possible way. But still, this area, if the whole area becomes white's territory, this
be
is
huge.
going to be too big.
Oh, goodness.
Black will need to reduce a lot or save 2 stones.
Is it possible that he could think about reducing from the center?
Yes. Around here, or maybe this is about good place.
How did you decide? I have to ask.
So I didn't want to go close to this side for the reason I mentioned. White can have some,
The forcing moves.
forcing
right?
moves around. And I also didn't want to come too close to this area because when white like splits around here, this black potential can be affected.
Right. So this right in the middle.
So
is
yeah,
the way to do
around
it.
the middle could
Just
be a
right.
way.
Okay.
But we actually have Koje's move,
He's going
which
to
is here.
save this way. And AlphaGo seemed very quick. Maybe I
That
just
was
had missed-
really quick. How much time did AlphaGo
It
spend?
seemed like a very quick response. So this Hane seems to make things rather dire. I don't know. Can Koje just lightly sort of spring
Yes.
away, give these up?
That's one option. So cutting would be the most intuitive way to proceed. Hane on this side or this side is also often used way to sacrifice the stones.
Sure. I have a
And-
weak heart. I want to run away from AlphaGo's influence as fast as I can. This is my
Right. And also maybe black is thinking about this cut at some point.
Instead of the clamp?
The clamp is safe move, and then cut is more aggressive.
What sort of sequences would you expect after the cut?
First one, the very first step is to check the ladder, whether white can capture the 1 stone by attacking here. Yes.
I can help.
And if we follow this way, wow, black cannot cut because of this exchange.
Because if this exchange breaks the ladder, do you think we should
Yes.
show it?
Yes.
Why don't we show it?
Yes.
Do you want to do the white ones or the black ones?
I'll do the black.
Okay. Well, I guess I should get more white stones then, huh? So this sequence, of course, is called the ladder because of how it sort of goes back and forth across the board.
Right, yes. So usually I wouldn't suggest we show the entire ladder, but in this case there are black stones, so it's easy to
assume.
Yes, easy to assume.
And you know what they say when you make assumptions?
What do they say?
Nothing I can repeat, I'm afraid.
So what's happening here?
Uh-oh.
Yes.
Oh, no. Because of
that's-
this stone?
I know that's truly magical. When white made this exchange, I thought white was only thinking about this area, but that actually prevented this cut here.
Huh. This is, of course, one of the reasons that Go has been such a difficult problem for computer programmers, because a move over here has an effect so far away.
Yes, right.
Makes it very difficult. Huh. Okay, so black can clearly not cut yet. But perhaps if he has some other moves around here, like
Yes.
this move looks like it would break the ladder, or maybe
Right,
even this
yes. More stones around here would certainly make the cut possible.
one. I see.
Yes. So when white cannot capture the one black stone by ladder, white can choose to come out like this, or white can also give this one stone up and
Just
block
sacrifice
from the
it
center. Yes.
And accept the loss in territory.
Right. But of course, this would be quite a good gain for black.
I would be happy,
Yes.
definitely.
So there is this cut. We will have to see what happens with that. And black hunted here.
And white Hane again.
Yes.
going to get
Actually, this
exciting.
double hane is not very unusual.
This is
Yes.
maybe not surprising, but it does mean that there's a lot of cutting points.
Yes, yes. So after this exchange, for black, I would say it's impossible to save these stones now.
Oh, he's now certainly going to give them up.
Right. It's now pretty much captured. Black's hope would be to get more
Forcing
points
moves?
around, yes, forcing moves around here, and then maybe cut this one.
Can he force one more
Or-
here, or?
This is possible, but before coming back here, white would exchange this cut,
I see.
and
Sorry.
yes, after this, black cannot really do much with this one stone.
So that leaves these two halves flailing on their own, I suppose.
Right. So that means black doesn't really want to do this right away.
Doesn't want to stretch for one more. As an amateur
Right.
player, when I see the double hane, I
Yes.
know that there are a lot more variations that I will need to start reading.
Right, yes. And then you see there's this double Atari. Most players'
Very eager.
concern would be to connect here right away.
Right.
But actually, this one stone is not as important as it looks because white's outside stones are so strong.
So this stone is less important than this stone.
Right.
Right.
This stone is more important because it's cutting these two white groups.
Right. So the cutting stone is very valuable, whereas this one is not.
Right.
So if white were to be eager to play a double Atari, black
Yes.
would be very happy to strengthen the cutting stone. Right?
Right, yes.
So how do you expect black to play then? If this is reaching for too much, is there...
Yes, so my guess would be that black cuts here now.
Ah, and that is... so these are actually ladder breakers. At this
Right, this Atari was a ladder breaker.
point. Right.
Yes,
You can see that it'll be tough for white to continue.
right. White can make tiger mouse. Then,
He's aiming to cut across.
yes, white will need to answer here.
And then that gives black some opportunity to jump away.
Yes, it's just somewhat awkward, but black could manage maybe around here. And one advantage of cutting here is that white's this group can become somewhat weak.
Could become a target later.
Yes, yes.
Right, he could turn it into a false eye maybe.
Right.
Sure. And that also would forestall any sort of invasion over here as well?
Right, yes.
White
Once
group is
white becomes weaker in this area, it's going to be easier for black to solidify this corner. But actually, black just blocked here first, it seems.
Oh, it looks like he did push.
Yes.
And rather than throwing that Atari, I think white let
Right.
him get away
I
with it.
expected white to exchange this cut. Oh, wait. I wonder if white didn't cut because of this Atari behind.
Oh, is there a
It's-
squeeze here, or?
So it's usually hard to think because oftentimes we say capturing like this in the center is too good.
Right.
But in this case, actually, it's more important to save.
To save these.
Yes, the under.
Save these stones.
Right.
for black.
Yes. So it's an exceptional situation over here.
Hmm.
So that's why white
Descends.
yes played here, and then connected.
Is this one necessary?
Yes. If white doesn't answer,
Hmm.
black would block this one.
Ah, now
Yes.
those 3 stones would be
Yes.
gone. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So that explains white's move there, which seems to give black a chance to fix on the outside.
Yes.
Just very deliberately there.
Yes. Right.
Hmm.
And white answered here because if white doesn't, black's hane here is a good point.
Wrapping around.
Right,
that
yes,
sort of-
limiting white's area.
I see. So instead, white jumps.
Right.
What do you make of the exchange here? Did black reduce sufficiently, or?
Yes, it does look like black did good reduction.
Did you say it does or does not look like a good reduction?
Did.
Oh,
yes,
it does.
yes,
okay.
yes, yes. But black still need to worry about this group over here.
Yeah, he needs to manage. Right?
Yes.
And if he cuts
Yes.
directly, is it possible that white can keep black from connecting? Is there any way?
So certainly black need one more move. Black cannot go just somewhere else.
Mhm.
One way to secure would be this one space jump. It gives a good shape.
Mhm.
Another way would be to connect here,
Oh, yeah.
right? And at this point, cutting is not as good an option because, excuse me, because white can Atari here. And then when black comes out, although it's not leather,
Mhm.
but white can peep here. Oh, actually, maybe white wouldn't exchange this one first.
But just peep
yes,
directly.
yes. White would peep here, and then if black connects, then it becomes leather.
Right.
Yes.
And if black does not connect,
Right.
then white would be happy to isolate these 3.
Right. Yes. So because of this peeping, instead of cut, it will be better to
clamp.
Yes.
I see.
But actually, black cut here. So I expected black not to cut here because of this peep. But the way to respond this peep could be to cut here.
Oh, and to squeeze from that side.
Yes. Oftentimes, though, it will be a little bit concerning that white can cut here.
Mm.
But with some area open here and white can get these 3 stones, maybe it is not a bad trade-off,
Right.
trade for black.
Because he can reduce the potential that white would be making in the center.
Yes, right. Another thing is that I get a feeling that black's pushing really hard to get as much
As much as possible.
Yes, as much territory as possible.
Right. And this is maybe a difference between the human approach and the computer approach, that humans always will be pushing for getting a little bit more.
Yes.
Whereas, particularly in the Master series of games, we saw a number of moves that would be a little slow, or maybe
Right.
not getting as much as it can because it knows it's already ahead.
Right, yes. So with black's cut here, let's see. White's Atari here doesn't really help white, as we saw before.
Right.
No leather. And then after this, if white tries to cut with the pip,
Mhm.
you can see this. Black can connect. And then if white tries to cut here, black will
black can push through.
Yes. And now white cannot block this one.
Because he'll capture these 2 stones.
Yes, because these 2 stones will be cut off.
Right.
So if white wants to cut here, just peeping is one way. Another way is to just cut directly. That's
Oh.
also possible.
Would black try to net or just ignore it and take the territory in the middle? Oh, sorry, I suppose maybe
Right.
the squeeze would be.
This is a good way.
Mm.
And net doesn't seem to work. But actually, the best response to this direct cut would be to Atari here. And
Do you assume white extends?
yes. And then Atari here again. Normally, you don't want to drive this ladder when you cannot capture
Right.
by ladder, because you're creating many weak points
Right.
in your shape. But in this case, you can Atari this one.
Ah. And white can't
Right.
answer.
So
Oh.
this stone is Atari, but if white answers here, then it becomes the ladder.
It makes the ladder at the last possible moment.
Right,
when
yes.
it's too late for
And
white to dodge.
If white plays here, black can take this
And
one.
that's a much better result than
Yes.
the previous squeeze that we saw. It's a lot
Right,
more
that would be
territory.
too good for black.
Yeah?
So that means white can either peep here or tenuki. Tenuki is always a good option. White has secured the territory here.
So white doesn't need to answer at all. Could leave that squeeze and
Yes,
everything
white could leave this area as it is.
and maybe extend on the top, or
Actually, white played here.
oh,
I would have
Aha.
guessed the upper side,
but
but
instead white's playing on
yes,
there.
but I saw the white's move.
Okay. Is this surprising then? You would have expected the upper side, but instead we're here. Why?
Yes.
What could AlphaGo be aiming at?
AlphaGo is trying to take an advantage of some sente moves around here. So at the moment, there isn't much white can do over here. But once white has some moves around here, the things can change.
Right.
Another thing is that because white has some forcing moves around here,
Right. We saw a couple sequences where these three stones are
right,
cut
yes.
off.
So that means it will be more difficult for black to attack this one stone.
Right. Huh. All right. Well, Koje seems to be deep in thought in how to reply here. Is there any move that immediately jumps to mind?
Yes,
Perhaps
the
to jump.
first idea would be to attach here and then connect underneath. And then this is going to be somewhat complicated fight. White can think about some ways to reduce the corner,
Oh.
right? And this move can probably connect this black over here, but connecting this area actually doesn't give black that many points,
Right.
only a few. And then also this area here is open.
I see. I see. So he can connect, but maybe that isn't a
Right,
good option for him.
not very attractive maybe at this point.
Can he think of a counterattack on that white stone?
Right. So actually black jumped out here, which is probably like a second most common response to this invasion.
Right.
So either you try to connect or you jump out.
Right. And white now is taking away one of black's options by jumping down.
Yes, because there is that connection later.
Right.
And also this one is almost sente, because if black doesn't answer, white can connect to this area.
And this jump here is connected because of that move on the second line?
Right, yes, because of this shape.
I see.
This jump is also looking at this attach over here.
Scooping out the whole corner.
Yes, right. And because of these two stones, it will be difficult for black to keep this stone separated from these two stones.
I see. So how can he deal with the threats on both sides?
We will have to see.
I guess that is Koje's problem here.
Right, yes. One simple way to deal with them is not to worry about this. And then just yes, come around the center. let white connect to either side.
And then take a big
yes,
point on the top.
take the upper side.
Maybe just this one? Or would
This
we want to take
one,
something
or
maybe
like over there.
It would be hard to decide.
Yes, yes, around there.
I see.
Yes, actually, even this one could work too.
Oh, wow.
Yes, because of this
Oh, the
area
potential of
that
these
black
two.
can take in center. Yes.
Got it.
So the intuitive direction would be to come around the center like this.
Because again, this is still the largest undecided area.
Right, yes.
I see.
More aggressive way would be to, black could consider following white around here.
And maybe then he will aim at trying to attack this white group?
Yes. But I would imagine playing around here is not as attractive.
So you're expecting sort of a cap there.
Yes, I'm expecting around here.
All right.
Either one space or the knight's move.
Well, you know, I see a couple other people whose opinion we could ask on the situation. Michael and Stephanie, would you like to join us? I think our shift is up. So what do you think? We've seen another hour of play. And
yes, very exciting.
It's getting more complicated.
Oh, yes.
And we've seen Kratze playing for a lot of territory here.
Yes.
And there were some moves that AlphaGo played that we find hard to understand. Like the cut here, which was not even Sente.
Yeah.
Very confusing. And you know, at that point we were thinking that KJ maybe had a lead. But I think Stephanie has some information about
From
the review room, the study room.
Not from the study room, but from a Chinese professional's points of view. This
I
game,
see.
yes.
Well, I look forward to hearing the Chinese professionals' points of view.
According to Yu Bing Naidan, we're seeing the first 50 moves, 50 moves. It's kind of equal and even. So he was kind of a little surprised
that it was so well balanced.
That Kaji is doing so well.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's see what's
maybe
gonna
we'll head
happen.
to the audience and you can tell us more of the more of you being in.
Yes. And it's a difficult fight that's just starting here. And yeah, so it's going to be hard to comment on this one. Yeah. So probably saving you in the nick of time.
All right.
But we're going to be in trouble. Yeah.
Great.
Yes.
We're looking forward to it. Good
Yeah.
luck.
Yes. So we'll see you in an hour.
We'll
Yes.
be back in an hour.
Yes.
That's right.
Yeah.
After you.
Okay.
Thank you. All right.
Yeah, so Kratze has taken territory in every part. This area is going to be black territory, territory here. And of course, started with this. And this area is going to be black's territory too. So black's taking territory all over the place. So just the last two moves. Connecting under here is really a kind of a fishy move. It's a lot of bad aji in the corner. Like if white plays here, then black has to be very careful to be playing on this side. This is one, like if black plays this way, then it's going to be, black is going to be back, just heading into a trap here with very bad shape when white does this kind of thing and this. And we can see that there's a lot of black stones that are in danger here, like this one is in Atari, and white pushes through. This is just going to be a disaster for black. So this is an example of what black doesn't want to do. Of course, when white attaches here, black will want to just play on this side, and this will have white living in the corner and black getting a strong group on the outside. So actually this was an option, but maybe he didn't like the idea of something like this happening, which is another possibility, in which black would probably have to play something like this to make a connection, but not really getting very much territory, and white would still have weak points like this or this to look at.
I see.
And so this was actually a real possibility, but Kratze apparently didn't think that this was good enough. So this is a fighting move. And now white prevents black connecting. And this protected the corner. Like as Hajin was pointing out, this is a weak point in the corner here that white can aim at after having a stone here. Like just the combination of this and this, there's a kind of a connection here that white can aim at. So this erases that, because when black does have the hanging connection here, or what they call the tiger's mouth sometimes, is after that, now black has the option of just capturing this one stone, so it's easy for black. So there's no aji there. And, oops, sorry about that. And it also, there is some effect that it makes it less attractive for white to connect underneath. So although this is one move that could be played, also white might be thinking of jumping out. Oh, but this is, okay, the game is. And so when black peeps here, now again, this move is working for black to, like if white plays something like this or like this even, it's difficult for white to completely erase the cutting point here. Now if white plays here, this is going to be some kind of a trade. If white connects, then black will be able to cut white off here. So it's when he, of course, if white just connects underneath, this is going to be white's territory, but black will be able to push through here. I think this would be good for black. So white plays this.
White played here.
Now the meaning of this move is that if black usually would want to save the corner territory, if black plays this way, then white can force with this move, and now these stones are connected because white has the hanging connection here, and so white can go ahead and connect underneath. And so that's the meaning of this white move. And of course, if black does not allow that, there's another meaning to it, and is that white can play here. Now white's going to take away the corner territory. And so this works for white too. So this is the tesuji that springs to mind for any professional player. So we're going to, obviously, since Kwache played this move, he has a plan for this. And like he could pull back here maybe, and then he would still have the cut here. Yeah. So this would be one way for black to handle that. I don't really like this variation because black has trouble with shape at this point.
Right, and the territory in the corner looks
it
pretty
disappears.
good.
It becomes a white territory. This way, black gains continues to have most of the corner, and is still threatening to push through here.
Yes.
So this is the move that I would want to choose.
So after that exchange move, what white?
Oh, no, he didn't do it that way.
Oh, he pushed.
So now white's going to take the corner.
And
maybe here.
connect.
If black plays here, then white's going to play an Atari on the outside. Black connects, and white connects. And black will push through probably, I think.
Yes.
Unless he plays something like this, would be really exciting, but I don't think
I'm
it's going
not
to work.
brave enough to play there.
But then white would play underneath here to make a living shape. So now white's alive in the corner, and black would need one more stone here. So black is getting territory on the outside. So it's completely different from what we sort of expected, just seeing that. And again, the players have not played, like I was doing so well this morning, but now they're playing moves that I didn't foresee. So when black pushed through here, white played the wedge. This is the other way white can play here. In this case, black will cut. And there's really no point for black to cut white off now because this is such a big move in the corner. So black will play here, and white will be able to connect. And in this variation, black still has most of the corner, and white has the side. But white also has the potential to move out in the center here. So there's some, what we say in Japan, we call it aji, or some taste left behind. Yes. So the game has come to this. I'm still expecting black to play to extend here and allow white to connect underneath. And so the territory here that white is gaining in this exchange is not really very important because white's building on a strong group. So it's just some territory, and the territory that black gets is on the upper side, even if black plays something like this. It's really hard to choose a good point, like black could play here, but I sort of doubt that the whole side would become black's territory. So this would be one way to do it, in which case white would jump in and it would be a fight there. Or if black thinks he's winning, then black would play a more conservative move and then just make sure of this area. So the next move after this happens would maybe be a kind of an indication of how Kwache is feeling about the game. Because like if he's saying I've won already, maybe he would even play a move like this, but you don't usually see a top player playing such a defensive move. And this would mean that he's feeling happy. But then if he plays here, it means he has to go all out to win the game.
I see.
So it's a kind of barometer to see how the player is feeling at this point.
I see.
Because it's a point where a number of moves, at least these two moves, both seem reasonable and possible to play.
Okay. So would you think there is any aji here for black, it looks?
Well, there's very little on the left side here. Like if white plays here, black can just cover and white covers. White has 4 moves left. So for one thing, black's already winning the semi. Like if white plays here, white has only 2 moves left before black captures, and black has 3 moves. So black's going to win by 1 move. And the squeeze here, the extra moves white gets here, are not really so crucial. And so it's not really working. Otherwise, if white just covers, now black's probably going to cut here. And however black does it, black's going to win this semi, like even if black just covers from outside. And it's just very easy for black to win, even if black just feels a liberty.
I see.
And so it's not really working for
There's
white.
nothing there.
Yeah. And so there's nothing there, but there is some maji maybe on the outside. Especially, it didn't happen, but white was sort of, at some point in this fight, white was trying to create a running fight into the center, in which case a move like this could have been very effective, in which white is getting a kind of a squeeze, maybe some extra moves with forcing moves like this or like this, which could have an effect on a fight running into the center from this side. But as we see, Koche has sort of avoided that. So it won't be quite so effective. White still has the potential of this kind of thing. It would really need an extra white stone somewhere on the upper side. But if white does stuff like this, then white has 3 liberties. Black has 3 liberties. Black is, of course, since black is out in the open here, it will be easy for black to extend those liberties towards the center. But white does have the potential to get some extra stones towards the upper side while black does that. So there's a potential squeeze there, but it's still a bit far in the future.
I see. Oh, could you actually the 2-space jump in the center?
Wow, that's a move. Like, I don't think anyone would have thought of this move before AlphaGo played that Master Series, because it's sort of an AlphaGo-like move. And we can see that Koche is really trying to emulate AlphaGo's style when he plays moves like this, because AlphaGo does have a kind of a tendency to emphasize the center in more than human players do. And so this is kind of an example of a move that you might expect AlphaGo to play. But in this game, it's being played by the human player.
Okay. I think white went to...
And okay, white played on the upper side, all this way. Yeah.
Yes.
Now this is kind of an imperfect connection to the upper left corner. But this upper left white group here is a very strong living shape. There's no way that black can kill it. And so, for instance, if black plays something, let's have black extend once here, and white captures from the corner. Black can probably cut this white stone off with something like this, just because those 3 black stones sort of put some pressure on white. But the fact is that that white group is completely alive. So if white can manage to make a life with this on the upper side, it doesn't really matter if white has 2 separate groups here, just because the upper left group is so strong. And so that's like if white wanted to keep connected to the upper left, it would make sense for white to be playing something more conservative like this, and white would be sure of a connection then. But what AlphaGo is saying with this move is that it doesn't really need to connect to that corner. And again, and of course black is going to jump in, because if black plays on the right side here, white is going to play something like this, and now white has much more territory than white would have if white played here at first. So white is getting some extra territory in this trade. And so Koche is starting a fight. So we're going to have a fight here on the upper side. I was afraid the game was just going to go on to the end game now. But it's not going to we're going to have a position where locally black is on the offensive, so black is going to attack a little bit here. And with this stone in the center, maybe he's going to try to attack very strongly. Let's take a look at the territory first.
Okay,
Let's
sure.
say this is about somewhere around 15 points. It's still a bit early to make an exact calculation, but I'll start. There's somewhat, it's sort of undecided in this area, but I'll call it 15 points. And there's going to be some white territory here too, so it's not a big territory, but we'll just count the black territory as 5 points, and then we'll have to add something on for white later on. So that's 20 points. And this is at least 15 points.
Okay.
It depends on what happens with the fighting here. Like this stone is not completely dead yet, so we'll call it a minimum of 15 points.
15, 35 in total.
35, and then black has some territory here, which is probably just these two lines here are probably pretty solid black territory. So I'll call it something. It's a solid 10 points maybe. So it's 45 points.
45 for black.
Now this white territory is hard to really decide because there's a bit of opening here. But like if black tries to get in, white can always do the attachment here and cut. And white will be able to enclose from this line. So this would be, if we start here at 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 20. About somewhere around 30 points at least,
points,
yeah. And white does have a bit of a squeeze here, so when the need rises, it's probably a bit more than 30 points. And as I was saying, there's a little bit extra here. So that's a good 30 points. How much was I saying black has?
45.
Oh, 45. Yeah, I keep forgetting. This is about 10 points, a little less than 10 points.
And there's another
And there's about 10 points. So white has enough territory. So a lot depends on what will happen with this weak white group here. And so like there was these moves in the beginning that I had trouble understanding. But it turns out white does have, looks like white has a fairly sizable territory here. So it's actually white has more territory than I was expecting. And of course white did start the game by taking territory in this corner.
Right.
So that was a corner that used to be black's, and white got about 10 points here. So it's not as if AlphaGo is being just playing territoryless moves. White does have some territory.
Yes.
But of course we haven't evaluated this whole area here.
There's some potential in the center.
And I would sort of expect more territory for black in this area.
I see.
So maybe it's still pretty close to even. But you know, that territory count that I just did sort of makes me worried for Gache.
For black, yes.
Yeah.
Because if black only has a 45 points, and plus the corner, white is already have 45 points. And
Well, more than that, yes.
more than that, yeah.
So yeah, I was sort of conservative in the way I was counting this black territory. But that was because I was going to add on the potential here as something that was difficult to count. But black does have to make a lot out of that to stay in the game.
And I think that this move is a very interesting move. Because
Interesting, yes.
normally
Usually you would go
take
two
it a
spaces.
two-space extension.
Of course, when you go two spaces, that makes it relatively easy for black to come underneath like this and scoop out white's eye space. So maybe it was this that white didn't like. And when white has a tight shape like this, it's more difficult for black to make this work. And also if white plays another move here, white has a lot of space there, which is, it's not completely alive. Like if we connected up this black stone and built a wall in the center, black would probably be able to kill it. But otherwise, it's like it's very close to a living shape. And it means that with some extra potential towards the center of the board, if white plays here next, then it will be very difficult for black to kill that shape.
I see.
So of course, black starts. It's really easy to say that when you have the white player playing two moves in a row, because it's very easy to make a good position. But since naturally it's black's move first, black plays here. Black does have to be careful in this fight because this stone here is not completely connected, and so black wants to develop from this stone to take away white's eye space, but also has to worry about this stone, which is he already connected it. Now that black has a solid connection, black is free to play forcing moves against the corner like this one. Black has this forcing move that threatens to extend there in the corner and save those three stones.
And then they will connect it here.
And so that would kill the whole white corner. And so the fact that black has this forcing move makes it more, reduces the potential for white's eye space, because without that forcing move, white would be able to do stuff like this to expand space here. So since white can't do that because of this forcing move, it does confine white a little bit here. So white plays the kosomi. That would be a good reason to explain why white couldn't go this far. White just backs up here. And black covered. It's interesting that black didn't play this forcing move, but in this case, white would just play here and would still have the potential connection.
It still have a connection move.
Yeah. And even if black forces with this is another forcing move that black could play, but still white does have the peep here.
Black has the connection.
And a potential connection underneath here. So it still works for white. And so black does. And this is better as far as territory is concerned, because in the end game, black can play moves like this. Also, when black gets extra stones here, towards, or here, these would also threaten to extend here. So black has the extra potential there. Also, there's one other forcing move here, which again threatens to save that black group with this. Well, for instance, that one. So black has some. This could make a difference on this side. Having a stone here could make a kind of a co shape in some cases. And so black just simply covered. So that's a move worth savoring. And now usually you would expect white to play here. But AlphaGo just played here. This is a very nice shape. Usually you would expect white to play here, but then of course black would run out and white would have to do something about the cut. In this case, again, black can run out. But we have this shape here, which is sort of quasi-sente. It's not 100% sente. I think white would probably start with this side. But when white plays here, there's a lot of added value. This is just not, it's not just connecting up here. There's added value of pushing through here and getting some extra forcing moves.
I see.
And of course, white can play something like this. This would be not alive again, but it still, there would be some difficulty for black to kill it. Yeah.
Since white is leading the territory?
White is leading in territory. Black still has some potential to attack here, and black really needs to attack to win the game. Yes.
But all of the influence in the center seems all gone, so it's kind
of... A lot of the territory here is disappearing.
Right.
So black has to be able to attack very strongly now.
Maybe killing the group, if
black,
it's possible.
I would like to be able to do that, yeah. I'm not very confident that black can actually kill it, but at least to harass it a lot would be good for black.
The shape looks very flexible, so it's hard to...
Yeah, this move here, this looks very nice. It's a very good shape.
Okay. So white doesn't reduce any territory yet.
So Katse, he still has more than an hour. He has an hour and 17 minutes now. This is a point of the game where he really has to find a good sequence in the upper side, I think. And there's a lot of potential there, like he could potentially connect it to an invasion in white's area in the lower left here. Like this area, there is a borderline that's sort of wide open here. And so if black can somehow use the attack to strengthen black's position in the center here and then jump in deeply, that would potentially change that white territory by a great deal. Like it could change it by more than 10 points. So that kind of process of using the attack to get some extra profit in another part of the board would be one way that black could maybe create a winning position. So this is, usually you think of this move, but of course it does help white develop on the upper side. So Kwache chose this one instead. This is traditionally a very bad shape, usually, but when you're attacking, sometimes it's okay to play bad shape moves. Like just because black has such strong positions all around, even if he plays a bad shape move, he's going to be able to escape with those stones.
I see.
And white's probably going to answer here. And then black will be jumping somewhere. Usually black jumps here, but again, it doesn't, black can escape wherever black jumps, but this is the usual shape.
And then
If white
probably
crawls,
white was still
yeah,
extended there.
crawls, probably
and
the,
then white, black
that
has
would-
to protect.
and
those two
again,
stones.
white doesn't have enough room to live on the upper
Because
side alone.
there are a lot of centers here.
So Koche is still trying to have a very decisive attack here, like even probably thinking of trying to kill.
Oh,
It
he
might be
jumped.
easier for white not to play this exchange, but black does have the potential to harass this white group, and really needs to actually. But also, like if I was playing with white, I would have trouble finding a way to live. So white has to do something clever here to make a living shape.
By talking about the shape over here, is this a center?
Well,
node?
this is the usual shape. It's probably
Because
Sente, like it leaves a lot of potential there. But even if it is Sente, it's hard to see how white would escape with this group anyway. Like white would probably continue with something like this, but this is a very complicated fight, and I have trouble. I would also be thinking of this move maybe. This is sort of offering a trade. Like if black plays here, I think this is actually better shape.
Yes.
If white does something like this, it's probably better
more
to have
eye
the
shapes.
stone instead of
Yes.
here. But if black plays like this is going to be a trade. Excuse me. Because then white will cut here, and black connects, and white can
And
take these
there's
3
the
stones.
ladder,
That's huge.
yes.
But of course, also black gets to capture. This would be dead. So this would be a trade. And my feeling here is this is probably good for white. So this is, if this is good for white, white's getting so much back. This was black's territory, so it's a something like 40-point difference there. Probably good enough even if white loses the whole group here. Which means that black will
That's a huge
have to play
exchange.
some connecting move. I think this looks like it's better shape for white, even if white plays something simple like this. And then continues, and it looks like white will be able to escape now.
Well, AlphaGo actually did this
Oh,
move.
good. Wow. So maybe I'm getting back into form here. Yeah, I was a bit worried when I was guessing wrong so many times. Yes.
But most of the time, you're right.
Well, yeah, in the fight
I-
over here, I was doing badly.
Okay, let's say in case if white has to live and sacrifice the corner, would you think it's enough for white?
That's not going to happen.
Okay.
That corner would be too big. Like that corner is, for the time being, it's at about 10 points of white's territory. And if black captures it, it's going to be something like 20, almost 30 points of black's territory. So that's a 40-point difference. Yeah, so like that would be bigger than black trashing the whole white territory here.
I see.
And so that would
it's
be
not
too
going to
good.
happen. Okay.
And so I'm sort of expecting black to play here. Looks like white can live, but this is the kind of the scenario where black is going to have some opportunities to get fairly deeply into this territory. And so that's going to be more like 20 points of white territory, where I was saying, I think I was saying 35 or something like that.
35.
Yeah, so there's potential for black to gain up to probably a maximum of 15 points
Whoa.
by chasing this white group and trashing this territory.
Very efficient for
So it's a
for
big
black.
difference. But of course, it depends on how much black gets here too, because I think that alone would not be good enough. We do have to remember that white is getting some komi too.
Yes.
Yeah, so
7.5 komi.
yeah, 7.5 points komi.
Okay. Yes. So Koji is still thinking about the next. Maybe he's thinking about the exchange. What do you think?
I don't think he's going to seriously think about this very long. It doesn't look like it's.
Enough points for black.
It's about 30 points of black's territory that black gets on the upper side, but like just 15 points here that black is losing, and then something in the at least 10 points in the center area here when white takes these 3 stones, and then more than 10 points again when white takes these stones. So white's probably getting too much back.
I see.
So that I don't think he would seriously be considering that, but he does have to choose between this connection and this connection. I'm expecting one of these 2 moves. Can you find any other moves that might be better?
Obviously, a target move won't be good.
Yeah, it
here.
looks like the outside is maybe better.
Yes.
Yeah. But,
And target melt here. probably.
Yeah, black
it's
would
not-
like to be able to do that. That's something that black would like to be able to do. It looks a bit dangerous. I'm not sure.
for.
It could work. It could be something that Krache is thinking about, because white's next move is actually pretty difficult. And if white plays here, black can play here. And it's not good for white to be thinking of cutting there, because black can extend once, well, if white cuts, black can extend in the corner. So that would be not very good for white.
And those
Yeah.
5 stones only have a 2 liberties left. It's pretty much dead.
So this looks like it's something that black could be thinking about. And again, if white, for instance, if white, after playing the target, if white tries something like this, again, black can use this to set up some bad odds for white here. Like even if black pushes through, the lack of liberties is probably going to be really bad for white.
I have a feeling like if white make a life there, probably white is winning already. Right?
With no
Would you-
extra
no?
damage. Like when you're talking about giving up the corner, that's not good. But yeah, if white
Okay.
can live without any special
Damage.
damage, it's probably good for white.
I
Yeah.
see.
So this is actually a more aggressive move, which, if it works, might be better for black. Yeah.
I see. Okay. So now I think it's a pretty important fight for, maybe it's the last fight.
It's the
for
last fight. Like this is going to be white's territory. All of black's territories are pretty well defined, except for this area in the center, which we don't know much about. And so if we assume that black just protects the black territories that black has, and white lives on the upper side, then the rest will be endgame, because obviously this white group, even if black gets rid of the territory, it's going to be a living group for white.
I see.
And white doesn't have any effective attack against, although it looks a bit strange, there's no really effective way that white can attack this black group. So this is the one area which is very undecided at this point.
I see. So maybe there's some winning move or losing move will happen.
It can still happen. Since black is behind in territory, it's really black that has to find something special.
Yes.
Oh, black cut?
Oh,
Well, we were saying that wasn't good, right? Well, there is a positive effect of this move compared to move on the outside, is that it's filling one of the liberties of this white group.
And then there's no squish move here.
The
anymore.
forcing exchange there is gone. It doesn't mean that black can immediately do anything, because like if black tries to break through here, white will push through, and it doesn't really work yet.
Because if white
Yes.
goes, if
Those
black
the 3 black stones are weak, so at this point black is in trouble now. So that's not working for black, and even if black covers here, provided white, for the time being, these 3 white stones are safe. So if white can keep them safe, then next white can play here to capture the 4 black stones. So it's not going to work directly, but black can play something in the center here to set up this kind of move next.
And also the cutting point on the top, it's gone.
Well, because this is under
because of that
Atari,
move,
it's
yeah.
not as effective. Like black could just dodge to the right side.
I see.
So there is a definite difference here. Having this stone here, there's less forcing moves for white and the potential to break into white's territory. But on the other hand, it's less of an attack against white's upper side group. Like I think it will be relatively easy for white to make a living shape now with something like this.
I see.
Okay, so
Yeah,
there's the added value to this move is that later on white can push through here, and black will probably capture, and white peeps here, and black connects. And now this doesn't work, but let's just do it just to show why.
So
Yeah,
to make sure.
black
So,
exchanges,
And
yeah,
white blocks.
and I think black has a number of choices. Yep,
Uh,
curling
and-
around there is the best move maybe,
Okay.
and then
white
black
is-
can do it and just
and
push through
then-
here maybe. And white doesn't have time to save the 2 stones because the whole group would die.
Right.
Yeah, and so it doesn't work immediately, but because white has that threat there,
Maybe
it means that white
white will
has
have
this
some
forcing
cent-
move. And so black will have to answer that. And that means that when white is trying to make a life, white has this forcing move.
and then
And the
the
fact
core-
that white has this forcing moves means that now white has a living shape.
right.
So
The potential core
white,
is destroyed.
the whole thing here is that this move in the center of the board actually made a difference to the life of white's group on the upper side.
Yes. Okay.
It's also a profit in territory when white gets moves like this.
Right. It has
and
more than
Sente,
10
yeah.
points. Then. Okay. Wait, how many points does white have in that area?
Well, it's undecided, but we're pretty sure that up to the third line here, from this area on the second line to this, up to a wall on the third line, so that would be almost 15 points. But then, of course, if white does something like this, black has to deal with that locally. So white's going to be able to get an area like this, which is looking more like more than 20 points, 22, 3 points. And when we have a shape like this, we just, there's either this result, in which white gets some extra territory here, or there's this result, in which white's territory doesn't, but black gets extra. And an easy way to count that is just to ignore this whole area and count black's territory as this size in the corner. And so we're not going to count any white territory here, but we're just going to count this as something like 7 points in the corner. And then there's more here. So that's why I'm sort of calling this about 15 points.
About 15
Yeah,
points.
and still I'm sort of approximating. It really depends on whether white is going to use this move to try to make a ladder break and cut this stone off.
I see.
And in which case, or if white is just going to do something more simple, like something like this to reduce the territory on the side. And that makes a difference in white's territory here, but also it makes a difference to black's territory on the side. So this is sort of fluid still.
I see.
And in this corner, when white slides here, the monkey jump, and black can stop that just about anyway, yeah. And black will have a living shape here, but it has to eventually put a stone in.
What about our tower here?
Yeah,
Does it
yeah.
work?
Well, it doesn't work, yeah. Because black can capture the whole group.
Okay.
Yeah, and this is enough room for black to be alive.
Okay.
But white can reduce the black's territory by doing that, and then, yeah, something like that. So this is what I expect to happen here eventually. So that's just a 5 point. That's why I was calling that black territory 5 points. But white doesn't really want to do it yet. It's probably a bit early to be doing it right now. Like sometimes white will, like if black does something like this at some point, I think white can probably use this forcing move to connect the stones. And that would be forcing against the corner.
I see.
So sometimes white wants to use this forcing move, which is forcing against the corner.
I see.
So white, that's why white would not play it quite yet. But white does want to play it as a big endgame move, because at some point maybe black's going to play here and get something like 10 points in the
10
corner.
points, yeah.
So that's a pretty big move.
I see.
But these are all, I'm just trying to explain kind of the boundaries of the territories, but everything I'm talking about is stuff that's going to happen later in the game.
Yes.
Okay, we have an exchange
Move over
here, but it should be black's turn right now. I got carried away.
Oh, yes. I didn't find that move either.
On the right side. Oh yeah, the empty triangle.
Oh, yes.
So black fixed the shape here. And so it's like this. Very good. So again, we have something like 12 points on the side here.
That's a huge Sente move, by the way.
It was Sente. Yeah, it was Sente for white too. Yeah. But it also, white has some extra. So white still has something around 15 points here.
Okay, 15 points and around 10 points in the left corner.
A little less than 10 points, but
Less.
yeah, I guess about 10 points.
25, and black has a 45. Would you think your black has more territory in the center?
Yeah, this
now?
is a lot more than I was counting. I was only counting about 10 points here. Black has more like 20 points now.
Well, so now
20, 35, 40, 50.
55.
Now that's more than 55 maybe, but
Okay.
yeah, we'll call it 55.
Oh, because
so at least 55.
black captured the stones. Okay,
And white has something like 15 here, a few points here, 20, 20, 30, And so white needs at least 20 points here. And of course, black is still sort of hoping to attack white in the center here. So if white is going to play some safe-like move like this, then black will be able to reduce this area to something like
I see.
15, 20. So it could become a close game.
Right.
Otherwise, if white can close this line and take all this territory, then white would have enough territory. Like this, that would be close to 30 points still. And then white would have 45, 50, 60.
Whoa.
And that would be more than black, right?
Black only is 55.
So then plus the komi, so that would give white something like 10 points lead in territory. But then the question would be, is this going to be alive or not? So white played here. So this is sort of like, instead of playing a defensive move like this, white is going slightly on the offensive, threatening to reduce black's territory here. And aiming, you might say, to get some forcing moves here to strengthen white while threatening to move into black's territory here. And so if black is going to continue to answer here, well, actually, if black answers this way, white's probably just going to break through here and gaining some points here, reducing black's territory.
So
This
now-
is now slightly less than 20 points.
right. Around 15.
So it's very important for, like playing defensive, purely defensive moves like this is usually not a good idea. They're really easy to understand when you're making a commentary like this because the meaning of the move is relatively easy to explain. But it's usually better to try to find a move that is putting pressure on your opponent at the same time as protecting your own stones. So it's a double purpose move here.
And I always tell my student the best defending is to attack.
Yes,
I don't know if that's
correct,
the right.
yes. In theory, that's correct, yes.
Okay.
And I was showing this variation. Also, black can play this way. This might be better.
Probably this move works too.
No, he didn't.
hadn't.
This way. Okay, so white's probably going to
Extend.
extend, and black is going to push. This looks pretty much forced. Like it would be sort of painful for
White to
to allow
push
white to
there.
play here, because black has to pull back here,
Right.
and
Otherwise,
it would reduce black's territory. So maybe black's going to push once more, and then take sente to do something.
reduce some time.
Maybe just jump in here. Looks like it could start another fight.
Yeah. This move looks like a sente, right?
Locally, it's sente. There is the weakness here that's still there, but
yes.
I'm not sure what's going to happen with that.
Let's see. If white only has a 15 points here, let's say.
Then that would be 30, 35, 45, and black would have enough to win, or at least it would be a close game. But I'm sort of worried about what happens if white plays here now.
I see. And push and Atari will work here, right? Because white can extend there, so it's going to be a trouble for black. And if white
Yeah, well, because this stone is still on the board, white has the potential squeeze here, and this is a weakness here, but it takes some time for black to make everything work. Like if black extend, this would be the normal shape, but white would be able to squeeze here, and
it's going to be a dumpling shape.
and then what would happen? This is really exciting. And maybe white would be playing. There's the cut here, which is trouble. So maybe white would be playing on the outside, black plays here, and then white can attach here.
All of a sudden, it's
another
more
fight. Yeah, it's very hard to judge, but it looks like white can hang together. And if white can do that, then of course it's going to be trouble for black, because you can see white's gaining in this area
more
too.
territory in the center.
So that's something that black has to worry about.
Okay.
But it's something that actually could happen because, black did jump. Because black really has to,
Before that exchange.
without that exchange.
Right.
So that will make a difference to the center, not having that exchange. It loses some territory here, but it does make a difference to the fight that I was expecting in the center here. And so, as I was about to say, black really does need to push into the territory here. So even though he has to worry about white counterattacking here, this is a variation that I was sort of expecting might happen. And we see white is answering.
Would it be possible to kill those 2 stones?
Maybe. Black looks like black has another forcing move here. Or maybe just jump here immediately.
Because now pushing and cut won't work for white anymore, right? And because black will reduce the liberty over here.
Yeah, let's do that for you. It looks interesting.
And black will play here to reduce one of white's liberty.
But of course, white can escape from this side.
Oh yeah. It looks. Oh, white gets more territory. Oh yeah, extending. Wow. Tatsuji moved here.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and white manages to escape from underneath. Yeah, maybe on the first line.
Okay.
Yeah. So maybe this is not such a great success for black. Like black got 6 points here, taking 3 stones. So it's 6 points, but white gained more on the side. So black probably doesn't really need to do that. Like it's locally, it's a loss of points. And so
Right.
black got some extra thickness, but maybe it's not worth it.
Yes.
So black played the hane here. This locally it looks like a forcing move. Like usually white would just answer here or here. But it'd be interesting. Yes. So white has about 16 points at least.
16 points. Is there any
Yeah,
points
about
over
16.
here?
And there's some points there maybe, but it's really hard to count them yet. Like if white cuts here, white should get some extra points. And if black's not going to play that, then black would
Yeah, we
probably
don't have to
just
worry
leave this
about it.
area for the time being. This would be a good time to, let's see. The upper, as far as territory is concerned, this area isn't so important, but if black can still get an attack maybe with something like this is something black could consider. This would take away white's eye space on the side and force white to play something in the center. Otherwise, since there's some weakness here, playing this squeeze, for instance, would be a big move. Yeah. So we're sort of heading, probably heading into the end game now.
Right.
But there's still, although I'm calling it an end game, there is some potential life and death.
Situation.
And so
over here.
if that sort of heats up, then we're back in the middle game again.
Yes.
So it's a position that could slide back and forth from end game to what we would rather call middle game. Yeah.
I see. And also, does it matter who started the first move in the end game? What do you think?
Oh,
Because whoever started the first move in the end game probably will choose the biggest move on the board.
one would hope so. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
It doesn't always happen that way, but it should. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, yeah, it depends also on how the players are feeling like the game. Like, black does have some weakness here in the center. So if KJ is feeling happy about the game, he would play in a fashion that would reinforce that. So it looks like black did jump here. So it looks like he's going after those 2 stones. And now white played the peep here. And against this peep, this is a ladder break. Actually, I think Hajin was showing how that works, because if black connects, white can capture this stone. And this would be really bad for black, because black would be losing about 7 points on the side here and giving white some extra territory, so there'd be about a 10-point loss just in territory, and black would have to worry about these stones now.
The whole group.
They would be cut off. So black is going to sacrifice 3 stones, probably playing this squeeze first.
Would there be a sente or?
And if
goat?
white connects, white still has the option of squeezing from here or extending to cause some trouble. So it's hard to say, will black connect or not. Connecting actually works, so maybe black will just play this squeeze, and if white connects, connect. If white cuts here, of course, then black will take the 3 stones. This is really big. It gets
a
rid
big
of all the
exchange
potential
stone.
of this stone, so it's really big, and it gives an extra Atari here. And black can really afford to give up these 3 stones. It's not so important.
It's going to be an exchange then.
Black's getting something back, yeah. So black did play the squeeze, and now it's AlphaGo's turn. Yes. And black will play the Atari here. And we have a white stone here, which is a peep. And so,
No, white
you know, I don't like the idea for white of giving up these 3 stones, so I would want to play the connection, even though it gives black the option of connecting on the left side. But this is a kind of a point where white has a choice. White could play on this side to take the 3 stones.
But I think the...
And if white had something like this, it might be even more exciting, but I'm not really sure that's going to work.
And what about our Atari here?
Yeah.
Whoa, okay. I guess I have to capture that.
Well, if that happens, then this is a good exchange for white, because now white can cut here and force black to play, and so that's a gained move.
I see.
But actually, for one thing, I think black can play here.
White captures. It's also
And
a good
if white
exchange
connects
moves
underneath,
for...
like even this kind of exchange would probably not be so good for white, because now white can't cut here.
Oh, okay.
And white's connection here is not so good. Like later in the game, black can play here, and it's a ko. But like if white doesn't play the ko, then white's whole group is going to be in danger.
Right.
So there's a potential for black to recapture these stones. So that would be kind of a trick play. So maybe it doesn't work.
Oh,
So white just cut.
White does cut.
And I'm expecting black to take the 3 stones here.
He looks very serious.
Yes.
Looking at his face.
He hasn't done that yet, but I'm just going to put it on the board to wait, see if he actually does.
That's the Sente capture move, is it?
Well, locally it's threatening to play here next. So he could be considering playing the Hane first and having white cut, and then taking here, which would lose points, but there would be some extra potential in the center here. Oh,
Yeah.
yes, that's what he did.
Right.
So black played the Hane. And if white cuts, black is planning to take the 3 stones. So white plays here. So this more or less finishes off these 3 stones. So that's good aji on that side, and it's leaving this stone for later. Black does need an extra move to save that black stone. So usually black would continue by taking the 3 stones, and white would take back, and then connecting here.
And connecting here is also a Sente move.
And white would push through, and black would fill the liberty, and white has to protect against that. So yeah,
And it gives black a
Maybe-
Sente to
maybe,
fix
yeah.
the cut here. Oh,
maybe
sorry.
here.
Yeah,
And so
that's
maybe
what I
black
said.
would then cover here. That's a big
Right.
move. Why don't we take a look at the territory? So white has, because of the extra aji here, white, I'll call this white territory. Well, actually, I'd still say it's 9 points.
9 points.
And then, so it's more than that. It's just a few points there. So we'll call it, add that to make it 12 points. This is about 15 points. So that's 27. This area here, maybe about 25 points. So what was I saying? This is about 15, so that's 40. About slightly more than 50 points.
17. I'm not sure.
It's about 15 points, yeah. So it's
15
20
points.
with those.
Okay.
This is actually getting to be pretty big. So
Yes,
it's
since
less
after
than 30,
what-
but it's something like 28 points now. More than 25 points. So it's 15, 20, 45 to 30, 50 points. And then this is, if we count it like this, it's less than 15 points. So black has more than 60 points.
White has a 50.
50 so, yeah.
50
So
so,
it looks, it's beginning to look good for black at this point, yeah.
So I guess that's the reason why AlphaGo didn't respond that move.
Okay.
Yes.
So black, when black took the 1 stone,
Yeah.
3 stones.
And AlphaGo push.
Oh, so push through there. So this is the problem. I'm sorry.
This is huge because white can connect underneath,
Yes.
and all of this territory will be finished.
So the question is, what is black going to do at this point? Is black going to go after the three stones, or
Kill
he
those
could kill
farms.
those stones? Like playing here, that's about 15-point move, and white will be able to save the center stones, and black will be able to connect his stones at the same time. But this would be, of course, gote. It would give white the initiative. It would give black a very well settled shape in the center. So the thickness in the center is pretty close to capturing, well, not as good as capturing 3 stones, but pretty close. But it does give white the initiative. So if black goes ahead and captures these stones, this might be better actually. And white manages to save the stones on the side. And yeah, so it's not much white territory because white is connecting on the first line. Yeah. And again, since black has this forcing move, there's some weakness here, but black probably doesn't have to worry about it very much. And so this would be sente for black. Black would have the initiative to play something like this. Is a big move too. Yeah.
And after capture, maybe there's some possibility for black to escape.
You mean with this move, maybe? Yes. Yeah, that looks like it's possible.
Okay, yeah, and could you did the push and cut?
Okay, we're
Yeah.
sort of heading towards this variation,
Yes.
maybe. Yes.
So after if let's say if black captures that stone,
Yes.
what would you think?
Well, this is
The white territory is getting smaller.
territory is slightly smaller. It's probably still more than 10 points, but it's less than 15. And that area is probably, yeah, probably black doesn't play that yet, but it's about 10 points.
10
And
points,
so
okay.
less than 15, about 10 points, 25. And so I'll leave this, I'll not count it for the time being. White has something around 50 points.
So 50
Yeah,
points.
about
Okay.
50 points. Black has good, at least 20 points here, about 5 points here, 7 points here. So that's 32, 34, 35, about 35 points. And then about 15 points here, so it's
50.
50. Oh, so black only has 50 points. So I think black did lose some territory in this exchange. And white has, I was saying white had almost 50 points. So maybe it's not so bad, but you did mention that there's this here in the
There's
center.
some archie there.
So if white has to put a stone in there, it's still playable for black, maybe.
No,
Yeah.
which-
It's a question, like if white plays that way, black's going to get this. If white's going to play that way, might as well play
Okay,
once
so
out. Yeah.
Nice, that's better.
And probably white wants to play at least once here first, because this is a pretty big move. Even just once makes a difference.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then it would be black's turn again.
Black's turn, yeah.
And so this would be a pretty big move, something like this.
Oh.
And white has played this exchange. So I think we're caught up to the game.
Yes, and
Oh, only white
AlphaGo
didn't do
actually
it that way.
didn't
Okay,
connect
white didn't
there.
do it that way. Interesting. So with this move, white is reducing the black territory, but not very much. Like that territory is now 14 points. And then there's the extra territory here, which is, it's pretty difficult for white to save this stone. So that's 14 points, and there's 6 points here. So that's 22. Black has, let's see, black has not captured this yet. So black has about 20 points in these two territories. More than 20 points there, so that's more than 40 points. And about 15 points here, so that's 55 points.
55. And white gets a few more points.
White gets a few more points, but there is still this move here
The club here.
that white has to be worried about. So that's not a white territory really very much. Maybe 2 or 3 points that you can count for white.
Okay. Let's say 5 points in total, plus here and the corner.
Okay,
house.
okay, yeah,
5
that makes
points.
sense. So that's 15 points if we add the corner.
15.
So the 20 points plus this is, no, I'm right. That's about 20 points at least. So it's a minimum of 20 points.
20 points.
And so that's 35.
35.
And so it's
there's,
something around 50. And maybe white's going to take this stone.
So black has a 55.
That sounds like it's a close game.
Yes.
Yeah. And like the way I'm counting, I'm not counting exactly enough for that to that's sort of within the area of doubt. Like if we said for sure that white had 50 and black had 55, it would be more like we would be saying white's winning by 2.5 points. But I'm not really doing that exact calculation.
Let's see. Because
Looks like we have some friends coming up to spell us.
What? Okay. Hello.
Hello.
Back.
Do you have any information from the Chinese study group?
I'm afraid we don't.
Oh dear.
But it does
Yeah.
look like the fight in the upper side resolved itself.
Yes, yes. It looks like we're coming into the end game now.
So you seem to suggest that it was inevitable that white would save his stones on the left side. White would save its
Well,
stones
it's
on
a
the left
big
side.
move. Like but it's about 12 points.
Sure.
And instead of white, apparently felt that taking the initiative was more important. Like white did get a couple of extra points here in return for sacrificing that. So it's about a 10-point difference. And then you have to count the fact that these 3 stones are still on the board.
Still
So
there.
I'm sort of partially convinced that maybe AlphaGo is playing better than I expected.
I see.
Than the variation that I was showing, that is.
Oh, okay.
So, and the fact that white has the initiative probably to play here, but I'm not sure. This looks like a
Yes,
big
white started this
white started
one
this
first.
way.
Yes.
So maybe white's going after some territory in the center.
I see.
I just don't know what's going to happen in the center. I hope you do a good job commenting on it.
Thank you.
Because this is an area that looks like no man's land, but it could turn into a white's territory.
Sure.
Yes.
But as I counted, it looks pretty close now.
I was reminded on the left side of perhaps this is one of the slower moves that AlphaGo makes to ensure a known result.
It's taking a local loss to take the
Yes.
initiative, so it's not the same as the moves that I was pointing out in
I
earlier
see.
AlphaGo
So
games.
there's a qualitative
Yeah,
difference
yeah.
there. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
It's really hard to evaluate the situation. So
Yeah, there's a lot of fluidity in the middle
so
still.
it's going to be interesting in the end game. So
Great.
have
Okay.
a good
Thank you
time.
very much.
Thank you.
We'll see you in an hour. All right.
So, Andrew,
Yeah. We're back.
yes. So when white jumped over here, this move seems like white is trying to strengthen this group,
Right.
but actually it's also looking at the center area like this.
Oh.
Yes.
Is
For
this
example,
center-
if black took this one stone, which is really good place, it must have been very tempting for Kaji. But if white takes this one, white's territory in the center would become really big.
Is there no way for black to break in through some of the more tenuous areas?
Right. So black can reduce a little bit. For example, like this. But not after that. There isn't much more. Let's say black can do this.
And
After that, right. And over here, there is a little bit of the room, but white doesn't really need to worry about this stone, so white can just block the center way.
And just like that, this looks like it's
Right.
almost 25.
Right.
Well,
This
sorry, not
would
25.
easily make more than 10 points, which AlphaGo willingly sacrificed.
I see.
So this was forcing black to connect this one stone, or at least reduce the center potential. And black is playing here.
Rather than
Right, yes.
take the tempting move over there.
Right. And white attached here. It would be quite scary to respond this move, because you see this cutting over here is center for white. And then black has to answer here. Then white can cut this one.
Does black have to answer here even though these stones have been captured?
That's a very good question.
I imagine he can't just
Oh
play
wait,
here,
there
maybe.
is an
The keep and
exchange
cut on the
here.
top.
And wait, let me see. Actually, that was a fair point, because black can answer this way. And and then white can connect. So it's eventually the same. Because if black doesn't answer here, white... I thought white could cut here, but actually white can't. So this is not center.
Why can white not cut? Oh, because of the...
Yeah, because of this.
I believe I saw
Right,
Michael
yes,
and
I
Stephanie
almost
explaining
forgot.
that
Yes,
one. Yeah.
Michael showed us this
Caption
sequence
race.
earlier. So that means if black blocks here, there isn't much white can do.
I see.
So let's look at the game.
Yeah. This seems like a good time. They've just shown us the counting.
Right.
Maybe we can take a step back and take a look at how we got here.
Yes. So in the opening, black was going after all this territory from the 3-3 point to this 3-3 point. And then after that, we also saw black's early invasion.
And it's kind of interesting to see how it turned out. The two
Yes.
corners that white took originally have become black's territory.
Right,
The
yes.
two corners that black took originally have largely become white's territory.
Somewhat, yes.
I suppose.
Right. So while black was taking all these corner territories, white built huge moyo on the lower side. And then these two stones seemed like were quite in dire danger.
Right.
But black actually handled quite well by like lightly attaching and hane. And then black managed to just make it small and then connect this side to this area.
So was this reduction successful enough for black, or was it maybe not successful enough?
So that's a very interesting question, because being successful and being successful enough is
Two very
kind
different
of
things.
different, right? So I would say the reduction itself was successful. But apparently that was not quite enough, because after this, when white went to the upper side, it seemed like it was difficult for black to have enough territory to be compensated for the komi
Sure,
that black
sure.
has to give later.
Right, the 7.5 points that white
Yes,
gets.
yes.
So what about this move that black made, jumping out into the middle? I heard it described as sort of master-like, or in imitation of the Master series of games. It seemed like it
Yes.
just left the door open. Just as this move down here was an invitation for black to invade, it seemed like this was an invitation for white to invade.
Right, yes. That would have been somewhat surprising move to many pros because the first intuition, as you mentioned, would be playing directly on the upper side.
Right.
But we did see a lot of AlphaGo's moves that were kind of in the center, looking at several places at the same time.
Sure.
This move was similar in that sense, and I quite liked it. I thought it looked quite nice.
So surprising, but maybe not questionable.
Right, yes. And then when white came closer to the black side, and then black invaded, and then we saw that white's group over here was being attacked. And then when white's group was quite weak, I thought black may have
a
some
chance.
hope. Yes,
Right.
some chance. But AlphaGo was prepared with this
This attachment.
Yes.
It almost seems like if Koje's strategy was to force AlphaGo to go all or nothing to try and kill it,
Yes.
AlphaGo somehow managed to decline. Like it just elected not to be put in that situation, and it seemed almost like Koje was the one who ended up in the position of having to kill AlphaGo.
That's
right?
true. I mean, it's
So how did it get turned around like that?
Feeling. I think it's the same thing happened in each other match, where it feels like AlphaGo is not really trying hard, but it's somehow ahead.
Right. It just seems very happy with whatever you're choosing.
Right. Like you let them keep the territory. Like AlphaGo was very gently answering all the moves by blocking the center. And then when Koje came in, AlphaGo even let it connect,
Right.
just keeping the small area. But turned out it was enough. Yes.
Enough, right. And I guess we were already at a very early stage where we saw that this peep on the cut here,
Yes.
this peep was almost slow.
Right.
Almost,
I heard some pros were questioning the peeping move because it was not sente.
Right. But I wonder if that is an indication of that AlphaGo maybe thought it was already winning. Do you suppose that could be possible?
I am not quite sure.
Historically, we've seen that AlphaGo is quite content to win by just half a point instead of by
Right.
25 points.
Yes.
So it's
yes.
possible that a slow move could indicate that it just is choosing a more certain path towards its
Right.
eventual victory.
Yes. So going back to the actual game, it seems like black answered this way, and white handed here, and black connected. Yes. And then white handed here. That's also a little surprising.
How so?
Because black. So this is another interesting point. This move is only possible if these two stones are important. What happens is that black cuts here, and then white. If white cuts here, then there is not much happening. But white can play this one.
Right. And black can't save these two stones if he connects.
Yes, but if black connects, the disaster happens.
Right. Oh, man.
Yes. And then black takes this one.
But it is unable to help him escape. Because even if he connects here,
Yes.
captured.
Right. But then when white plays here, black can
Just
connect.
connect.
Yes.
White's
And then-
profit is only these two stones, right?
Yes, white plays here. This is considered small because it's only 4 points plus maybe 5 or 6. And white lost its sente.
They're not cutting stones. So why would this be an important point for AlphaGo to make?
Right. Another thing we need to remember is that in order to capture these two stones, white sacrificed this one.
Right.
This one stone and also this spot, which makes white's diagonal move not sente.
Less effective. that's
Right. Because otherwise white could do this end game instead. So these two stones can be considered important only if this white group is not quite safe.
So do you think AlphaGo is perceiving that there is some danger to the whole group?
Actually, what I'm thinking is that AlphaGo sees this group as uncertainty.
So this is again just trying to close in on the most certain path.
Yes. So I would say getting these two stones is a very certain way. to go
see.
about this end game. Maybe not the
Optimal.
not the best in terms of points, but the most like certain way.
Right, right. It's making sure. It doesn't need to
Yes.
win by a large margin. I see.
And when you see your opponent play like this, especially if your opponent is AlphaGo,
You can start to do the math.
right,
Oh
right.
dear.
But actually, that's a hard thing about playing AlphaGo. Because you know, when players are like at the top, they have some like top player premium. Are you familiar with that term?
Top player premium. No, that's a
Yes.
new one on me.
Okay. So what happens is that, so like when you see a certain move, so let's say I give you one move, and then I ask you, do you think this is a good move? Then say maybe you would think about it like 5 minutes.
Oh, that I am
Yes.
definitely
And
familiar
then
with.
like I will say, Andrew, this move is played by Isedo.
I'll
Do
say
you think
that's
this is a good move?
definitely a good move.
You might not think about it for 5 minutes. You might think about it like for 1 minute instead, right? So that's because we saw Isador's like a good move again and again, and then we kind of have trust
We give him the
that
benefit
his
of the doubt.
move would be good. Yeah, that's some kind of premium that we talk about.
Got it.
And I think AlphaGo has this premium definitely in terms of like counting.
Right.
If AlphaGo starts playing these slow moves, you
Yeah.
trust that it's right.
It doesn't feel good, that's for sure.
Yes.
And we can definitely see it looks like Koje is very much struggling to find an extra point anywhere. On the other hand,
Yes.
the AlphaGo premium, they could be slow moves or they could be mistakes. For instance, this
True,
peeping
yes.
move was early enough that
Yes.
you could say maybe this is slow because AlphaGo is already thinking it is ahead. Or you
Right.
could be saying that it's maybe just not good.
Yes.
I imagine that the strong player premium for AlphaGo is rather high right now, though.
Right, right. So yes, one thing is about AlphaGo having the premium. Another thing is that Koje not having the premium.
That's right.
Yes. Like other players would be quite scared of Koje's moves.
I would be.
But Koje knows that AlphaGo would question every move of his.
That's right. He
Yes.
gets no premium
right,
back.
Yes.
AlphaGo isn't afraid.
So that must be quite difficult.
I can only imagine.
But still, you know, Koje is probably the most, how do you say, most players are jealous about this Koje's opportunity to AlphaGo.
For having the chance to play.
Right, right. This opportunity to explore, as we said.
That's right.
Right,
And if
yes.
it means that AlphaGo isn't afraid of him, it's a small price to pay for having the chance
Right, right.
to see, to test your mettle here.
Yes.
And it seems like his plan this game to be very territorial, to in some ways imitate
Yes.
the games from the Master Series,
Right.
is maybe thought of as a way of getting a lesson from AlphaGo in how to
Right.
play against it.
Yes, which is very fitting with the concept of exploring.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Maybe he's going to go to school here on how to play against AlphaGo to be better prepared for Thursday's match.
Yes. So we saw AlphaGo capturing the 2 stones as expected. And then Black took this 1 stone.
Which was the tempting point.
Yes, the very best move.
Right.
And we are seeing that like there is less and less open areas.
Yeah, there's not a lot left here. Looks like the monkey jump. So far, so normal.
Yes. And White will probably save this 1 stone.
Certainly, it would probably be a bad sign for Koje if White did not need to save that stone.
Oh, yeah, not right away. But yes, that's always scented, so there is no rush.
No rush.
Yes.
He can play this one now, which
Right,
is
yes.
very big. Can Black just block, or does he need to worry about a cut?
White
immediately?
can block, yes. White can block here, and Black can block.
Black can block.
Yes, yes.
And now he'll have to connect.
Right. This connection would be the most common
The
one.
most points.
Yes. Because this one and that one doesn't make difference in terms of points, but this one gives some code threats later for White.
Oh, I see. So since there's no difference there, we might as well avoid making co-threads.
Right. Oh, actually, No, I was not quite right in that. After this one, white can have this one in center.
Oh,
Because if black doesn't answer, white
dear.
can play here and then cut
Catastrophe.
these 5 stones.
right.
So that means there is a difference. Black needs to play here.
Mm.
Yes.
Okay. Slightly different.
Right. So if I am black here, I wouldn't actually want to answer this one.
You would think about Tanuki.
Yes, I would. Because, we give AlphaGo this premium with counting.
Right.
And if AlphaGo is playing these end games, that probably means that AlphaGo is already seeing the way to win.
Right.
So I would want to somewhat shake the game.
Find something. some way
Right,
to make
right.
things more
Find
complicated.
something.
Is there any area that you think is sufficiently unsettled? It seems like after settling in the middle, is what else can
Right.
Koje look for?
Capturing these 2 stones took away a lot of possibilities that black could consider. Also, these 3 stones, before there was a white stone over here, black had this attached that black could somewhat explore. But now with this Hane, there is no way to save.
What did black gain from making this exchange? Was he?
Oh,
he
black.
was-
Black wanted to make sure that this stone is connected.
But now it looks like all of these stones have almost ended up on dame points, like in neutral ground where they're not doing as much as they could. Maybe.
Right. Black didn't gain any points for itself, but kind of eliminated white's potential.
Right. Oh, he did indeed play the tiger's mouth.
So I thought it might be a good time to start something complicated, but there wasn't much black could do.
There's no
as we
place
saw.
to make complications.
Right.
So we're entering into the endgame phase here. Oh.
Yes.
And it doesn't seem like there are too many places for surprises. We assume a block here, I imagine, right?
Right.
Oh yeah, already happened.
So in this game, I would say AlphaGo's strategy was very natural.
Yeah, it seemed very flexible.
Yes, yes. And then, I think one strength of AlphaGo is that it makes Go look easy.
Now, tends to be the amateur refrain when discussing professional players.
Yes.
So it's somewhat of a change to hear a professional player say that it's making Go look easy.
Yes.
How, if you're Koje and you're going to go back and review this game and look for some way to
Yes.
prepare for game 2, what sort of mistakes could he have made? Did we see any moves that seemed immediately questionable?
That's
A hard question, I know.
yes, that is a very hard question, and I have no answer to that.
You just won effortlessly.
Right. Later, after this game, when we have more detailed post-game analysis, we might see some suboptimal moves, or more like maybe Koje could have tried this move instead, which we wouldn't know it's necessarily better, but a different possibility.
Could look like a different path.
Right, right.
Do you think we will end up questioning his opening strategy with the opening on the 3-3 point, or perhaps one of the earlier?
I'd be curious to hear what Koje thinks about his own strategy, whether he consider it successful or not. Because he did make a situation where AlphaGo had to attack, and then if black could smoothly save, then that would put black in advantage in terms of points.
Right.
But that didn't quite work
Didn't
out.
seem to happen. Maybe that's a good
As
question
we
for the
hope.
post-game press conference.
Right,
where we can
yes.
see if he was satisfied with how the opening developed.
Yes.
Certainly it did seem to be close after the first 70-80 moves, which in comparison with a number of the master games, as Michael Redmond has pointed out, many of those seemed fairly sewn up with a decisive advantage after the first 50-60 moves.
Right,
So-
yes. So if I guess about like a regret point for black, that would be the upper side. Kaje might wonder whether black could have done more to attack when white was still
these
somewhat
stones here.
weak. Yes.
Oh, but the final conflict there of the game.
Right, right. Before white came this one and that one, because after these two moves, I would say it's already too late.
Right. Once these were there, white was just
Right,
safe.
right. So black might wonder if there was a better way to attack before that happened.
Okay, so that might be one place he looked. What about the
Yes.
sequence up here where white seemed to settle with only a small sacrifice on the side? Was this a satisfactory result, you suppose, or?
I would say that that exchange seemed pretty even to me. Yes.
Okay. Huh.
Did white play here?
Oh, yes.
Yes. And also in the opening, Kaje seemed to spend quite some time each move. But now the game is almost over, and professional players at this point usually doesn't need that much time to be perfect.
Because they've counted all
Right,
of the
yes.
values of all of them.
Right. So it seems like Kaje has like more than enough time left. And if it's too late, that means he was not the best in terms of time strategy.
Oh, he could have used his time more earlier.
Right, exactly, yes.
He's left too much buffer now. AlphaGo, of course, hasn't even used 1 full hour of its 3-hour time allotment. Which
That is interesting, yes.
Which is pretty impressive.
It is impressive.
Of course, it does also think on Keje's turn with no loss in efficiency.
Yes, right. Another interesting point of AlphaGo was that although it was somewhat regular, like
Oh,
all along.
this move in the beginning.
No. It was somewhat regular, like all along. But then there were times when it played like very quickly.
Yes.
So it was not always.
I wonder if we could perhaps get a statement from DeepMind on how it was deciding to play some of these responses very quickly.
Right, right.
What was happening internally?
Yes.
Maybe they can.
Like the most
give us some insight.
interesting move was this Hane, because most human pros would have given quite some time to decide how to respond.
There's a lot of different possibilities.
Right. But AlphaGo, spent
Damn.
quite short time for that.
Huh. Hopefully we can get some insight on that.
Yes. So this Hane was set there. If white doesn't respond, black can attach here.
Capture
White-
those stones.
Yes, white
So
needs to
white must block.
answer here.
Does black have to save that stone now with a connection, or is he just going to leave that as a later endgame sequence?
That's a good question. I'm not quite sure what the purpose of this exchange was.
Aiming at some complications.
Yes.
It-
So, like capturing these two stones, I quite like it now.
Because it's just completely solid.
Right, right. It's like it's just there's no question now. It's just quite safe. It's a kind of move that I wouldn't consider for myself in the beginning because it would look too slow and too small.
Right, it gives away points. It seems very small.
Right.
But that certainty seems to be worth so much.
Yes.
Because there's very few places for Koje to make the game
Right.
complicated here.
Yes. Yes.
I could
So
see how
after-
without those two stones being captured, he could be aiming at some larger way to destabilize the group as a whole, turn it all around, but instead,
Yes. Right. So now the game's getting quite close to the end. There isn't much space left open. As you mentioned, saving this one stone is a quite big place.
right,
And blocking over here is also a good place.
sure. How about a jump up here? Is there any?
Yes, I'm glad you mentioned that. That is actually white would consider this one first.
Oh,
So is this white's turn? No, it's not white's turn.
Well, black is deciding.
When white's turn comes.
What was
yeah,
black's
black blocked
Oh,
here.
black block
yes.
there, like you said, yes.
Yes. Later, when white has the turn, white would push here. And then if black answers this way, then white can get this one instantly.
Aha. Because black will then have to connect. And
Right,
if black
yes.
plays here,
Then white can
white
take
can
this
just
one
take
stone.
that stone.
Yes.
Or yes, just capture here.
Yes, a few points.
Right.
And this was a big place.
Mhm.
This is another big
White
place.
captures over there. And I suppose actually this is another one of those ways in which AlphaGo is special. At the point that a human is cut there,
Yes.
they've probably already decided that they're going to capture the stone,
Right.
right? But AlphaGo will think the full 30 seconds regardless.
Yes.
So,
Yes. So what can black do here?
looks difficult. I don't think we've seen anything that would overturn the margin that we heard from Michael Redmond and Stephanie.
Right. Yes. It was about like 5 points difference. That would be difficult to
overcome.
Yes. But just to be on the safe side, we could try to count again.
Oh, sure.
Yes,
Why don't we?
since there were some end games happened. And over here, there is 10, 15, 21.
21.
Yes, oh, maybe 22.
Okay.
And then over there, it's a 5, so 27. And then over here, 8.16 and 18, 20, 21.
And 27 makes 48.
Yes. It's nice to have you because then I don't need to add.
Glad I have
Right.
a purpose.
And then over here, I would say 13, and then 17, and 19. Maybe 20? Let's say 20. Yes.
Makes the math easier. 68.
Right. So black has 68, and white has 6, 10, 15. 15 here. And then about 4 points over there.
How do you count this area here?
Yeah, it's actually difficult to give it like a concrete number, so that was my guess.
4.
Yes.
Okay.
And then over there, about 10 points.
Okay.
I would say it's somewhat stronger than 10, but we can say 10.
16, 4, 10,
Yes.
30.
Yes, 30. And then over here, 10, maybe 11. We can say 10. So that's 40.
41.
41. 12 and 15, 25.
Oh.
About 28.
And 41 also makes 69.
Yes.
Oh, so 68
So
to 69. Before Comey.
nothing haven't changed.
Right.
So it's basically about the situation when Michael and Stephanie counted.
Right. White is ahead by Comey.
Black exchanged this. And was there any other exchange after this?
I don't
Nope.
believe so. I think
after that, black attached it here.
wedged, right. Or clamped.
Yes. This one, if white doesn't respond directly, black can, black wouldn't just capture this one, but save these 3 stones.
Oh. So we're assuming that white will protect.
Yes. So
maybe
white
with the
would
tiger's mouth?
answer, right.
Oh, no. AlphaGo has drawn a line in the sand.
Wow.
What? Why is this surprising?
Okay, so first glance, that looks like a good move. And I was surprised that AlphaGo didn't play safe move when AlphaGo is ahead so much.
We counted about a 7-point lead.
Right. Because if this one gives white this 1 stone, this would be definitely the best move.
From the
this
human
situation.
perspective, where
Yes,
we always
yes.
try for every point.
Right, yes. So actually, I shouldn't be surprised.
Right.
Why was I surprised?
I don't know. Because it was more human?
Because this can give black some chance to make
trouble.
something happen, yes.
Right. So now we actually have If black can save these 3 stones and this stone, it would easily be that 7-point swing.
Right, yes. But I doubt black can save these 3 stones.
Black
Right.
extends.
So black played there. Right. There is no way white can capture these 2 stones because it's Mii. Mii is that like black has 2 ways to go out.
Equal
so
and opposite.
Right, right,
Balance.
yes. So for example, if white blocks this side, black can come out like
Right.
this. And if white tries this way, then
Black can head out that
yes,
way.
do that.
Right.
So this could be a good time for white to come back.
And just
Oh,
make
yeah,
sure
white
that these
did,
3
yes.
stones. Aha.
Right.
Which is exactly what we expected.
And you know, I said there were 2 ways to come out, and then it looks like black could go somewhere else because there are still 2
Right.
ways.
With still 2 ways, he doesn't need to play because white can only
Right.
take one of them.
Yeah, that's easy to think like that,
Sure,
but
but
that
it-
would be a mistake.
Oh, no.
Because this connection actually changed a little bit.
Oh.
So before this connection, so when you want to block both ways at the same time, there is this move you can consider.
Right on the nose.
Right, yes. But then this move didn't work before because when black comes here,
He's aiming at a...
that's right, there is a cutting point that white needs to come back. Like white needs to connect and black can come out.
Right. Right.
But after this connection here, if black comes here, white would do this. And
It doesn't matter that there's a cut because white will be safe either way.
yes, there is no way out.
Right. No exit.
Koje will need to save these 2 stones. It's very big to not save at this point.
He can't just leave them hanging there because it would be too much.
Right, yes.
Be another 5 points for white.
Right. Black
Almost for free.
could play something like this, which is sente. White will need to connect. And this would be a simple connection.
Right. What would be a more complicated connection?
Actually, I just noticed that there is this hane that can be very annoying to black.
Ooh. He doesn't want to... He can't just connect here.
Right, because
Because-
yes, these
and
2
then these
stones
3 will
can
come
be
back
cut.
alive.
Yes, that means black will need to come out like this.
Uh-oh.
Then white can connect here. Black will need to come
need to
back,
capture
and then
these 2.
white can
Excuse
get
me.
these 2 stones. That's some end game that white can do later.
Oh, and that definitely is another 5 points.
Yes, 6 points.
So it was about tied on the board, which means white is ahead by 7.5 point komi.
Yes.
So another 6 points would be quite out of reach.
Yes. Right. So if Koje didn't manage to turn this game around, what would be, as you asked before, what would be a good lesson to take away and prepare for the next match?
Well, it seemed to me that the plan of forcing white to have to kill this was good, but it seemed also like he strayed from his original territorial idea
Yes.
with this one, which I know looked great, but and of course my opinion is strictly that of an amateur, but it did seem that it turned it around and it meant that Koje had to kill to win.
Right, yes.
Whereas if he had maybe just been able to continue to take territory, I don't know, maybe the cut here was almost too slow, because essentially once he had said it was okay that he was safe,
Right.
he didn't have enough points. So
Right, but this cutting seemed like there is no better option.
right,
Right,
but he was no longer daring white to kill him.
that's right,
Right.
yes, true.
So that's when he gives up on his plan and says, "Okay, I have enough."
Right, yes.
I don't know. What would you say the lessons from
Yes,
this game
yes,
are?
you made like a very good point. So one obvious lesson would be that extreme territorial strategy doesn't work very well.
Well, it might.
Or maybe that it needs some refinement.
It might work, but it seemed inconsistently applied.
Yes.
Of course, it's a lot easier for us to say here in
Right.
the armchair quarterback.
Right. But I would actually say that was somewhat counterintuitive that Koje chose to go territorial because we saw AlphaGo being so good at managing center. And then like kind of using the central influence to go around and have enough territory.
Right.
So knowing that, I was a little surprised that
That was
Koje's
the plan.
strategy.
More questions for the after-action report here, which will be coming up right after this match.
So white exchanges this. White doesn't need to come back to the center over here, the 3 stones. But this is a good move that connects this 1 stone.
Right.
More and more, the game is getting close to the end, and we don't see a way.
A way
for
to
like
cause trouble.
Right. So oftentimes this is a kind of a hard moment for pro players. They know that they won't win.
Right.
But then the game is not over yet.
It's not technically over.
Yeah, it's not technically over, so you're kind of processing.
Right.
This.
You are able to come to some closure, almost like the grieving process in miniature.
Yes.
But also, I think it's an extension of the fighting spirit that professionals have, where you want to try every available option.
Yes, exactly, yes.
And we know computer bugs can strike at any time. So
Right, yes.
how to process the end of your hopes, I guess, as it were.
Yes. Yes, I would say in this game, black doesn't really have a chance to come around. So in this game, what I liked about AlphaGo the most was that AlphaGo didn't seem to try too hard.
Right.
Like over here, white was content with only this area when white had a big moil from the beginning.
Sure.
And also white didn't save these 5 stones when white could save.
Right, this Hana here, right.
But eventually not saving was better, I think, because white kept its turn.
Kept initiative.
Yes,
right.
and then like you got these 2 stones to get rid of any uncertainty.
Lock it all up.
Right, yes. So I would say like playing kind of naturally, but then making sure that it's ahead.
Right, it's very confident. So what advice would you give to Koje for game 2 then? I guess that's, maybe that's a little hard or presumptuous, but what, is there something that you would like to see him try, or maybe a new approach?
So I would say, so maybe I would quote this story that I have. When I was relatively new pro, I had this big match against this legendary player, Rui Naiwei Naidan. And before that important match, I was studying very hard all her games to like find out what would be the best strategy against her.
Right.
And then like at one time, there was just another very strong Korean player in the like studying room. And then I asked him, you know, I'm studying about this her game. Do you have any advice for me?
Right.
And then he said that, you know, you play the best when you play like yourself.
Oh. So you would encourage Koje to play like himself.
So maybe if Koje can forget that his opponent is AlphaGo, but like really be himself, maybe that could give a better chance. I'm not sure.
Sure.
Because in this game, it was definitely different from Koje's usual strategy.
Definitely an unusual.
Yes.
Yeah.
But then, yes.
So if he, how difficult do you think it must be to try and forget that your opponent is AlphaGo? I mean,
impossible.
Impossible.
So that's why I try. I mean, so like we say that forget about your opponent, but I would say it's not really possible. And also I think we do say that forget about your opponent, but actually it is good strategy to know your opponent.
Sure.
do you know Sun Tzu, the
Sun Tzu.
Chinese philosopher who wrote The Art of War?
Sun Tzu, yeah.
Yeah, I think one of his book quotes that says, "If you know yourself and your opponent, you will never be dangerous."
Right, never be defeated, I think was the one that, anyway, maybe it was slightly different
Yes,
translation.
you will never be defeated if you know yourself, your opponent, and the nature.
There you go.
Yes.
So that's a tall order for
Yes.
Thursday.
So yes, so you don't really want to forget about your opponent,
Right.
but if you're too conscious, then it kind of prevents you from being your best.
Right.
So I don't know, it's a difficult balance.
Finding a way to play unself-consciously then.
Right. So
At what point is the area up here the largest on the board? I almost would have expected it to be resolved by now. Is it that Koje doesn't want to deal with the Aji here yet, or?
right, so black could reduce the white territory by a little bit, but after that exchange, white will have the chance to get this
take
one
that
stone,
stone,
right?
right.
Yes. So basically, that kind of compensates what black gains.
Right. That reduction is almost exactly, or not exactly balanced.
Right, right, about the same.
I see.
So there isn't much gain there.
Connect.
Yes, and the black's connecting.
Nope, nope, he's thinking about it.
That was very surprising. Something that you're not supposed to do.
Yeah, the hovering.
Yeah, like doing like this.
Right, right.
But that happens. Yes.
It's often seen in amateur tournaments, actually.
Yes. So. Oh, yes, it's AlphaGo's turn, right?
Right.
Oh, wait. There was an exchange of these two while we
Oh.
were talking. So because of that, Aji over here, black connected to save these two stones.
Right. That Hane you were
Yes,
looking at.
and also this white tiger mouse is to prevent the clamp move.
And it also makes the Hane Gote as well, I imagine.
Yes, right, yes. So these were good exchange for both. But then now you see that white has about five
More
yes.
points here, yes. I think
Yes.
you counted this as 4. So
right,
he's-
about 6.
Right.
So white has 2 more points. And I didn't count any of this, so there was no,
no gain for black.
right, yes.
Right. So this is a +2 locally here for white.
Right, yes.
Extending it up to a 9-point lead.
And white did that. And black needed to connect because this is too big. And then white took this one, I would say the largest place to go.
Black blocked.
Yes. Yes. Right. And over here, this connection move, this could look small because, just by looking at this one, it looks like just 1 point. But it's actually a lot more than 1 point.
Oh, how
because, yes, because white's pushing here is sente. And then later, white can cut this one. Then after that, black needs 2 more moves to, yes.
He will need to play 2
get
more
this.
moves inside his territory.
Right, right. Get these 2 stones. And then also white has the way to cut this 1 stone.
Right. So that's almost a 5-point swing.
Yes. So I would say this gives black easily 3 points because after having this 1 point, black doesn't need to come back here.
He won't need to
Yes.
play these because he has
Right,
that
yes.
eye.
So I would say 3 plus this potential to capture 1 stone. And also the fact that white could have done this in sente makes it also bigger.
Even bigger.
Yes.
Because not only does white get to do all that, white then also gets to turn to the
right,
next largest
yes,
point.
yes. But then this one, of course, is also very big place. So white connected there, and it's black's turn. Was there any other exchange we missed?
I don't think so. I was
Okay, yes.
trying to spot one.
Yes.
As you were saying, at this point, Koje has probably calculated the value of all of the moves on the board.
Right, yes. And Koja has enough time to
finish
be
them
like
all.
very accurate, yes.
Maybe that's a suggestion for Thursday, is to use more time at the beginning, as it seems like he has that comfortable buffer. Maybe.
Maybe, but then like if you go into countdown when things are complicated, that wouldn't be very
Would
good
be-
either.
Have regrets.
So white took there. Very simple way
Yep.
to do the end game.
Not a lot of complications there.
Right, yes. So now only small end games left. And I would say white is ahead quite a bit. Safe margin.
Here's a question for you.
Yes.
So we had suggested that we might want to ask Koje if he was happy with how his opening strategy proceeded.
Yes.
What move would you most want to ask AlphaGo about?
Oh, that was a kind of spin-off of the question.
Sure. We know what we might ask Koje, but what would we like to ask AlphaGo? Is there any move in particular where you would like to know what AlphaGo thought of it, or how AlphaGo would evaluate a particular position?
Right. I would be curious. So can I ask like many questions?
Oh, sure.
Okay. So I would be curious if AlphaGo was surprised by this 3-3 point.
By the early 3-3?
Yes,
Okay.
and this invasion.
Okay.
And I would like to know if there was a better way for black to attack the upper side.
If it had some more dangerous
Yes, yes.
ways through the top.
Right.
Because, of course, AlphaGo is trained on self-play. It plays
Right.
itself many millions of times, which means
Yes.
that AlphaGo has lost exactly as many times as it has won in its self-play games.
That's true.
Right? So it'd be
Yes.
very curious to have AlphaGo flip the colors and tell us how it would try to find a winning game.
Yes. Right. I would also be curious to know when AlphaGo was like very confident that AlphaGo will win.
At what point its
Yes.
confidence threshold
Right, yes.
was high.
So black jumped over there, yes. Yes.
All right. Well, we're in the closing stretch here. Unfortunately, AlphaGo, I don't believe will be participating in the press conference. I believe it will just be Koje.
Are you sure?
Well,
AlphaGo
it's
might
hard
want
be sure.
to show off that it defeated Koje.
Well, yes, but I mean,
Yes.
if it can take questions at a live press conference, I will be quite surprised. I'm
Yes.
sure it probably could figure it out.
Yes.
but-
How much time do you think we need to wait until we get to ask questions
To
to
AlphaGo?
AlphaGo at press conference? Yes.
That is definitely above my pay grade.
Okay.
I would decline to speculate.
Yes. So that's a Sente endgame, and black will need to connect. How should black connect, Andrew?
How should black connect? I would connect like this.
Oh, very good.
Sorry.
Who was your teacher?
Well, you, of course. I believe I watched that on one of your games.
Yes. So this connection is much better than either this one or that one, because this move prevents white's hane here.
From also being
Yes, yeah, getting
Right.
Sente. After this one, black would need to connect, but if this move is here, then black doesn't need to.
right. And because we've made the extra point here, I figured I didn't actually check. I should have checked. But I
Yes.
didn't actually check that there was no danger from a white Atari.
Right, you should have checked.
I should have. I
but
assumed
yes,
again.
you were lucky.
Assuming is a very dangerous thing.
Right. So black played there.
And I think white played here.
Yes. Right. And then, I was going to say that this would be the next good place, but
Black promptly took it.
made the exchange already.
Mm-hmm.
So, what is next? It's AlphaGo's turn. There will be some poking around there.
AlphaGo is going to give back the initiative.
Yes.
So these moves would have been sente though for AlphaGo, right?
Yes.
When it just plays something like this to give up sente.
Oh, because even if white doesn't do that right now, there isn't a good move for black.
Oh, it's too slow for black to.
Yes,
to stop
yes.
them. So it doesn't dramatically change the result.
Yes, it's not urgent.
And of course, again, this is one of those cases where a human would immediately say, "Oh, am I going to play here? Well, of course I'll play here."
Yes.
But AlphaGo will
yes,
be
exactly. Yes.
very methodical.
Right, right. Human wouldn't think
Why
about
think?
it. Yes, after a turn there.
The meaning of
point.
this includes this.
Oh wow! Actually,
Oh, this shows what I know.
yeah, but that's definitely sente. There is no other way.
Right.
Black does need to answer that, and then white will probably come back.
But Kujie is shaking his head here.
Yes. So that was eventually the same. White needs to come back.
Eventually the same. We talk about
Yes.
whether or not it was sente to poke here.
Right.
I suppose that the order here didn't actually change the result any.
Yes.
Kujie seems amused. But maybe I'm reading too much into it.
Right, yes.
And now. What can I say? I'm ahead of my time.
I think I actually put that move, didn't I?
Did you? No, maybe. We'll check.
Yes.
We'll check later.
Right.
Good question.
And this one is good point. If white comes here first, then white can make very pretty 4 points in the center.
Now it's only 2, I believe, right?
If white answers this way, then it's 2. If white doesn't respond to this move, which is possible, no point.
Ah, I see.
Because this cut here is sente.
Right.
White will need to connect, and black can Atari here, and white would connect.
And now it would be pointless.
Yes.
The whole area is pointless.
Right,
I mean, has no points.
right.
Right.
White did respond, but this way, which is somewhat safer than this one. But I would say this is actually better response in general.
This might be a case where AlphaGo is starting to use its full 8-point lead and slowly give ground to a 7-point lead, a 6-point lead, and such.
Wait,
Oh.
did black play there?
He certainly did.
That is
Does it?
okay. Now I see why. So that's very good move. Although it doesn't give many points, but the purpose of that move is that. So let's say white disconnects and black cuts, and then white captures, and then black attaries here.
Sure.
So this area is the same as white being here.
Right.
Right?
Hasn't
But
changed the result.
yes, the only difference is that after that, black has one co-threat,
Oh, so it gives him a
which
co-threat.
can be helpful if there is an important call later.
Right.
Yes, so black played here, and white will probably take this one. Or white could like block or connect here also.
Both of which, again, leave those
Doing the
extra
same thing.
co-threats for black.
Yes, the point is to prevent this extension.
And
So
indeed,
white played here, yes.
white plays
So
there.
any of the three would be the same result.
And as soon as black sees that, he was immediately ready with this move. Oh, sorry. The white roof.
Yeah, so I am curious if Koje is going to play.
All the way to counting?
Yeah, all the way to counting.
We'll see.
So something interesting about the Isidore match last year
Mm-hmm.
was that although some of the games were quite close, Isidore didn't go until counting.
That's right.
He decided to stop.
Mm-hmm.
And I would say one motivation for doing that is to have the board with the stones. You can jump right into the review.
Oh, that's right. He could immediately start reviewing.
Right. Once you count everything, reorganize the board, then you start from the empty board, which
Right.
is also possible, but it's convenient to have the stones already.
So at that point, he had not only come to closure with the result, he was also immediately prepared to start analyzing it.
He loves analyzing, and I
Yes.
think all the good players,
You gotta
they love
analyzing.
reviewing, yes. And also that's a way of them processing the defeat.
Through review. So now we expect black to
Yes.
capture.
Right.
Indeed.
So Andrew, what were some new moves do you think that you didn't see before?
I think the way that black was able to get the extra sente here, those blocks I thought were very interesting to see. I definitely haven't seen that one that Koje is showing there where he's spinning the bowl lid. I don't think I've seen that before either.
Right, you're not supposed to play with the stones, but I think that's just a gesture that he is considering.
Considering
Yes, not
packing.
not continuing.
Well, I do see some other folks who maybe have.
Yes, should we invite Michael and
so.
Stephanie up to the stage?
I think
yes.
so. Please come join us. Have you guys discovered any way through here? Any
At
hidden
this point,
codes? Or?
Well, yeah.
We
White is
actually,
ahead. Yeah.
Yes.
You did?
White is winning. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So yeah, other than breaking the computer, there's no
No,
solution now.
Pouring a
but
glass of water.
first
on
you
it.
will need to know where the computer is.
That's right.
Yeah, yeah. You,
Difficult to find.
you need to have people assigned a button that they can push.
That's right.
But that's not fair. That's the sports spirit
That's
or
also
the
fine.
ghost
Okay.
spirit.
Oh yes, of course.
Yes.
Yes.
So actually, we could ask you guys. Do you have any questions that you would want to ask either Koje or AlphaGo, if you could?
Well, I think it goes back to something that happened. There were some strangely effective moves that White did on the left side here, like the extension and the peep here. That wasn't really. It didn't look so good, but it was actually pretty effective.
Right.
And so
gets a lot.
that seemed to be a place where maybe the game changed course. And so it really goes back there because we were looking at all the stuff that was happening on the right side of the board,
Right.
and we were talking with Xu Ye, and
Yeah.
she was translating, of course. I wasn't.
Yeah, we had him stop by just like 20 minutes ago.
And Shoyue Nandan Pro was.
And like he was having we were asking him about stuff that was happening here on the right side, and
he said,
it's
"No,
looking
no,
bad for Gojo
it's all
already.
here on the left. Oh dear.
And actually, this
Yeah.
cutting move looks very slow, but it's very efficient move.
It has a very latent sort of power.
Like it,
Yeah.
it wasn't even Sente, but it did give White a lot of extra forcing moves later.
Huh.
Yeah.
So would you want to ask AlphaGo about that, or would you want to ask Koje about it, or both?
Well, both, of course,
Both.
yes. If forced to ask just one, well, at this point, Koje is probably better at explaining what he was thinking.
Probably.
Yeah.
Right.
All right. All right.
Yeah. So what do you think the margin is about?
Oh
Is
yes,
it
do you have a more precise?
Well, I was
count?
thinking that Black would be a bit ahead on the board, but Xu
okay.
told me that White is maybe going to win on the board. Yeah.
Right.
might win
Right. Yeah.
before
So we
Comey.
are talking about 7
Yeah, about
points,
7.
7.5
yeah,
points.
and I
yes.
think we did see White play a
Make
slack
a couple more
move,
points here. It got +2 here.
like you were pointing out. Maybe this move lost a point.
Yes.
And so maybe it could go a bit closer than that.
I see.
But yeah, somewhere around it looks pretty close on the board.
Right. Got it. All
Yes, right. My biggest question would be whether there was a better way for black to attack this upper side group.
Yes, yes, that would be nice. But after, like, I think I took it to about, a bit further maybe. It looked very
Right.
difficult at that point for black to attack
Yes.
successfully.
Right.
And so I was really concerned about that move that black played in the center of the board that allowed white to play first on the upper side.
Space jump.
Yeah.
Two-space jump. Yeah.
But you know, that's when Shuya was telling me that, you know.
It was already too late. See.
And maybe attachment move here is also considerable.
Yeah, maybe, but that wasn't a good variation either. Like he said that that would be the natural move. Then he showed us why it doesn't work.
What was the white's follow-up? Was it this?
White would play
Or will
it.
attach
it.
That would
Attach.
be really,
Oh.
yeah.
Try to live
I'd
in the
really love to
corner.
talk about that, but
Yes.
we'd have to take the whole position
Right,
apart.
Okay. Well,
But that was he showed us a really neat variation there for white.
maybe we can do a
right.
little
Very
video
impressive,
on the board
yes.
in the back after we're done.
Yes.
That'd be great.
And so he was saying that maybe it was this extension that was a two-space extension where I would have expected a tighter extension to protect the corner because it is a big shimari, so one space extension
It
would be
seems
the
a little
normal
loose,
move.
right? Yeah.
And so that was it was sort of loose in the corner and it looked weird, but it was setting up the peep that came next. And the peep was more effective than we thought at first. And the further the game went on, the more effective that peep looked and the cutting move that followed it.
Became more and more efficient.
Yeah, it became more and more, it became more apparent that it was working.
All right.
Yeah.
That sounds great.
And that was stuff that was very hard for us to understand.
I see.
And also the invasion move here probably is a little too early, according to him.
Yeah,
According to Shui.
like he well,
But he doesn't have a solution for
he
that.
didn't have a better alternative. Yes.
Right. Yeah, I would say that was quite consistent with his earlier strategy.
Right.
Yeah, black was being consistent.
Yes.
Yes. But actually, white did end up with a nice territory there on the lower side, which
True,
was
yes.
more than I thought it was. Like when I actually counted that territory,
like
I was
20
surprised to
points,
see.
right?
Well, like there was a period where this
Before
the game where
these
this
had been
and white had
sacrificed.
something like 35 points.
Right.
And
Yes.
like that was a lot more than my first judgment was. Like it didn't look like that was that big, but with those black stones just sitting in there, it was a very efficient territory. It was
Right.
more than I thought it was.
Right. Right.
Right. Yes.
So we're very close to the end of the game.
Yes.
Looks like just a few Hane connections
right.
left.
Yeah, there are some exchange move.
Oh, I
I don't
don't
know
think
whether-
we've been following it still.
Oh, okay.
Right. We could.
We got
quickly
yeah,
catch
we
up,
got
but
engrossed in the conversation. It's so close to
probably-
the end
yes.
of the game.
Probably
Um,
doesn't change much.
Almost all of the moves are equal to each other at each point.
Right.
At this point,
Right.
like, some people would tell you that it doesn't matter where you play at this point because it's
Yes.
basically unless you play a mistake, of course.
Right. Yes.
This is the
But there
infamous
is a
fella,
story, right? That there was a
the
Japanese
Japanese
case.
pro. Oh yes.
There was an Atari.
Oh yes,
Accident.
well, oh yeah, well that happens. Yeah.
Yes.
Got the order wrong here, but we got that one.
And pretty much what we have are very.
Oh, I didn't realize this was Sente. Needed to connect. So yeah, the game is over, and at this point, it will go to the counting because it's considered not polite to play until the very end and then not count.
And Koje would want to be very polite to
Yeah, might
AlphaGo, of
push
course.
But I actually am not sure where that custom came from. Michael, it is considered not okay to play until the end and not count, right?
Well, but that has happened in more
Has
recent
happened?
years.
I would just say
Well, I
that
think-
is
yeah,
amateur custom
it's-
in teaching games.
Partly, I think there used to be a very strong tradition of resigning gracefully and early enough. Like, you know, instead of just keeping on playing a hopeless game, it was considered to be graceful to resign at the right point of the game.
Right.
And so that's sort of getting to be an old-fashioned kind of thing. Like people were treating it more like a sport where you
You have to
you
try.
have to
until the
try
very
to the
end.
end of the game, and so it's becoming less of impolite to surrender to resign at the very end,
Right.
which some
Certainly,
people actually do. Some very strong Go players.
right. Certainly, it isn't something that anybody would criticize you over. It's more of a philosophical difference, I
Well,
suppose, at this point.
From my age down, maybe. Yeah,
Yes.
like if you get someone older than myself, then
They
they would
might-
be telling you off still. Yeah.
Right, right, yes.
Oh.
So
Yeah,
we are
so we're
still trying
having
to
very-
follow.
Not actually
Oh,
hearing
A
yeah.
about
mundane
1 or 2 points
endgame sequence.
Yes.
And there's a black stone here. At some point, black pushed through here.
Oh, yes.
So that's 1 point on this side and a potential point on the other side. So
Yes.
I guess it's more than 1 point.
Any other insights from the study room? Show you
We didn't actually get to the study room,
Oh.
but yeah. So she came to us.
Was able
Actually,
to
it was very,
join us.
very gracious of him.
Yes.
Okay.
Right. Also earlier, like outside this comment room, we were talking about the corner tradition, like why black plays always
In
the
the upper right corner, yes.
right corner. And then I also told him that playing right on this corner is also unusual
The
for white,
second corner is equally.
because
Yeah.
oftentimes it's on this side.
Well, if your opponent plays a 3-4 point, then there is a difference, though.
Right, right, yes.
in depending on which, so it's
the
okay.
traditions are a little.
And so there are actually some people who actually liked if black played a 3-4 point in the upper right corner, white would like to play the 3-4 point in the lower right corner because
Right, right,
that
yes.
that made it actually an unusual opening that was different from what most people did.
Right.
So there, but maybe if your opponent plays a star point, it's a lot of people still consider it impolite to take the lower right corner instead of the upper
And
left.
to see what's
Right. Yes. Yes. That
inside
makes
it
sense.
later. Yeah.
But, you know, it's not really, that's not really as strong as the tradition of playing the first move in the upper right corner, which is pretty
Right.
established.
Right.
Yes.
Yes.
So we're running out of places to play. There's still some forcing moves for black.
Yes. So
Did I
black
miss
played here,
Yes.
and
yeah.
white is thinking.
Which
White
is
is thinking, yeah.
which is surprising.
You know.
But so maybe we should explain though why we laugh. We are laughing that white is thinking, but
Yes.
Yeah. Well, it was still less than a minute, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Like,
wouldn't
like a
take very
human
long
would be
about it.
so eager to finish capturing those 3 black stones that the human would play it immediately.
right, there would be
Yeah.
nothing to
Yes.
think about. However, AlphaGo thinks as much about this one as it does,
A lot of other
for instance,
yeah,
whether it
yeah,
was going
yes,
to cut
right,
and
yes.
capture. And
Mhm.
Right. And also thinking about this one.
Oh yeah,
Mhm.
still thinking.
Yes.
That's right. Hmm.
But it's probably here.
Much of a muchness at
Yes.
this point. We have a Hane connection.
Mhm.
And beyond that, I suppose maybe we should talk a bit about what's going to happen tomorrow. Well, so immediately after this one, we
Yes.
will move to a broadcast of the post-game
Press
interview.
conference.
There's going to be a
Post-game
press conference too, yes.
Yes.
That's right. And then tomorrow will be the Future of Go AI Summit, where we have heard that there's going to be some talks by David Silver and Demis Hassabis about AlphaGo. Perhaps some insights into its development. At the opening ceremony, he alluded to the fact that the games, the AlphaGo that played the Master series of games was slightly different architecturally than the one that played Lee Sedol. So hopefully we can get them to elaborate on what that might mean.
Yeah, so we can understand it. Yes.
Right, what form
Yes.
that might take.
Yes. And I think it's quite exciting that AlphaGo is still improving when it seems so good already.
Right. It's still
It just-
finding
it
new ways to
amazes
get
me.
better.
And
Yes.
we don't know what his limit is.
Right.
yet.
Right, yes.
When will it stop?
Well, when it's good enough to beat top pros, it's really hard to judge how it's improving
Sure.
above that,
That
because it's
is
already
true,
stronger than all of
yes.
us. Yes.
We were talking about on whether AlphaGo can give any pro for 2 stones. Yeah.
Which would be
It's going to be tough.
revolutionary.
I don't know.
Yes, it's going to be tough to test.
Yeah, it's
Right.
going to be
because
tough
you
to
know
test.
the pros would be
Which
quite
pro will you
scared.
find? That's right.
Yes.
Goodness gracious.
And black played a Hanetsugi down there,
Hmm.
and then
White
white
played
played
one
in the
there.
upper right corner.
Yes.
I'll get this one.
Yeah, so we're about to finish the game now. It's just a few more
Yes.
points.
Right. We are actually, yeah, almost out of stone as well.
Aha.
Yeah, well, you have enough, I think.
I think.
Right, right.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
I think so.
Like
You can't-
we have 300 stones,
That's right.
about slightly less actually. So we're doing pretty well.
You
Yes.
can't scare Michael that
Yeah,
way with
yeah.
running out of stone,
And they have extra stones if we really run out.
just in case.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we're well protected this time.
Right, yes. Yes. And also there is pair go and team go coming up.
That's right.
That's the day after tomorrow, right?
That's
Yes,
Friday.
yes.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe
No, after the second match.
after the second match.
Yes,
So it's
before
Friday,
the third match.
Thursday. Okay, I'm getting
Today's
confused.
Tuesday. Wednesday's the conference.
Thursday is the second game.
Right.
So Friday is the
Friday,
peer go
yes.
and the team go.
Right.
Yes.
The final
Yes.
game Saturday.
Right.
Good thing we figured that out.
Yes.
And so, yeah, the peer go is going to be really interesting because it's going to test how the players understand what
AlphaGo
what
is
AlphaGo
trying
is
to
trying to do.
So Pergo as a human tradition is often an exercise in mutual frustration. Well, sometimes. Sometimes it can be great fun. Hajin is perhaps laughing because she was my partner a few years ago for a game of Pergo, which I certainly supplied ample frustration opportunities.
No, I laughed because I must disagree. I love playing pair go. Yes.
Pair go
yes,
specifically.
yes.
But it would be very interesting to try and follow what AlphaGo is attempting to lead. So it would be very curious to see which of the two pros is more able to synergize.
Right.
Yes, yes.
I'm not entirely sure what happened here.
Yes. And I'm also curious to see if AlphaGo gets frustrated by its partner.
That's going to be very exciting. Interesting.
Hopefully for that one, at some point, we will be able to see what the various confidence levels of the
Oh,
two
yes, it would
AlphaGos
be
have
very interesting to be able to see that.
with their two partners.
Yes. There's a black
That black played
move
this
here.
move.
Yes.
Oh, excuse me. Oh, I suppose we should also point out that while we have some grasp of what the schedule is, the proper place to find it would be on the DeepMind website.
Of course, yes. So white pushed through in the center here, and black cut.
Yes.
And so that's the final point there that white's going to make by playing in the start point.
Right
Right.
here. This one. And the game seems to
There's going to be a
yes,
ko
there is one ko.
that black has to connect.
Yes. This clamping move here, it was quite professional, wasn't it?
Oh, gaining an extra
making
ko thread,
one
yeah.
ko thread.
It was, yeah, professional but pointless in this case. Yes.
Yes.
You know,
Yes.
it's the little things.
So it's over.
All right.
So, yes.
Yes.
Well,
And
these
no
are-
one here has been counting, so we will just have to wait for the score to come. But
I
it's
see.
probably pretty close on the board.
looks pretty
Yes,
close on the board.
Right, right.
Actually, we might want to just go ahead and switch to the main board itself. Maybe.
Sure.
Yeah. We can do
Okay,
that.
yes.
They're
Actually,
filling all the
Filling the
dame.
dame. Chinese
Yes.
rules, Michael.
Chinese
we're
rules,
going
of
to
course,
have to
yeah.
do.
Right, but we probably don't need to put everything on the board.
If we're not going to count.
Not
we
for the
certainly don't.
commentary, no.
Right.
Yes.
Yes. So there was no surprise in the end game, right?
I don't think so, no.
Not after these two stones were.
Yes. Oh, I really like this capturing two stones. Stephanie, what did you think about that?
Yes, I agree.
All right.
It
I-
seemed
I
quite
actually-
small and slow,
Yeah.
But actually, it just makes it completely
safe.
safe. All right.
Okay.
AlphaGo is continuing to
Right.
think about the dame moves.
Yeah,
Yes.
well, it has
Oh.
choices.
It does.
Right,
That's
yes.
right. As
Yes.
choice exists.
Right.
Yes.
You know, one difference between Chinese rule and Japanese or Korean rule is the dame also matters in
The
Chinese
dame
Yes,
do
yes.
indeed matter.
Number-
Well,
Mhm.
in
The
this
neutral
position,
point
it
is-
doesn't really matter. Like in some games, like before black connects the ko here, if black could fill the final dame and win the ko, then it would make a huge difference.
Make a 1-point
Well,
difference, which I think
a one stone difference.
you were discussing the M Lily match between
Yes.
Koje and Isedo, where that final difference in the dame
Yes.
seemed to change the result.
Well, yeah, that changes the way they fight the final ko's.
Right.
And so it is a matter of skill. It's not as if it's just that does make that part of the game sometimes different from what the Japanese or Koreans are doing.
Right.
Yeah.
The result doesn't.
The
shift
result
too
does
much.
change, and it is a matter of skill. Like if you handle it, you have to handle it correctly. And sometimes you can handle it correctly to get an advantage and it does have a different result sometimes, but
Right.
it is
Yes.
still the same game.
Still the same game. All right. Well, I guess that probably wraps us up here. Michael, Hajin, Stephanie, thank you all so much for sharing
Yes,
your
thank
comments
you.
with us.
Thank you, everyone.
It's really great to hear all of the insights. And I'm really looking forward to game 2.
Yes,
Yes.
me
Yes.
too.
And I think perhaps tomorrow all of us will probably be attending the fora
I believe so. Yeah,
To-
it's going to be interesting.
and glean
Yeah, yeah.
every possible hint we can.
I just hope I can understand everything that they say.
Well, hopefully we can.
Yes.
Maybe I can do some interpretation on that
Yes,
as well.
yes.
That's great.
Okay. Well, I think that's it then. Do you want to stay up here while they count, or do you think we should just head out?
I think that the most interesting part of our commentary is already finished. So yeah,
Probably.
good time to wrap up.
Okay,
Maybe.
so yes,
Okay.
let's come back for the next match.
All right.
Yes.
Yes.
Sounds good. We'll do that. All right. After you.
Okay.
柯洁对阿尔法狗三番棋第一盘棋结束，阿尔法狗以1/4子获胜。
刚才就是裁判已经宣布了今天的结果啊，
裁判
就是阿尔法狗是
AlphaGo
赢
wins
1/4子。那今天呢，我们给大家的讲解也就到这里了。后面是不是会有一个简单的一个赛后的一些？
对，可能过一会儿
可能会有一个哈，在
樊辉和我
对
一个简单。
然说这个棋局似乎是风平浪静，但是在风平浪静之下，有着那个暗潮汹涌的东西。我想这些东西需要我们以专家的眼光来解读。当然，我们今天请到了2位分别的专家，一个是樊辉，一个是那个常浩。我们先来给大家解读一下这个局部。
那我就先说了，大家好，我是樊辉，今天真是很荣幸能跟长哥一起一起做一个这个简单的这个赛局回顾。
大家好，对，今天我们的结果已经是知道了，但是呢，从一个职业的一个角度，确实这盘棋留下了一些，或者说很多深刻的，从我的专业角度，有一些很多深刻的地方，也想跟大家一起来分享一下自己的感受。
确实，就是我有很多问题想问问这个长哥，因为就我的水平有限，所以很多棋我看着不太明白。比如说这个，我也想大家可能已经注意到了，一开局很快，黑棋第7步就直接点33。对，我记得我小时候要是在这么空旷的时候点33。那老师肯定是要把我骂死，怎么能这么早点33呢？但是今年的那个年初的时候，去年底我们那个 AlphaGo Master 在网上下了，他已经下过点3，然后之后看很多棋手也在尝试着下，
对。确实，就像正如樊辉所说的那样，就是刚开始这手棋那么早点33的时候下出来的时候，我们都非常的惊讶，有点觉得。就是相信不了这那么早点3，因为以前我们的感觉都是可能是2边都有子，然后下到后面再点33，让对手更加重复一些。但是从来没有想过第7手这个点角，就是给我们的思路是非常有一种开拓性的一种感觉。那今天柯洁，我想他在第7手点33，其实也是有一种探索。
和
尝试的一种心态在里面，我想。
对，这个我觉得非常有意思。我看了点33之后，
对。
那之后您觉得哪步棋您觉得这印象很深刻？
之后呢，就是有一手棋，就是白棋的这步大飞，当时是这个没有，就是这边都没有。它其实是为了防止引争，
对，
就是黑棋如果争子有利的话，这边有个跑出来，这个跑出来是很严厉。所以呢，白棋要补一手，但是呢，一般呢，就是以往我们职业棋手的一种感觉呢，肯定会提掉，就把这个子给提掉，这样好像显得更加厚实、更加干净。因为如果补在这儿的话呢，显然呢，以后这地方黑棋有一个夹，或者说以后有一个断的这个手段下法下法。如果说白棋提掉的话，可能这2种的下法。可能白棋都可以防住了。
哦，是这样，是这个大飞一个补法确实挺有意思的。
对，但是我想可能作为阿尔法围棋，它更加注重一种中央的势力的发展。
对，没错。
就是每手棋可能它都会下出来，它可能都有一种效率的体现。我想这手棋我们以往是感觉提掉很干净，注重下边，没错。但是实战的这个阿尔法围棋的大飞补掉这个引争，可能更注重这个全局或者中央的这种势力发展。
没错，如果从局部来说，可能提会更好。但是如果从全局的配合和之后的走向来说，或许这步棋未来的这个效率会更高。
对，或者说作为阿尔法围棋，它更加注重这个向中央的发展。
是，
这个也是可以说这手是当时给我的印象很深的一手。
然后之后这边结束之后，这边发生了一个比较小规模的战斗。白棋吃掉了黑棋的角，吃掉了白棋4个子。
对，
刚才咱们聊的时候，您说这个，下一步棋白棋觉得印象特别深刻。
对，下面呢可以说不止1招棋，可以说几招棋，因为当时呢，这地方形成了转换，黑棋感觉挺厚实的，所以这个时候的焦点可能是在走棋，因为这一带比较宽阔非常的宽。从我们以前学习的感觉也是总是走宽的地方、大的地方，这个是可能我们一般的一些想法。但是阿尔法围棋下一手
it actually did the extent for the last
看上去
move.
黑棋这地方
And it seems
挺厚实
that
的，这
it
4个子
has
已经死
quite an
了，但是
influence
它还
here
是要把这4
with
个子的
these 4
价值
stones
给体
being
现出来。
dead, but still the
就是
value
有
of
更
these
多
4
的利用。
stones should be
AlphaGo 它的特点一般都是将
AlphaGo's
基本上所有的子价值能
characteristic
够
is
全部
to
统一地综合
fully
利用起来，这才是
leverage
最厉害的地方
every
也就是可以说是
stone's
更全局化一
power
些。
是因为我们
in
围
the
棋
board.
其实就是要体现
And
4个子
actually,
之间的
Go
的一种
game
效率。
is trying
这一
to
手棋
maximize the
然后作
values
为
of
黑
all
棋
the
来说呢，
stones
既
on
然
the
你
board.
已经走
For
了
the
呢，
black,
黑的肯定是要在
对
这边下的啊。
it has to take the
然后
move
白
here.
棋
And
刺
then
了一个
white
这个呢，我感觉是跟这个是相关联的一手。
is
这个也确实让黑
highly
的呢
related
稍稍的有一
move to
点
this
点
one.
不太舒服，
就是不是
to
很
be
舒
a
服。对
little，bit
因为如果说
uncomfortable
只是简单的
when
粘住的话呢
observe this，
那显然这2手的交换应
Obviously,
该是
the exchange of
白
these
棋便宜
two
了，
肯定
moves
出来不甘
这
心
4个子
be
其实以后还是有跑出来
more
的可能性
beneficial。for the
实
white.
战呢，课间呢是
Actually，
选择了拐住
柯，
拐呢，
洁
当然这4个子呢
did
是
some
已经死了
band，
但是呢留
banding
下了这
and
个断点的味道。
So
这个段我
actually,
觉得也
there
非
is
常
a
有意
cut
思。
here.
我
This
们当
cut
时
is
在
quite
看对局的时候还在
interesting.
想，哎，这
When we
个
look
段
at this,
是不是下错了？
对，
这个
is
is
段
this
还
the
有
wrong
这
place
4
to
个
do
白
the
子是救
cutting?
不出来的呀，黑棋
Because you
多
can't
先白棋
save
就
the
死了
fourth
那这个
stone.
段是什么意思呢？你觉得
What
对，
does
可以
this
说这
cutting
手段也是
for this one, for this
这盘棋我
cutting?
印象非常深
Well,
刻的
this
一
is
个
quite
地方。
impressive
因为以往我们
of
的
this
这个
match
感觉
for
既然已
me.
经坚定了，
In
这
the
个地方
past,
可能是不是来加棋
we
黑棋这2
would
个
like
子，
to
这
believe
是
that
我
these
们
two
一般的
stones
这
should
个
be
感觉，对
attacked.
常规的一些想
That's
法。
the Euro
但是
way
断
of
这个呢，
playing
第
Go.
一以为是不是阿
But
尔法
for
围棋看
this,
错了
we？think AlphaGo might
因为
have
是不是以
made
为
a
是先手？
mistake.
对，
因为
He
这个
might
不
think
下
this
去
is a
但
Sente,
实际上
so
他
he
断
will
的时候
keep
他没有认为黑
doing
棋
the
这段会需要
attack.
补一个，
会对
他认为这个段就是理所应当的一
He
步棋。
thinks that this
这手棋其
is
实可
quite
能
a
从现在
natural
品味的
move.
话，有一种
So for this move,
我
when we do it
叫法叫后
afterwards,
中先，
evaluation,
看上去是
like
后手
uh,，
但是呢，它有很
seems
多的
to be
利
a
用，
gote,
因为这地方白
but
棋
then
冲
the-
下去，
actually
黑棋
is
呢
a
只能一
a
般的收
Sente,
棋吃掉白棋，
so
这
the
样呢，白
black
棋在这一
has
代呢都
to
是有先手，
take to
所以
do the
这儿
atari.
变得
要
很
厚实
厚了，是。
另
So
外呢，
there
它
seems
一
to
定
be
要
a
强调
gote,
这个扳，虽
and
然
it
暂时
emphasizes
是没
for
有
this
棋，
ban, or
没有问题，
for
但是外
this
面有很多
黑棋
味道
可。以扳，但
temporarily
是
there
这
is
一代
no
留下
problem,
了余味。
but it has left some
段呢
room
确实印
actually.
象也非
For
常
this
的
one,
深刻，
for
因
this
为他走了
cutting
一
is
个
quite
后手，
impressive
但是
because
呢，
it's
其
a
实它留下
gote,
了很多的一
and
些
it
味道
has left
留在
a
了里
lot
面。
of
不知道
room
我的
for
理解对不对？其实
imagination.
我觉得
I
在
don't know
断
whether I
之前
take
感
it
觉
right
黑
or
棋都
not.
挺厚的，白棋有
It's
很多宝位会被
really,
冲
it's
击
really a
对
但是在
gote,
白棋断完
but
之后，好像
for the
突然把一整
white,
个棋又变得很厚了。
it
是
seems
原来
that
这
it
个厚实
turns
反而出现
all
一
the
些
stones
一些
as
瑕
a
疵，
kind of
可能会被白棋
gote.
利用。
对
这
It
两
seems
个
that
子瞬间
the
变得比
black
较
has
孤单了
left
对，
many,
所以
many
说这
you know,
一手其实
loopholes
我印象
for
特
the
别深。所
white
以
to
如果
actually
说
leverage.
一个是断，当然是印象
So
最深
one
的。
is the
如果再
cutting,
往前
okay,
推
quite
推一点，
impressive.
就是从这个猜二开始，
And
可以说他从猜二
from
狗
the
围棋，从
extent
猜二开始，
2
他其
of
实就是预
AlphaGo,
想着
so
后面有
its
点有
expectation
断的这
is
些
that
手
there
段，我觉得
should
是
be,
这
you
样。
know,
所以呢，
cutting
他
and
其实
other
从一
moves.
开始
So
就
at
是
the very
这么想
beginning,
的。
AlphaGo
那
has
确
this
实
thought
就像王慧
from
你
the
说的一样，
extent
本来这
2.
个转换感觉黑棋挺
So
厚的
this，kind of
但是通过这一
recovery
手交换呢，
seems
白
for the
棋
black is
这地方
gote,
封了很，
but
白棋
actually
变
for the
厚了，然
white,
后这儿
it also
上面
turns to
还
be
留下了
gote.
一些余
And
味。
on
就
the
是
upper
我
part,
想大家肯定
there's
也
some
很感
room
兴
left
趣，就
for
是关于
imagination.
咱
For
们看到这
the
盘棋是
black,
怎么
quite
下的。那么
interesting. If we
在
look
某
at
些
how
瞬间呢
the two
，AlphaGo
players did this match for AlphaGo. It thinks for the local, area. So there is a stone here. For this, the white believes it should actually make this jump. AlphaGo would like to make this jump. If we say that white, but it seems that it wants to actually attack this one. If we look at it this way, it is not expected. That AlphaGo has its own style, own set pattern. So it's quite surprising for all of us. So in the actual Go game, when this for this cutting, that's for sure quite natural move. So black will actually do this, use a center. So then the black stones will actually escape. And the white might put a stone here. This is another unexpected move, because usually professional players will not do this. Usually, we will take the stone. And seems that AlphaGo, for influence, for later development, it really pays attention to the overall board and overall game. AlphaGo really inspires us by some really untraditional, unconventional moves. Quite interesting. For the Masters 60 Go games in the beginning of this year, it has made quite unexpected, unconventional moves, which is really innovative, inspiring. We hope that we could study this together. So we hope that we could expect more wonderful matches in the following few days. Thank you. We would like to thank the two professional players' wonderful explanation of today's match. Of course, we have really a wonderful match, and this is really an unforgettable game to all of us. AlphaGo has given us huge room for imagination. We just reviewed the match, and I believe this is something that we need to review further in the near future. But we need to invite Ke Jie, the professional nine stand grading, and also has Mr. Dennis Hassabis and Mr. Sylvie. Well, this is the first time for Ke Jie to experience this. I believe, Ke Jie, you must have a lot of things to share with us. Please go ahead, Ke Jie. Today, I am well prepared for today's match. At the opening, I made a few, targeted moves. I did the 3-3, and this is something that AlphaGo will usually, play. And of course, AlphaGo also did some quite unexpected moves as well. Well, deeply, impressed, I should say. About the duan, about the cutting, I was quite shocked, because that is a move which would never happen in a human-to-human Go match. But when we do the review of the match, we believe it's a good move. And after the cutting, and actually AlphaGo has helped us to establish more influence. It's like one stone, two birds. Yeah, AlphaGo is really a very wonderful Go player. I really admire him. I fully respect his its skill in Go game. Ke Jie did a very brief summary of the match, and we do have a press conference later. And I believe that for this cutting point at that moment, quite impressive. And this has reminded us of, Ms. Tanya Weiping mentioned, it's like this really an admiring moment. So please, Demis Hasabi, the floor is yours. Please say something. 谢谢.
So I think it was a really wonderful game, and huge respect to Kujay for the amazing, brave game he fought today, and such a close game, an exciting game, I think, for everyone. Just half a point closest it could be, and I think it shows how much work Kujay has put into preparing for the match and studying the Master Games. And I think it was wonderful to see his strategies today. It was especially interesting for us to see him use some of the moves, like the 3-3 move from the Master Series of games against AlphaGo. And we were very intrigued to see how AlphaGo would deal with its own strategies. So it was a very exciting match, and I think there were many beautiful moves that Fan Hui was explaining to me, like move 24, which I think were very interesting moves that made all the stones work across the board. So I think it was a very great game, and it's exactly the sorts of things that we were hoping to see in this summit match. So huge respect to Kujay for playing such a great game and pushing AlphaGo to its limits.
We would like to thank Mr. Hassabis, and we would like to thank Mr. Hassabis for giving great encouragement to us. And I believe that both players, AlphaGo and Kejie, have tried their best, just borrowing quote from Kejie. And actually both have played wonderfully in today's match. We are expecting more wonderful games in the following days. We have the common goal, that is through this week's Go Summit, let's explore more possibility in Go game. So let's invite the friends from the media to ask questions. Hello, I am from Sina.com. I have one question for Kejie. Congratulations, Kejie, for really showing your professional Go skills in the match. And at the finishing point, after the game, after the match, you actually smiled in a very sourly way. And you are also here present today. If you would like to make a commentary of your own match, how will that commentary be? Are you confident in the following two games or in the following two matches? Please make yourself clearer. Could you paraphrase your question again? Okay. At the end of the game, when we are counting the stones, you did this really, smirk or kind of, smile in a very embarrassing way. And how do you comment your own match?
I think this is a kind of a bitter smile. It's not something very hearted, because I knew that I would lose 1 point. For AlphaGo, the speed is very even and there is no surprises. It can last for a long time. So I was calculating the moves and I was thinking that I might lose. So I had some bitter smiles on my face. If you ask me to comment on my own performance, for example, I'm not the main player. I will comment on someone else. I would say Alpha played very remarkably well. Frankly speaking, for AlphaGo, there are lots of things that are worth our learning and exploring. It's understanding And this will have a great influence on our professional players. Actually, you can take any kinds of moves. I enjoyed playing with AlphaGo. And actually, the influence of AlphaGo has been widespread. We should explore our mind and expand our thinking. This is something worth our learning. For today's Go playing, I was thinking of expanding my thoughts as well. In my impression, Alpha likes very much the down-to-earth kind of game, like the 3-3 at the opening. For today's game, I was thinking of AlphaGo exploring the step of getting the ground first. But to my surprise, at one point in the corner, AlphaGo got the ground. So AlphaGo occupied a lot of ground at the beginning. So for this game, Alpha did very well. As compared to that of last year, AlphaGo is a completely different player. For the first time, AlphaGo was quite human-like. Now, my understanding is that it's like a god of Go players. So I hope that I would try my best to play with AlphaGo or any other players. I would like to thank AlphaGo, opponent like AlphaGo, and also the team to give me this opportunity to have this competition or match. I hope that through this match, I can bring to you more interest in Go playing and also pleasure in watching Go playing. We'd like to thank Ke Jie Sina caught the smile of Ke Jie. Now, what we see from Ke Jie is a matured Ke Jie. We would also like to thank Go Game. Any other person who would like to ask questions? I'm from Zhejiang TV. I'd like to ask Ke Jie, through today's match, have you got the system of AlphaGo in playing the games? Understand very well. Can you repeat your question? I didn't catch your question. I just want to ask you if you have understood AlphaGo and the weakness of AlphaGo so that you can have a good tactic to fight against it. Actually, for AlphaGo has displayed to us many real games, including the 60 series. The weakness of AlphaGo is not revealed yet. I've been thinking about it for some time. In the past, it has some weaknesses, but now I feel that its understanding of the Go game and the judgment of the game is beyond our ability. I try to find the bug, but there are quite a lot of difficulties in finding the bug. As for the competence, for me, I always have confidence in myself because I said before that this might be my last game with this is my last of the 3 games with AlphaGo. Now there are only 2 left. It's my great pleasure to play with AlphaGo. I will try my best to play the other 2 matches with AlphaGo. I will treasure this opportunity. I think you have asked Keji already. Maybe you can ask Hasabi for any weaknesses of AlphaGo.
You know, that's why we are here for this summit, is we want to discover if a great player like Keji can find some weaknesses that we don't know, and even AlphaGo doesn't know for playing against itself. So, of course, when we played our match against Lee Sedol, in Game 4, Lee Sedol, with his brilliant creativity, found a weakness and managed to win this game. And it was very interesting for us to see this gap in the knowledge of AlphaGo. And so in the last year, we went back to try and improve the architecture and the system, and for it to learn more against itself, and to see if we could solve this knowledge gap. So we believe we have fixed that knowledge gap, but of course there could be many other new areas that it doesn't know, and that we don't know either, and that's why we're here, to see if they can be discovered.
So
Keji still has a long way to go to find out weaknesses of AlphaGo. This lady. I have a question. I have a question to Demis. For this match, Keji was slightly behind AlphaGo, and we knew that AlphaGo is not satisfied with victories, but paying attention to the gap of its winning. Has AlphaGo achieved this? If not, how long does it take for AlphaGo to achieve this goal?
Yes, so AlphaGo always tries to maximize its probability of winning rather than to maximize the size of the winning margin. So whenever we see it has a decision to make, it will always try to pick the more certain path that it thinks is more certain path to victory with less risk. So often in positions, that's what we see the trade-off that AlphaGo is making, is to decide about how certain it is about the margin of victory and how likely the probability of the victory. Dave, I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
So it's a very interesting question. The way AlphaGo works is, as Demis said, it maximizes the probability of winning the game. So this means that we've programmed into AlphaGo a goal, and that goal is matched with what we really want it to do, which is to try and win games of Go. You could imagine other objectives being applied, such as maximizing the gap, the margin of victory, but this is not the objective that we chose for AlphaGo to play in the game of Go. And so if you really focus on victory, then it leads to these behaviors where AlphaGo will try to win, and in doing so, it may give up a number of points in favor of actually just reducing any risk that it perceives, even if that risk seems to be very small.
Can I understand it as this? The future AlphaGo will explore the limitations of mankind.
I think the way to think about it is that Go is this amazing subject that has got almost limitless possibilities. And, you know, as I said in my opening talk, I see AlphaGo as a tool for Go players and the Go community to use to explore this mysteries and the truth of Go and find out more. And I hope that, you know, the Go players have enjoyed the last year, including these matches and the matches online, the Master Series. And I hope that has contributed to improving our understanding of this amazing game. So I see it as a tool we can use with great players like Kuje and Lisa Dole to discover more about the game that we all love.
谢谢，因为时间很宝贵。
Thank you very much. Because of the limited time, we'll leave the time to the media. Respected Chairman, respected Mr. Hasabi, Mr. Kobe, I'm from AlphaGo company. I'd like to ask, is this a pure AlphaGo, or is it AlphaGo not relying on the steps of great Go players or Go masters?
I understood the question correctly, but you know, obviously the version of AlphaGo initially learns from human games and then does most of its learning now from its own play against itself. So, but of course, to truly test what it knows, we have to play against human experts, because we don't know, you know, playing against games against itself, it's not going to expose its own weaknesses, because it will obviously fix those during the self-play. So we really have to test it against the world's best players.
Perhaps I could just add that one of the innovations of AlphaGo Master is actually that it relies much more on learning from itself. So in this version, AlphaGo has actually become its own teacher, learning from moves which are taken from examples of its own searches. So it relies much less actually on the human data than previous versions. And one of our goals in doing so is to make it more and more general so that it could in principle be applied to other domains beyond Go.
这问题很犀利，我也不确定。好，下面那女孩。
谢谢主持人。我有一个问题要问 DM 的2位。我想知道Master 的版本是 VR5。
No, about the Master's version is a VR5. For the version with Kejie for AlphaGo, is it a new version? Also, I want to know. This is our last time to see AlphaGo. Will AlphaGo become a tool to help professional Go players to improve their skills, or it will say bye-bye to us from now on? All your questions.
So maybe I can answer the first part of that question regarding the technology inside AlphaGo. So AlphaGo Master is a new version of AlphaGo, and we've worked very hard to improve the fundamental algorithm that is used in AlphaGo. In fact, it turns out that the algorithm often matters more than the amount of data or the amount of compute power that actually goes into it. And if you get those algorithms right and make them general and powerful enough, then they can really progress very rapidly. And so in fact, in AlphaGo Master, actually uses 10 times less computation and is trained in a matter of weeks rather than months, compared to the version that played against Lisa Doll last year. So it is a different version, and it's, at least in self-play, performs considerably stronger, and we're here to find out, indeed, if it actually is as strong as it has seemed to be in self-play, or if it has weaknesses that can be exposed.
And as far as the second part of the question, I'll just answer that. So later on in the event, we will be announcing the next steps for AlphaGo, so I don't want to say anything in advance of that, but we will be talking about that later during the week. But one thing I want to say is, just like with the last version of AlphaGo, where we published all the technical details and results of the AlphaGo program, and in the Nature article in the scientific journal Nature, and we published all the details, and that allowed other companies, you know, Tencent and Japanese companies to make their own versions of AlphaGo, and some of them are very strong now as well, as I'm sure you'll know, that are playing online, probably, you know, at 9-dan level too. And we plan to publish more details of the new version of AlphaGo in the next few months. So, you know, we will reveal all those technical details, and then again, other teams and academic labs will be able to implement their versions of this AlphaGo Master architecture.
Thank you. I think that after the whole day's match, Ke must be very exhausted, and there are also a lot of questions for the media. We have now only 3 questions to ask. My question is to Mr. Hasabi. Today, for the game against AlphaGo, how many GPU of AlphaGo were consumed? And for the game with Ke, did AlphaGo got very hot?
我觉得我们的媒体都很专业。
Yeah. So Dave, do you want to take that?
So the answer to the technical question is that AlphaGo actually, in this match, is playing on a single machine on the Google Cloud. So this is quite different to the compute that was used last year, where we were using a distributed implementation that used many machines within the Google Cloud. Now, because we have a much more powerful, efficient algorithm that works in a much better and simpler way, it is actually able to use more than a tenth of the computation to achieve even stronger and better results. So AlphaGo is just playing on a single machine that will be available on the Google Cloud to someone who is to access that. And that machine is based on TPUs, which are these tensor processing units that were announced by Google recently.
So just to be clear, we're using 10 times less computation power, roughly, than for the Lee Sedol match.
简单的说是单机版。
In simple way, yes, in a simple word, it means a single machine.
好，这位。
I'm from Sina. I have 2 questions. The first is to Ke. You are allowed to have only 1 question. Oh, this is to Ke. Last night, you sent out a blog saying that your feelings before the match. You said that this will be the last 3 times you will play with the AI. This is your decision. Can you tell us the reason why you make this decision?
Let me tell you something. The reason why I made such a decision actually is because it took me a long time, because I talk about it in private with a lot of my friends. So I believe that artificial intelligence technology is moving very fast, just like AlphaGo version, and also for example, the new version of Master, and also my version as well. You can see that every time is a major progress forward, is a major leap forward every time for AlphaGo. So that's why you can see that in the future it's going to become more perfect, becoming stronger and more perfect and more perfect. So that's why actually the gap between human beings versus AlphaGo is so beyond our ken. It's not like we work very hard, we can catch up and close the gap with AlphaGo. I believe in the power of science and technology, because for the Go game, if you look at AlphaGo, I believe that the future will belong to artificial intelligence, and the world will be made a much better place and more convenient place because of artificial intelligence. So I believe that if you look at the Go game, so I still enjoy playing with real human beings. Because if you move towards the future, let's think about it. No matter it's AlphaGo or other programs, they are constantly moving and progressing. So the winning chance for human being is smaller and smaller. So to the point that we are having almost a 0 winning probability. So it will be a horrible experience pitting yourself against AlphaGo and other algorithm. If I'm going to pit myself against human beings, I have a better chance of winning, right? I'm pretty good, right? So that's why in the future I still hope to play with a real human being. So this time around, actually, I'm going to have 3 matches with AlphaGo. So as I mentioned, that it's going to be the last 3 games I'm going to play with artificial intelligence. So sometimes people are thinking, are you going to go for online training, playing yourself against the algorithm? No, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to play against the Tencent software or Japanese software. No, I'm not going to do it anymore. So this is a almost always the last 3 matches I'm going to play against algorithm. But if in the future, if there is AI involved in human-to-human computation, now this is a force beyond my control. It's not something that I choose to like. I didn't prefer that because if you pit yourself against the algorithm, your losing chance and probability is very high. So that's why, from my personal opinion, I think in the future, I still hope that I can play the Go game with a real human being. And for AlphaGo and comparable software, how should I view them? I think they are my teachers. I'm going to learn from them. So from this perspective, actually, maybe other Go players would like to play against them, but probably not me. So for me, I'm not so happy about my performance in the following ways. I think I could have done better. I should have done better. But sometimes, no matter how hard you have tried, your competitor is so strong, so powerful. So that's why I made my decision to have the last 3 games and matches with artificial intelligence. So I hope it's the last time. I hope that I can leave no regret for myself. I will try the best I can do so that I will not be regretful. So I hope that I can make some excellent moves to make myself satisfactory and happy. So actually, for example, if I'm strong enough to make the, for example, GPU or the brain of AlphaGo get warmer or heated up, it's great. So I will try my best to play against AlphaGo because in the future, actually, AlphaGo will become stronger and stronger. So that's why this time I will try the best I can. So I tried my best today, actually. But honestly, you can see that in the very beginning, there are a lot of human flaws and errors. So my human flaws are exposed early on in the game. So this time I will try my best to make sure that I will try the best I can to have a beautiful game. Even if I lose the game, actually, I don't have any regret because I have tried the best I can. So as a professional Go player, so winning is your ultimate target and destiny. No matter if you like to play against computer algorithms or if you like to play against Go players, actually sometimes people will have different level of enjoyment and interest. So as long as you can learn something from this game, so every individual has a lot of different way of perspective. They look at things differently from different perspectives. For Kejie, so on the 26th, we're going to 2-2-2 match. So actually, which means that, for example, you can see that in this 2-2-2 match on the 26th, you are going to have the game played between machine and human teaming up together. So you're going to have a lot of room for imagination. So this is going to be more fun. So actually, let's give the time for the last question. So a lot of hands being raised up, so you have put me in a very awkward position. I'm not going to make enemies with anyone with you. So what about the one who is sitting closest to me? Thank you very much, my dear moderator. So I would like to ask, for example, Hasabis, I come from Phoenix Technology. My question for you is that, so if more and more top Go players do not want to play with AlphaGo, have we thought about pitting AlphaGo against the AlphaGo? So do you have any test for what's the future going to look like if a machine is going to play against machine?
Well, so for us, we want to use AlphaGo, as I said, as a tool for the Go community to improve their knowledge about the game. So we hope to release some details about the architecture we're using, maybe also some of the games that AlphaGo plays against itself. So we will maybe make some announcements about this later in the week. But don't forget, the reason ultimately we're developing these technologies is also to use them more widely in areas of science and medicine, and to try and help human experts in those areas make faster breakthroughs. So we have a lot of work ahead of us in the coming years.
Well, thank you all 3 of you. Thank you all the 3 panelists for your wonderful sharing. With that, we successfully concluded our press conference on the 25th and on the 26th and the 27th. Actually, we are going to continue this game and the press conference. See you.